I'd like to welcome the public this evening to the April 24th, 2023 School Board Special Meeting. We ask that anyone who is standing, please find a seat and sit down. Have a seat next to an empty, or somebody sitting there if you have an empty seat, if we can accommodate everyone so there's no one standing in the room. So I'll give everybody a second to sit down. Thank you. Just a quick note to make sure you're aware of the large seating section and the media area for the public. Please refrain from approaching the front of the room. After receiving feedback on the productivity of our meetings, I have a few words about how we will proceed tonight to get through the agenda efficiently. I encourage parents to listen carefully and look out for a report from the administration should there be substantiating comments. After that, we'll move into the meeting. During business, when calling a point of order, members shall state the rule that was broken before discussion. When calling a point of information, members shall ask their question before discussion. When calling a point of privilege, members shall state their matter of great importance before discussion. Point of personal privilege should not be misused. Questions of personal privilege are almost never ruled in order to interrupt business. The bottom line is that point of personal privilege does not allow for members to make personal attacks or to disrupt the proceedings of the meeting. Doing otherwise, a member will not be recognized by the chair. We will speak in a conversational tone, and we will not interrupt. If we raise our voice, exceed allotted time by 30 seconds, or talk over another board member, we will have a 5-minute recess. If we adjourn, recess early, I assure parents and members of the community that we will complete the business of the board, but it will not be in this session due to interruptions and distractions. I'm calling this meeting to order, and there is a quorum. Can I have a motion to amend, adopt, or approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second the motion.
I have a motion by Ms. Gillespie to approve the agenda and a second by Mr. Twig. Any discussion? Okay.
Have discussion.
Okay, Ms. Shelley?
I appreciate that we're having recognitions, instructional highlights, and awards, because we didn't have them last meeting because it was on a student-teacher holiday. But I don't understand why we're doing action items. This was supposed to be, when this meeting was put on the calendar, it was put on as a budget work session, and this has turned into almost a full meeting. So, can you, Ms. Phelps, explain to me and the public why a meeting that was scheduled for as a budget work session has so many other items on it?
Okay, I'll explain to you. It's very important that we continue on business, and there's important business that had come up. So as a board up here, we have to take care of the business at hand. So that's why it's added on there.
Okay, so thank you for that. And then why are we not allowed to have old business and new business then added to meetings anymore, if business is so important to you?
Okay, so these are action items that are on here, and you can vote with them and support them, or you can't. That's what's on the agenda.
That's not my question, Ms. Phelps. My question is, I have requested old business and new business be added to multiple agendas, and you have ignored me. So I'm asking why you choose some business to be important and others not to be.
Okay, we're going to move on. This is important.
No, this isn't,
business that
I'm
we have
asking
here.
you a question.
So we have a motion on the floor, and
Thank you for not answering.
you.
That's what you do, you ignore.
thank you,
You
Ms.
don't
Shelley,
care
for
about
your
business.
opinion. We're going to continue on with the important work at hand. Any other discussions? Okay, let's call it to a vote. Motion passes 2 no, 5 yes. Okay, we're going to move on to the, we have Spotsylvania High School JROTC that will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and presentation of colors. Okay, Ms. Gillespie will now read her disclosure statement.
I think I have a little buzz in my microphone. I, April Gillespie, declare that I have a personal interest in a transaction of the Spotsylvania County Public School Division due to my family's employment by the School Board of the County of Spotsylvania. But I believe I may participate in the deliberation and voting on the transaction as permitted by Okay. As permitted by sections 2.2-3112B1 and 2.2-3115H of the Code of Virginia, I ask that this statement be maintained with the minutes of the School Board of the County of Spotsylvania. It is my intention to orally disclose the existence of this interest during each meeting of the School Board of the County of Spotsylvania and ask that each such disclosure be recorded in the respective meeting minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillespie. Okay, we're going to move on to recognitions, 4.0, recognitions, instructional highlights, and awards. Mr. Gimple will present the Visual Arts Awards for April.
Yes, good evening to our Chairwoman, Ms. Phelps, Vice Chair, Ms. Gillespie, members of the board, and Mr. Taylor. Tonight, I am honored to present to you several incredible highlights, recognitions, and awards. The first of these recognitions is for our amazing artists and our art teachers. We would like to recognize the student work seen throughout the building this month. Riverbend High School art teachers Josh Bloom and Tricia McMillian, Brock Road Elementary art teacher Rebecca Baring, Lee Hill Elementary art teacher Cynthia Daniels, Battlefield Middle School art teacher Jay Coleman, and Thornburg Middle School art teacher Olivia Gallagher. These teachers and their students have been working hard all year and love the opportunity to show off their amazing talent. If there are students, teachers, and administrators from these amazing schools, please stand and be recognized at this time. Again, thank you so much for allowing us to see your artwork and see our talented students work throughout the school board building. And it's a pleasure to see that every day and updated each month. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gimple. I'm going to give the floor over to Ms. O'Quinn.
Yeah, I'm going to talk for her, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure. And you're
Yeah,
going to
they're going to be
present.
presenting, so I will go ahead and lead us through.
Okay, thank you.
So this is really exciting because I get the pleasure of introducing all of our 22-23 distinguished Teachers of the Year for each of our buildings. This is a great recognition to be a part of, and I'm excited to announce these names. So teachers and staff, as your name is announced, please come on up, and you're going to go ahead and circle over to this side and around the front of the dais and end up over here by Miss Shelley. All right, so this is going to start off with a bang because our very first recognition is actually the Spotsylvania County Public Schools Division Teacher of the Year from Battlefield Elementary, Laura Brooks. All right, we've got several more. So the rest of these folks I'm going to announce. I'm going to go kind of quick, so a quick clap because we got quite a few to get through, but let's recognize each one. Next is Berkeley Elementary, Eric Grabman. From Brock Road Elementary, Todd Miller. From Cedar Forest Elementary, Rebecca Whitford. From Chancellor Elementary, Ashley Thompson. From Courthouse Road Elementary, Abby Hayden. From Cortland Elementary, Megan Laskowski. From Harrison Road Elementary, Diana Yearsley. Lee Hill Elementary, Megan Hudson. From Livingston Elementary, Jennifer Binns. From Parkside Elementary, Anna Van Themsche. Representing Riverview Elementary, Melissa Schooley. Spotsylvania Elementary, Caroline Beacorn. Salem Elementary, Karen Nelson. Smith Station Elementary, Amy Campbell. From Spotswood Elementary, Nicole Mangum. And from Wilderness Elementary, Bridget Gibson. Okay, and now on to our middle schools. From Battlefield Middle School, Catherine Fatiga. From Chancellor Middle, Vanessa Seekinger. From Freedom Middle, Cheryl Galeo. From Nye River Middle, Kristen Welton Oswalt. From Post Oak Middle, Tony Madison. From Spotsylvania Middle, Kim Carrier. From Thornburg Middle, Monique Fortune. And now we'll recognize our high school teachers of the year. From Cortland High School, Andre Jones. From Massaponax High, Cindy Pomeroy. From Riverbend High, Lawrence Letelier. From Spotsylvania High, Ryan Champney. Oh, good job. From Chancellor High, Jacqueline Burks. From the Career and Technical Center, Sarah Dornan. From John J. Wright Educational and Cultural Center, Catherine Brown. From the Rappahannock Detention Center, Montez Hicks. So each year, Spotsylvania County Public Schools participates in the Teacher of the Year program coordinated statewide through the Virginia Department of Education. All public and accredited non-public schools are able to participate in the Virginia Teacher of the Year program to honor teachers who represent the best in teaching in Spotsylvania County Public Schools, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and across the nation. The program is open to all teachers in pre-kindergarten through 12th grade who possess a current renewable Virginia teaching license, including school librarians, school counselors, and specialists. The Office of Human Resources is pleased to have coordinated this process with our site principals. From this group of 31 nominees, the 2022 Division Teacher of the Year was chosen from a committee of former winners and other division leaders, and was recently surprised and announced after school. Again, congratulations, Laura Brooks, as our SCPS Teacher of the Year. So, so any family members that would like to come forward and take a picture at this point, principals, anybody else with a camera wants to take a picture, please do so at this time. You guys come all the way up front. Come up, take a picture. Yep. Thank you all. That's important to document. Great job. Again, congratulations to all of our teachers of the year. Great job. All right. Can you tell this is one of the most fun parts of my job? This is great, the recognitions. All right.
Mr. Gipple, you can continue on to 4.03 Winter VHSL Academic and Athletic Recognitions.
Okay, next we will honor winter track athletes, or winter athletes, from our 5 high schools for outstanding accomplishments. But before we do that, it's important to recognize the fact that high school athletics often becomes a commitment from their entire family. They have to support the late nights, the weekend events, the practices through the holidays. At this time, I ask that our athletes stand and take a minute to give their parents and families a hand for all their support this winter season. So athletes, please join me in giving your parents and families a hand. All right, there are quite a few recognitions. I'm going to ask that when your name is called that you also come up here to the right-hand side and just walk around and end up over here by Dr. Daniels and Miss Shelley, and just please remain standing until we get pictures and all that good stuff as part of the recognition. So to begin, with Chancellor High School, an indoor track regional champion, Senior Paris Johnson. Paris was a top runner all season in the Battlefield District and ended the season winning the region championship in the 55-meter at the Region 4B Indoor Track Championship. You look fast, just looking at you right here. Man, I don't want to race her. That would be embarrassing. So we would also like to thank the track coaches, Dion Cheeks and Connor Adkins. Good job. We're going to move on to swimming for Chancellor. Junior Kyle Peck. Kyle is a state champion. He's the VHSL Class 4 Boys 100-yard backstroke champion for the second time. So this is nothing for you. This is old hat, right? Very important that he set a new Class 4 state record in his race and is the VHSL all-time, across all classes, 1 through 6, record holder in this race. Kyle was undefeated throughout this regular high school season and was the Battlefield District Champion in the boys' 100-yard butterfly, 100-yard backstroke, as well as the VHSL Region 4B champion in the boys' 50-yard free and 200-yard individual medley. Kyle is a junior and hopes the next 3 years, or not, hopes to be the next three-peat state champion. Wow, it's written funny. Basically, you're going to win next year too, right, Kyle? You guarantee me that right now. No. He is committed to attend and swim for the University of Texas. Again, Kyle Peck, two-time state champion. Fantastic. We also want to thank coaches Jordan Shearer and Danielle Anderson. For Chancellor in Forensics, at the state Class 4 forensic event, Daniel Kilmartin and Emily Kilmartin took 4th place in the humorous duo category. Yes, that's right. That's good stuff. Ava Sherwood and William Whitehurst took 4th place in the serious duo category. At the Super Regionals, Daniel Kilmartin and Emily Kilmartin placed 2nd in the humorous duo. Ava Sherwood and William Whitehurst placed 3rd in the serious duo. At the 4B forensic event, Chancellor High School won 1st place in the team award and they're Region 4B champions as a team. Yeah, give them a hand. That's fantastic. The region champions at each event, 1st place, Ellie Carr in poetry, Justin Monroe in impromptu, Lydia Brockenbank in humorous interpretation, Zachariah Cloven in prose, and Anna Bryant in serious interpretation, with runners-up in 2nd place, Daniel Kilmartin and Emily Kilmartin, humorous duo, and 3rd place finishers, Ava Sherwood, William Whitehurst in serious duo, Michaela Forrester and Haley Dunseith in humorous duo. Congratulations to all the students involved, and they would also like to recognize and thank their coaches, Matthew Armentrout and Connor Worthington. Great job. Yep, outstanding. Sir, I want you at all our events. For Cortland High School, in debate, we're going to start with Cortland now. Debate, Frederick Klein, Charles Aiken, regional champs in the public forum, 2nd place in the Super Region public forum, and state runner-up in public forum. Madeline Kelly and Gianna Patton, 2nd place in the region in public forum. Emily Simmons, 4th place in region at the Lincoln Douglas debate. Great job to all these folks. Great job, all 4 of you. All right, with Cortland, we're going to go on to indoor track and field. The boys' team was regional runner-up. For the girls, Lauren Castro, Janiyah Smith, Juliana Yaffe, and Jennifer Kumunji were regional champions in the 4x200 meter relay. Great job. Jennifer Kumanji also took 2nd place in the region in the 55-meter dash. Lauren Castro took 3rd place in the region in the 300-meter dash and the high jump. Brandon Nave, Christian Reed, Connor Fitzpatrick, and Morgan Lahaki took 3rd place in the region in the 4x800 relay. Kamari Jackson, Mohammed Ahmed, Will Tilden, Francis Roberts, regional champions in the 4x400 meter relay. Kamari Jackson, Francis Roberts, Shannon Mathis, Kwame Whitaker, state third place in the 4x200 meter relay. Kwame Jackson took third place in the region for the long jump. Jamal Lewis took second place in the region in the 55 hurdles. Francis Roberts, third place in the region 300 meter dash. Mohammed Ahmed took third place in the region in the 500 meter dash. Shannon Mathis, took second place in the region for triple jump, 55 meter dash. They were regional champion and state champion in the 300 meter dash. That's Shannon Mathis. What a great season. Also, he is joined by Kwame Whitaker, regional champion and state champion in the long jump, third place in the region in triple jump. Fantastic job. We're going to go on to swimming for Cortland. Alexis Tywin, Emma Green, Juliana Velez, and Asher Joseph, third place in the region in the 200 meter relay. Asher Joseph, region champion, second place in the state meet for the 50 meter freestyle, third place in the region in the 100 meter butterfly. Alexis Tywin, Julia Storin, Emma Green, and Asher Joseph took third place in the region in the 200 meter relay. Alex Storin took third place in the region in the 100 breaststroke, and Emma Green took third place in the region in the 100 breaststroke. Great job. Next is wrestling. Chance Picard, second place in the region in the 113-pound weight class. Ian Ritchie, third place in the region, 126-pound weight class. Charlie Henderson, third place in the region for the 190-pound weight class. And Darius Holcomb took second place in the region in the 285-pound weight class. Congratulations to all of our athletes so far. All right. I'm going to go on to Massaponics. Girls basketball. Individuals, Sanaya Himes, all region. Lakea Butcher, first team all region. Takira Ramey, Commonwealth District Player of the Year, Region 5D Player of the Year, All Area Player of the Year, and first team all state. That's Takira Ramey. Also, Coach Raymond Hounshaw was District, Region, and All Area Coach of the Year. Great job to Coach Stu. Massaponics boys basketball. Come on up, Coach. Again, District, Region, All Area Coach of the Year, Raymond Hounsell. Thank you for everything. Boys basketball, Ben Myers was Commonwealth District Player of the Year and first team All Region and All Area. Congratulations to Ben Myers. And now on to Massaponics indoor track. Chanel Berry, 500-meter Region D 5D champion. Terry Travis, 1,000-meter Region 5D champion. For the relay teams, 4x400-meter relay team, Camila Ijaz, Chanel Berry, Olivia Pretty, Kendall Jones were Region 5D champions in all state, which means finishing in the top 5, and they qualified for nationals. Yeah, give them a hand for that. 4x8-meter relay team, Jaden Hines, Noah Harper, Davian Booker, and Terry Travis were Region 5D champions. All state again, finishing 4th. Go ahead. All right, and this one's an exciting one. The 4x400-meter relay team of Jaden Hines, Elijah Bullock, Davian Booker, Terry Travis, and Noah Harper were the Class 5 state champions. They qualified for nationals and earned All-American status. Great job, indoor track, Massaponics. Now for some of their forensics efforts. Sienna Schaller. Wow, extemporaneous speaking. That's a tough one. All state, third place finish. Great job, Sienna. Duo Jenna Bain and Addison Sipp, Serious Interpretations, Class 5 state champions. Now on to debate. The duo of Adeline Garvey and Sienna Shaler, Public Forum Region 5D champions, Super Region 5C and 5D runner-up, and state qualifier. Great job to Adeline and Sienna in debate. All right, this time we're going to go on to Riverbend with their boys indoor track team, who was Class 5 state champions. I will read their names also, but congratulations to the Riverbend Bears track team on a great 2023 indoor track season. The Bears, led by head coach Anidra Logan, named Coach of the Year, finished second in the Commonwealth District Championship, first in the Regional Championship, first in the 5A State Championship. The Bears made history yesterday, winning the first state title in school history for boys track.
Go Bears.
According to their head coach, the season team theme was Champion State of Mind. The Bears entered the state meets as the underdogs, seeded to place 16th overall. Wow. Performed their personal best in almost every single event for the collective win. Wow. Fantastic to the Riverbend Bears. So the boys' indoor track team is Amir Mateo, Ethan Lapier, Tyler Arnold, Jake Applegate, who was an individual state champion in the 55 hurdles, Mark Anthony Parker, Varian Ireland, Prescott Unroe, Justin Rao, Jeffrey Smith, Andrew Clark, Daniel Grau, and Matthew Earnhardt. Great job. 5A state champions. And now we go on to the wrestling team, which was state runner-up and regional champions. Noah Rankin, Matthew Parkinakis, Luke Barbary, Nate Gibson, Cameron Rasmussen, Carson Main, Zach Turner, Brendan Rasmussen, Logan Eastman, Lennon Soper, Jacob Wright, Jacob Pressinger, Jacob McCullum, and Craig Bolt. Great job on your regional championship. Riverbend also had a girls wrestling state champion, Kaylee Golightly. In addition to a runner-up, Caitlin Rankin. State forensic champion in humorous interpretation for Riverbend High School, Samantha Jordan. Great job to our Riverbend athletes. And now on to Spotsylvania High School, where we'll recognize the wrestling program, which won the 22-23 Region 4B championship and finished in 4th place in the Class 4 state championships. Seth Ayo at 120 pounds finished 2nd in the region, 4th in the state. Luke Walquist finished 3rd in the region, 4th at 138 pounds in the state. Liam Walquist finished 5th in the region at 150 pounds. Kyle Sakari, 157-pounder, was a Region 4B champion and finished 3rd in the state. Zach Gallimore at 160 pounds finished 2nd in the region and 5th at states. The 190-pounder Mason Christopher won the 4B crown and finished 3rd in the state. And Antonio Harris, the heavyweight, finished 4th in the region and 4th in the state. David Reck, the head coach, was named 4B Coach of the Year and the Freelance Stars All-Area Coach of the Year. Congratulations to the Spotsylvania wrestling team. Is it me, or did we announce a ton of state champions tonight? And folks, I know you're proud because this is Spotsylvania Flesh and Blood that is the very best in the entire state. Congratulations to everybody that was recognized tonight from all of our schools. Moms and dads, if you want to come up and take a picture, or anybody else, coaches and principals, please come up and take some pictures of these guys, girls.
Okay, moving along. If everyone could take your seats, we ask that there would be no one standing. If everyone could find a seat and sit down, that would be great. Okay, we're moving on to 4.04. Ms. Baleko will move us into instructional highlights with Brock Road Elementary School and Lee Hill Elementary School, Purple Star designation.
Good evening, Mrs. Phelps and Mrs. Gillespie and members of the board. Brock Road and Lee Hill Elementaries take pride in their partnership with our military community. In collaboration with Marine Corps Base Quantico, the schools work with the military liaison to build support for military-connected students and educational outreach opportunities for all. Tonight, we welcome Principals Nicole Ox from Brock Road and Carol Ann Luter from Lee Hill to highlight the valuable partnership and their designation as a Purple Star school. These schools join Spotswood and Wilderness and gives Spotsylvania County Public Schools 4 proud Purple Star schools.
Good evening, Mrs. Phelps, Mrs. Gillespie, members of the board, Mr. Taylor. It is with great honor that we share with you this evening about the Purple Star designation. The Virginia Purple Star designation is awarded to military-friendly schools that have demonstrated a major commitment to students and families connected to our nation's military and have completed all the requirements and activities. Schools that earn the award receive a special Purple Star recognition to display on site. Both schools have received our Purple Star, and it is proudly displayed in our office. We would like to recognize and thank two people particularly who have played a significant role in providing support to our schools. First, Penny Rowley, Marine Base Quantico School Liaison Officer, and two, Dieter Stinger, Executive Director of the Educational Enrichment for Young Patriots.
Mr. Stinger founded the Educational Enrichment for Young Patriots in 2009 as a valuable partner in the augmentation of public school education and development of next-generation leaders, emphasizing history and social sciences. Mr. Stinger has provided many learning opportunities at both of our schools. Mr. Stinger could not be here tonight, this evening, but we want to thank him for his support of our schools.
Through Penny Rowley's office, the Marine Corps Base Quantico Partners in Education program is an initiative through volunteerism that enhances the connections between the military, schools, and the civilian community, and helps military children and youth succeed in school, be better prepared for the future, and fit in their local community. The school liaison officer continuously supports both schools by providing information and supporting volunteer efforts at our schools. Thank you, Mrs. Rowley, for your dedication to our military-connected families and to our school communities.
Each year, April is set aside as a Military Child Appreciation Month and officially known as the Month of the Military Child. Our schools celebrate by participating and wearing the color purple. Purple indicates support for all branches of the U.S. Armed Forces through the combination of their colors. We would like to share with you tonight a few facts about our military-connected students. There are more than 1.6 million military children who face many challenges and unique experiences as a result of their parents' service. Nearly 80% of military children attend public schools throughout the United States. Military families move on average every 2 to 3 years, impacting military children through changing schools and support networks. The community partnerships in supporting our Purple Star designation has been instrumental to this recognition.
We would like to thank the many military personnel from Marine Corps Base Quantico who have volunteered on both of our school campuses, as well as our staff, to include our school counselors who take on very active roles by facilitating staff professional development, by creating the creation of a student ambassador program, and by planning a military spirit week and special events during the month of April to show support and spread awareness of military-connected students. Working together, we all proudly serve our school communities to enhance learning and promote academic success, especially for our military-connected children. We are proud to be receiving the recognition from our state as being military-friendly schools. Thank you for allowing us to share with you this evening.
Okay, we're going to move to 5 action items, and the 5 is approval of resolution in support of military children
Madam
and
Chair.
families.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could I make a motion for a 5-minute recess after since the recognitions are over?
Okay, can we just move on with, since this follows up with our staff that was just here, we'll just follow up with this one, then we'll take a break. Is that okay? Okay, we're going to move on. So can I have a motion for the resolution in support of military children and families?
I make a motion
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a resolution on the floor. Let me read the resolution. The resolution, whereas our county owes its daily freedoms to the members of the armed forces, their family members and loved ones who share in their service and sacrifice, and whereas military children provide unique and valuable perspectives on learning, friendship, and service to others, and whereas military-connected children often demonstrate resilience, perseverance, maturity, and cultural competence in the face of frequent moves, family separations through deployments, and reintegration following deployments. And whereas we celebrate the exceptional service, strength, and character of military-connected students and families in Spotsylvania County Public Schools, and whereas the School Board of Spotsylvania County Public Schools affirms their commitment to providing the resources and programs to support military-connected students academically, socially, and emotionally. And whereas the School Board of Spotsylvania County Public Schools calls for a continuous partnership between the military and the schools in collaboration with school liaison officers to support student achievement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of Spotsylvania County Public Schools supports all military-connected children and recognizes the month of April as the month of the military child to honor the contributions of our students from military families. Be it further resolved that the School Board of Spotsylvania County Public Schools expresses its sincere gratitude to military-connected students for their service to our great nation. And that was our resolution right there, and we have a motion on the floor to accept that resolution, and we'll just vote on it unless we have discussion.
I will just say something really quickly. Ms. Phipps? Just congratulations to the additional schools that were added to the designation. So I do appreciate that. I hope at some point we have all our elementary schools in that pot. So again, congratulations.
Thank you. Okay, we'll call it to a vote. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, so Mr. Busmo? We have a motion to recess. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
I'll take it.
Is there anyone in the audience who is military children connected to the military in the room? If you are, can you please stand up so you can be recognized? I am too. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to move right along into the, we're back at 5. We're up to 5.02, approval of the 2023-2024 Special Education Annual Plan. Ms. Langridge?
Good evening, Mrs. Phelps, Mrs. Gillespie, Mr. Taylor, Dr. Martin, and members of the board. Tonight, we ask for your consideration to approve the Special Education Annual Plan. The annual plan was reviewed with the school board at the last meeting and with the Special Education Advisory Committee on April 6th. The proposed annual plan for Spotsylvania County shares anticipated use of federal and state funds under IDEA for our students with disabilities. The plan is submitted annually to the Department of Education once approved by the school board and superintendent. It is the administration's recommendation that the school board review and approve the Special Education Annual Plan.
Thank you, Ms. Langridge. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2023-2024 Special Education Annual Plan application.
And I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Gillespie and a second by Mr. Twig. Discussion?
I have questions.
Okay, Ms. Shelley, go ahead.
Thank you. Were there any changes to the plan from last year?
To the plan?
Yes, what you're submitting to the state?
Sure. So there were some changes in terms of the fact that our December 1 count has changed, but we didn't project any position changes because while we do anticipate a slight increase in funding, that's still going to be needed to cover the likely salary increase we expect for the employees that are already identified in the plan.
And can you let the public know how many employees are in the plan?
Sure. We currently have 34 employees incorporated in the annual plan that comes from the state and federal funding.
And can you let the public know approximately how many special education employees we have with the county?
Sure, we have over 200 employees. I believe that number's 225. I'd have to double check the exact number.
Okay, so my point, nothing against what you did, is I want the public to understand that special education is very expensive. And we will continue to pay it to support our students with special needs, no matter what. But I want the public to see and understand that what we are getting from the federal government is nowhere near what is required to support our students with special needs. And I want to make sure that the public is aware of that. When IDEA went into existence, or probably before IDEA, the federal government is supposed to be supporting 40% of what our special education cost is. They're nowhere near that. And I want the public to know that. Now, Ms. Langridge, thank you. Why are we not adding more people into the plan so that we could maybe get more funding?
We don't make a submission to request funds. We make a submission to talk about how the funds will be utilized. So while we could certainly make changes to the positions, that would require us to remove positions. So if I wanted to add additional teachers, I would have to account for what's coming out of the plan, and currently we utilize all of the personnel that's in the plan directly providing support to students.
Whoops. They don't allow us to add anything without taking some out.
Correct, because we only can base it off of previous funding that's been received. So I can't put in and say, I need $10 million or anything like that. It's just based on that student count. Now, when we receive our funding, if we receive more than we did the previous year, we can always put in an amendment to say, we have more money, surprise, and now we can ask for additional positions, but that's not typically the case.
No, I know that's not the case. But I want the public to know this.
Thank you, Ms.
that-
Shelley.
I'm not done. Ms. Phelps, this is
I'm
important.
gonna,
These are our
I'm
students
gonna
with
stop you
special
right there
needs.
I'm just gonna stop you right there because there's something going on with our microphones. So, it's echoing through the TVs or, am I correct? It's echoing through the TV, so, if we can just take a minute for,
Well, thank you for
the
that
media,
clarification.
people to figure it out. Okay, that's much better.
So,
There
thank
you go. Okay, we're going to go on, and
So,
you have,
I'm not done.
Ms. Gillespie has the timer going on here, so, just so you're aware. Thank
Well,
you.
This is important. I think anything that we have to do with anything with our students, there should not be a time limit. So with that, before I continue, for
Okay,
our
we're gonna move on.
discussions, for our discussions
time?
this evening, I make a motion that for any of our discussions that have to do with budget, and this does have to do with budget, that there is no time limit put on the board members so that we can ask the appropriate questions. Budget is the most important thing that we will do this year to support the students of Spotsylvania County. So I move
And
that
I
there is
second.
no time limit for any sort of budget discussion this evening.
I second that. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and Ms. Shelley, the timer alarm went up, and Ms. Cole?
Can I make
Did
a
you second
substitute
it?
motion?
Okay, your substitute motion?
Could we just move it to 5 minutes instead of 3 minutes?
It's 5 minutes already. Discussion is
It's-
5 minutes already.
Ms. Cole, for informal discussion, it's 3 minutes.
No, that's not true.
There's a motion on the table right now. And for any discussion, no.
Okay,
No,
we're going to go
that's not
to, Ms.
enough.
Gillespie has the floor right now. She's making a substitute motion to have 5 minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
And I have a second by Mr. Twig.
Discussion.
Okay, and we're going to go on to discussions.
So, I find it very interesting that there are certain members of this board who, it just seems that they have no care about what's important, about doing this. Someone mentioned we had business to do. But when we do have business to do, that has to do with the funding, taxpayers' money, that we're not allowed to discuss it. Or we're limited to 3 or 5 minutes. And I find that disheartening. There is no transparency. And I honestly find it disgusting that when it comes to our students, the business that we need to do with the budget, that we get time limits, our mics get cut off, and I wonder what some people are afraid will be said. So I am going to vote against Ms. Gillespie's 5-minute because that's still not enough.
I have discussion.
Are you done, Ms. Shelley?
When I sit back and I
Okay,
turn
are you
off my
done, Ms.
mic,
Shelley?
that means I'm done.
Simply yes or no, are you done? Thank you. Seems like you're done right now. Okay, Mr. Twig? Or was it Ms. Cole? Somebody said something. Ms. Cole?
So, we are representing, each of us representing a significant number of constituents in our districts. And for any budget discussion or item that we have to approve that requires, I feel whether it be policy or funding, that we should be able to have a transparent discussion, get the answers, have follow-up questions if they're needed, so that we can make the best decisions possible. I mean, it's in our code of ethics that we are allowed to communicate so that we can do the best job possible for our school division. I feel as though, the board members who get the information early or actually create the information, you obviously don't have questions when you come to the meetings. The information is shared with us at very short notice. We're not given the opportunity to meet with Mr. Taylor or with our staff to have questions answered before the meetings. We're restricted from that. We have to send everything through you, and when we send emails to you or Mr. Taylor, you don't answer them. We get a canned response. Because of all of that, it it should be no restriction on our ability when we come to the dais in front of the public to be able to have this discussion. Because you, Ms. Phelps, Mr. Gillespie, Abusmal, and Twig never have any questions, doesn't mean that our time should be limited. The information that we come up with, because we are informed and actually, because we're not informed or communicated with, a lot of times, it actually will help you guys to, actually, I don't think it will help you because you've already made your decisions, but in any case, at least you get your vote. The least that you can do is to allow us to ask the questions and get answers for the sake of the taxpayers, our students, our staff, and other members of our community, so that what we do as a board, a full board, is transparent. And it makes sense that we get the answers that we need, so people understand what's going on and why we're making the decisions that we're making, whether they agree with them or not. And I am done.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. I do want to, I have a parliamentarian question for the attorney or the superintendent. Our policy, can we go back to what our policy says? And we have to suspend our policy. Am I correct? Suspend the policy and the rules.
Ms. Phelps, can you clarify, please? I know we're asking a question, but I'm just trying to understand what
To
the question
suspend the
is.
rules of our policy that we had voted on at the beginning of the year. I'm asking for the parliamentary opinion.
You just want to know information about suspending the rules?
Why do you have to
In order
suspend the rules?
to change our policy that we
We're
had.
not changing the policy.
Okay, we're looking, I'm looking to the attorney or the superintendent.
Ms.
And would we need a two-thirds vote in order for those motions to carry? So if we can just maybe let them come back to us. Mr. Busman, do you want to,
Can I go?
Mr. Twig?
Thank you. Hey, once again, to Ms. Cole, Ms. Shelley, thank you for telling the whole community that how we should act, what we should say, and what we are thinking. But again, that reflects your opinion, just for the record. And Madam Chair, my point was, but I think you just now got ahead of me and covered it. I'm under the impression that we need two-thirds vote to change, to accept either one of those motions. So, but I see the parliamentarians is looking into it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Busman.
So,
Haven't been doing it before.
so just, I don't want to set the precedent, but the reason I would support Michelle's motion of moving the time limit for tonight's discussion is, this is a budget work session, and I do ask board members to keep it towards the budget so we can have a very productive meeting. But during a budget work session, I do think that we should have ample time because we're in a pretty sticky situation right now. So I would support removing the time limit for tonight's budget work session so we can just address the questions. So.
I
Okay.
had
Go
a,
ahead, Ms.
I had
Gillespie.
a question for what you had stated, Mr. Busma. So when you said, I'm sorry, that you would like to have not a time limit on the budget work session, are you talking about the action items as well, or are you talking about just the budget work session piece?
What was the original? I honestly forgot.
Anything that had to do with money, budget.
For tonight's meeting. So again, just because it's a budget work session, I'd support anything having to do with the budget for tonight, to remove the time limit. Just for tonight's meeting.
All right, thank you.
So I think what Ms. Shelley asked with her first for the initial motion on the floor was to remove any time limit when it came to any action items or items on the agenda having to do with the budget, any budgetary matters. And for that sake, since this is a budget work session, I would support anything budgetary on tonight's meeting, not having a time limit so we can discuss it accordingly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bousma.
Can we call for a recess while we're waiting for our parliamentarian so they can maybe figure it out for us?
Okay, we're
Second
gonna,
motion.
we're gonna go into recess for 5 minutes till we can figure it out. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I thought we were trying to finish.
Over to the superintendent. Dr. Martin is not here, and therefore the superintendent would step into that role. So I'm going to have Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mrs. Phelps. That's right. Under policy BDDE, in the absence of the designated parliamentarian, in fact, the policy, I'll just read the sentence. If the school board chairman's designee is unavailable, the superintendent shall serve as the parliamentarian. Dr. Martin is not here. We do have his deputy here, Ms. Baller. We have Mr. Robinson, of course, our attorney. As it happens, and thank you for the opportunity for a brief consultation among us, because we are of a single mind and in full agreement on the interpretation of the matter under adopted policy. Comment on comment where there is no motion on the floor is limited to 3 minutes. Comment where there is a motion on the floor is limited to 5 minutes. And suspension of the rules or the policy in order to modify those parameters would be either by 2/3 majority vote or by unanimous consent of the board. So those are the parameters, and I hope that's helpful.
Ms. Phelps?
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Okay, Ms. Ms. Gillespie's withdrawing her motion. And so we're going back to Ms. Shelley's motion on the floor to have unlimited comments. However, it takes a 2/3 majority. So if we want to continue on with following our policy here and suspending the rules, we'll have to have a 2/3 majority vote.
I have a point of
However,
information.
it is at the discretion of the chair, and I would like to say this. So we have a motion on the floor right now for Ms. Shelley. However, we have to, there has to be a motion on the floor to suspend the rules first. So if we have a motion on the floor to suspend the rules, and then we can go with that, and then go back to the motion.
Point of order.
Okay, and go ahead, Ms. Shelley.
Thank you. So you broke Robert's Rules of Order. Is that funny, Mr. Twigg? You broke Robert's Rules of Order when you went into recess with a motion on the floor. So you just suspended the rules without a 2/3 vote. Also, when you put that policy into place, there should have been a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules to make a new policy. Because that policy, we have a policy to follow Robert's Rules of Order, which is 10 minutes twice of speaking. But again, you broke policy to change the policy, and you didn't do a 2/3 vote. I just want the public to understand that it only matters when it's for them, and that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. So we're going to, is there a motion on the floor to suspend the rules?
I move
So
to
seeing none,
suspend the
there's-
rules.
Okay, so,
I second.
and so we have to have a 2/3 vote on that. So let's call it to a vote.
The question being,
To suspend the
are we
rules?
suspending the rules?
So we can suspend the rules for the policy for that we have for speaking?
Thank you.
Point of order. Ms. Phelps, there's a motion still on the floor, so we do have to address that motion first.
We addressed the motion, but we have to suspend the rules before
But
we
That's fine,
vote
but we
on
still
that.
have a motion on the floor
Right.
that we need to vote on.
Okay, we have to suspend the rules in order to do that, and then go back to it.
That's
So
not
this
Robert's
motion is
rules,
to
so-
suspend the rules so we can go back to it.
Right, but that's not how Robert's rules work.
That's how it's read in there. That's how
There's
it's,
a-
You can
But-
vote on the
right, but
motion
there's
and then
currently a
go back
motion.
and
Whenever there's a
suspend the
motion on the
rules.
floor, we either have to vote on
Right.
it, or she has to rescind it. That's the only way we can
it
remove
affects the
it.
policy, the rules that we have already. So in order to follow the rules that are already in place, you have to suspend those rules first.
No.
So you
Right, but we still
suspend
have
the
a
rules.
motion on the floor.
You
though.
actually can vote on the
Okay.
motion,
Yeah.
and then you can go back and vote and motion to suspend
Okay,
the rules.
we're
That's the
going
proper order.
to, we're going to go on to suspend the rules, that way we can go back to the motion
You're out of order,
at
Ms.
hand.
Ms. Phelps. That is
Okay.
not Robert's
So
rules.
let's
We have to
ask,
finish the motion
let's
that is
ask-
on the table
let's-
first.
We'll ask Mr. Taylor and Mr. Robertson. So which,
I mean, it seems that it's almost a motion without distinction. In other words, the motion that's on the floor is essentially suspending the rules for unlimited debate. So that would essentially be the same thing and require a 2/3 vote. I know, and that's what we're saying,
That's
is
fine.
that you can vote on Ms. Shelley's motion, which is essentially a suspension of the rules. And so then you can go back and vote it, but it still requires a 2/3 vote. So it's a motion without a distinction, essentially.
so it's a motion without distinction, so in order to make the meeting run efficient, the thought is suspend the rules first and then go into the motion, but, it's cart before the
you already
horse
have
kind of
the-
thing. So if that's the preference of the board, we can go along with that, but it does need a 2/3 majority. So, is that how, Dr. Daniels, Ms. Shelley?
We still have to vote on the motion, whether it fails or not. It's still on the floor.
Right.
So.
So it's a
okay.
half a dozen to one. Which one do you do? So let's go, you know what? It's the chairman's discretion. We'll go with Ms. Shelley's. Can you pull those votes back, please? And we'll go with Ms. Shelley's.
That's the rules.
We'll go back to Ms. Shelley's vote, and then it requires a 2/3, and that would automatically suspend the rules. So we'll just combine them together. So does everyone understand the motion on the floor? Suspend the rules and, no. The motion on the floor, Ms. Shelley, can you repeat your motion so it's clear for my peers up here?
Mr. Twigg, are you going to listen since you didn't know what the motion was? Okay, thank you. The motion is to not have, spit it out, really, Ms. Gillespie?
Okay,
I want to make sure
we're
that
going to
you
go on. We're going to go
understand
on.
what
The
I'm
motion on the
saying.
floor is to have comments, no unlimited timeframe for comments, Mr. Twig, okay? We're going to move on there.
Well,
That's what
good.
the motion on the floor is. And that would suspend the rules. Okay, so the voting is up there, and we'll all take a vote.
What are they afraid of?
Okay, so we're going to move on to the next item.
When you say next, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, point of order.
We're moving back to the suspend the rules.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you say
Is
next,
that
I'm
what was-
thinking someone is coming up,
That was the discussion we
sorry.
just had.
Ms.
So-
Phelps, we no longer need to suspend the rules.
Right.
Because we've just approved that.
Okay, so we're going to go, we're going to move on
But
to the
but it
meeting,
needs to
okay?
be
I
by
have-
a two-thirds
Right.
vote, though.
Right,
Right, so it didn't pass.
okay.
Right.
So the motion failed.
they're
We're going to go on to
afraid,
Ms.
very
Langridge. We're going to go on to Ms. Langridge.
I think we were in discussion.
We
and I
were
know
still in
Ms. Shelley
discussion.
was wrapping up, so I'm not sure.
One last question.
Sure.
Is there any federal money in the plan that goes to private schools?
Yes, there are private set-aside funds that we're required to use for any students that come from homeschooling or the private school setting that are eligible for special education services. So we provide services through a service plan. We receive a set amount of money for those students, and then that money is allocated based on the number of students and the service that we're going to provide.
While I am thrilled that we can help those students that are in private schools, because the private schools don't support students with disabilities, that we are able to do that. But yet, there is something called federal accountability. And there are private schools that get federal money, but there is no accountability. And I would love for you to go through and look at some of the requirements for private schools. There are none. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Daniels?
Thank you again for your presentation, especially, I want to say last week that we were here 2 weeks ago. I just have a question regarding, first, do we currently have ESSER funding in this, like, special education teachers, pairs, that are part of the ESSER grant that are in this plan?
Not that are in the plan, no. We did receive some of our positions were allocated through ESSER funding, but that is separate from the annual plan.
Okay, and then my other question is, let's see, this. Do we know how many, so if those positions are not in this plan, the ones that are currently in our school district, the ESSER funding, they're funded by ESSER, but is there a way that we are going to?
Dr. Daniels, we had a very limited amount of services through ESSER that hasn't already been captured in another way since that was a multi-year grant. We have a handful of positions that will continue into next year, but I think it's 2. It's a very limited scope. We have captured those positions either through the grant or local funding for anything that we had that we still require.
Okay, thank you for that, because I was trying to figure this, because I know there's a time period, a limit on these positions, and we hired quite a bit. Are there any that are going to be going away that we're not going to? So they're
No,
there,
ma'am.
and they're most likely, hopefully, will stay there. throughout
Correct.
This budget. Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Ms. Phelps.
Anyone else? The motion on the floor is to approve the plan. Is anyone else? Ms. Cole?
I just want to say I appreciate you bringing the information back to us and giving us a little bit more detail. Thank you.
Ms. Phelps, I'm sorry, I did have one other question.
Okay, Dr. Daniels?
And this is, and again, I'm thinking about the plan, because I can't remember at this point, we just, students transitioning out of special education. As we know, the December 2020 JLAC report found that graduation rates among students with disabilities had improved, but they still lag behind at least 30% behind their regular peers. So are we accounting for that in the plan to make sure that we are helping those students transition? I just want to make sure we don't have any gaps since this is an issue, a statewide issue.
Yes, so we currently have 2 transition specialists that were brought in that began this school year, and they both of those positions support primarily our high school and our post-secondary programs to really help identify transition plans and support schools with those services.
Thank you.
Mr. Twig? Mr. Busma? Ms. Gillespie? Well, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I looked at all the documents, the attachments, not only the slideshow, but all the documents that are sent to the VDOE, and I appreciate everything that you and your team did to dot the I's and cross the T's on there, and I really appreciate it. So I think that's it. We're just, if there's no other questions, let's call to a vote. Ms. Cole? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Ms. Langridge. Okay, we're moving on to 5.04.
Ms. Phelps, point of order. We have the SEAC actually has and they've been trying to get us to vote to allow them to add their new members. I'd like to move to approve the new membership of SEAC at this time so that we don't have to, so that they don't have to wait, another month before the SEAC members can be approved. So I'd like to move to go ahead and approve the new SEAC members.
Okay, so
Second.
this is how, this is,
Second.
Ms. Langridge will probably explain it to you. She oversees the SEAC, so I think that she would be best to answer
Right.
that. Ms.
The board
Langridge?
has to vote for
So-
their members to be approved, right?
Right, and so
it's
Ms.
been
Langridge.
It's been moved and seconded.
Okay, let Ms. Langridge discuss it. It's inside the plan. Am I correct? It's inside the plan that she presented. So and I could be wrong, I've been wrong, but if you would like, Ms. Langridge, you have the floor.
Yes, so the school board does need to approve the members of the board. We received 4 applications on April 6th, so they are slated to come to the May meeting. There are no SEAC meetings between now and the next meeting, but I do have those applications to bring to the board at the May meeting.
Okay, so we're going to have that at the May meeting.
There's a motion on the floor.
Okay, we don't have the documents here, but we can vote on it. If you want to vote on not having the documents, by all means, if you don't have the information. If there's a motion on the floor and it's seconded,
Okay,
we
so
can call it to a
discussion.
vote.
So
Okay,
discussion. If
we
the
can call it-
SEAC, discussion.
You don't have the floor right now. If you let me finish, and then you'll have the floor. You don't have the floor right now.
Just turned off the mic again.
Right, that's what happened. We're ready? Okay, we're ready to move on. So does anybody have a discussion underneath that motion?
I have discussion, Ms. Phelps.
Very good, you have the floor, Ms. Shelley.
Oh, thank you so much. So, this is my thought. The SEAC members have reached out that they would like to go ahead and get these people approved. We received an email. understand that they're coming forward next month, and that's well and good, and I appreciate that. But there's a motion, and they would like to have them approved now. So I think it's a fair motion, and that's one less thing we have to do next meeting.
I have discussion, Ms. Phelps.
Okay, Dr. Daniels?
I'm just curious why, so we don't have the membership. Do you have the names right now?
I have the applications in my office. I can go get them.
Because, I mean, again, I don't feel comfortable, as always, not voting on something that's not in front of me. So it would be helpful to have those names if we're going to take a vote tonight. That's just my opinion, again. And what's the hurry? Like, what is the impact if we do it today or if we do it in May? Just trying to
None.
understand.
There's no meeting for SEAC currently scheduled. They are working on a May meeting, but it would not be held until after the school board meeting. So there would not be any impact to reviewing the membership today versus at the May meeting as scheduled.
Okay, so I just want to ask my board colleagues, why can't we wait till May?
Okay, well, I have discussion. So is it typical that the board would refuse membership to SEAC members who have applied?
Not to my knowledge.
And generally, the people who have applied for membership, they have been attending SEAC meetings. So with Ms. Phelps and Mr. Twig, they, I believe, are the SEAC reps now. I know Ms. Shelley has attended SEAC. We received an email of communication from SEAC, I don't know if it's the membership chair, asking that we go ahead and approve the membership. And, you know, since it's not typical that we would not approve the applications, you know, I don't see why it would be an issue with us going ahead and approving that, or at least moving forward to approve it. That's why I brought it up, Dr. Daniels.
Okay, I have discussion on this since I am the school board member that attends those meetings. And the meeting that I attend, the SEAC has their guidelines and their bylaws also that they follow. So as a school board member and a consultant there, they had their executive leadership changeover at just 2 weeks ago. And they got together their membership roster, current, they scrubbed it. The chair of that committee is fantastic. She's scrubbing it. She gave the documents to Ms. Langridge, and then we'll be presented with it all scrubbed. All the memberships are up to date following the SEAC's own bylaws. So that would be a discussion. I was there myself. That's how it transpired. So to wait till May to make sure that we have the current membership and it's followed through the chair of the SEAC, that we have everything in front of us. I don't feel comfortable like Dr. Daniels. I'm voting on something that wasn't sent to us and given to us right now while
Can we
we're
take
in
a
the
recess
process.
while she go get the list? Oh,
There's a
I'm
motion
st-
on the floor. We go
That's
back
fine.
to what
Sorry.
Michelle said. So, therefore, if there's no other discussions, we're going to vote on that. And this is a motion to accept the SEAC membership without the membership roster, going blindly until, and otherwise we'll wait until May, the May meeting, so.
I'll rescind my motion because that was not my motion. And if you guys, out of spite, just vote no, I don't want that to be an issue with the SEAC.
Well, thank you, Ms.
membership.
Cole, but that wasn't,
So I will rescind my motion.
And what was your motion you're
move on.
rescinding? Can
My
you-
motion was
exactly.
to approve
You're
the
interrupting me.
SEAC membership,
Okay.
period.
Very good. Okay, so let the record reflect that. And so Ms. Cole just rescinded her motion. Now we'll move on to, thank you, Ms. Langridge, I apologize. We're going to move on to 5.03, Food Operations Management Services with Mr. Trayer and Ms. Pitts.
Chair Phelps, member of the board, it's a pleasure to be here this evening. Tonight, we are here to provide you with a recommendation for approval of a new food service operating contract for Spotsylvania County Public Schools. As you are aware, our current food service operating contract is due to expire on June 30th, 2023, with no options available for renewal. As a result of this, on February 16th, 2023, Spotsylvania County Public Schools properly advertised a food service operation request for proposal, an RFP, for the upcoming fiscal year, which begins on July 1st. Proposals were received on March 22nd with a total of 4 potential vendors submitting proposals. Each proposal was scored by the RFP committee on 8 different criteria, which included price and cost, 25%, service capability, 20%, experience and references, 15%, financial condition and business practices, 10%, accounting and reporting systems, 10%, personnel management training and professional standards, 10%, promotion and marketing of the school nutrition program, 5%, involvement with students and staff, 5%, for total possible points of 100. 2 vendors were selected for interviews, and after the interviews were completed, the RFP committee has recommended Aramark Educational Services, LLC, to be our next food service operator. Estimated fees for this contract equals $620,000. A motion for approval, if presented, should be contingent upon final VDOE approval of the contract. With us this evening from Aramark is Mr. Justin Cruz, Vice President of Operations, Ms. Laura McMahon, the Regional Chef for Aramark, and Ms. Ches Bolig, District Manager for Virginia. Mr. Cruz, Ms. Bolig, Ms. McMahon, Ms. Pitts, and myself will be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Madam Chair, if I may, I would like to make the motion that our school board awards Aramark Educational Services, LLC, a 1-year contract beginning July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2024, as our division's third-party contracted food management services vendor. This award is contingent upon formal approval of the Virginia Department of Education, obviously. This contract will may be renewed for 4 additional 1-year contract terms upon approval of the Department of Education. That's my motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Twig. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Abusmo. Do we have discussion?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Shelley?
Thank you. Who was on the committee?
That's a...
Right now, we are, I'm still withholding the names of committee members as the procurement process has not completed. Tonight does not complete the procurement process. Actually, once you vote on it, assuming that it's affirmative, we will be sending it to VDOE for final review and approval, which we expect to be within 1 to 2 weeks.
And when will we know who was on the committee?
As soon as it's finally approved by the state.
Okay. Do we have the scores with the other vendors that applied as well?
Yeah, right now, we are withholding the scores until the procurement process is complete. They did range from 80.7 points to 89.2. That was the range.
Say that again?
It ranged from 80.7 to 89.2.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we did this correctly.
We did. We closely followed the recommendations from BDOE. In fact, we coordinated the RFP process before it was even issued. It was sent to the state for review and for comments. They did make a few comments. We adjusted according to their wishes. So they have seen the entire, they have overseen the entire process.
And then when I am asking this publicly, because when I request it later, I might not get it, because there are people who do not respond to my emails and don't answer, and for things that I have requested. So, when this is final, please share with the board all of the scores
Yes, ma'am.
and the members of whoever wrote the RFP and whoever was part of the scoring process.
Yes, ma'am.
So there might be two different sets of people, but I want to know who actually prepared the RFP.
And I can answer that right now.
Okay.
And that would be Ms. Pitts.
Just you.
In coordination with
Okay.
BDOE.
Thank you for that. But I would like to know who was on the scoring committee.
Yes, ma'am.
As soon as that's over, and then all of the scores.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I have all of the scores from the last time, from 2018, April 13th, 2018. I have all of those scores.
Yes, ma'am.
So I am, I'm, right now, comparing, because we didn't get this information ahead of time, people. And I just want to make sure that if when and I don't have time, because you know my time is limited, and this is why, because I could really probably say some things. But if they're not the same, if the scoring is not the same, then I will have something to say.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms.
Yes, ma'am.
Phelps, I have completed my comments.
Okay, moving on. Anyone else?
I have just a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you again for being here tonight. I have a question. On the point system, like price cost 25%, service capabilities 20%, who determines those percentages? How are they determined?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry. That was actually part of the template that the VDOE sent to us. So that was their recommendation and the draft that was sent.
So in other words, we can, as a board, we can, and you let me know, because I'm not sure what was done in the past, but as a board, if we want, for example, if we want to increase, for instance, experiences and references, we want to increase that to 25%, is that possible?
In the future, yes, as long as it does not override the
Oh.
price, has to be the highest scoring.
Oh, so the price and cost has to be the
It has
highest, no
to be
matter
the
what?
highest, no
Okay,
matter what.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's good to know. That's all I have for that, because I'm assuming that at some point, we as a board will look at the process
And yes, in the
again.
future, if you all have suggestions, we can send those to VDOE to review. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's only if I'm blessed to be here next year. You'll probably see me again next year.
Anyone else?
Yeah. So, one thing that I'd like to ask, because it wasn't clear with one of the comments that was made, I think at the last meeting when I was watching, or a meeting before when we were asking about who was on the committee. At no point in time was anybody on this board part of this process. Was there at any point in time anyone on this board part of the process?
No.
Okay. Thank you. And is now, are the Aramark representatives here to be able to tell us a little bit about themselves and how they will plan to transition our food services, and, you know, to give us a little bit more information about you, because I really feel like I don't know anything.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Cruz.
Everyone can hear me? Good, look at that. So I'm Justin Cruz. I am the Vice President of Operations for the East Region of Aramark. So for us, when we put together our proposal, and thank you very much for accepting our proposal, we did it with a transition in mind, and we started with the employees on the ground that are helping and supporting our students and feeding them every day, to where we made sure we made every effort to make sure that we built a plan that would take on all of the legacy employees and keep them whole, because we understand that it is tough to find people that want to work in our schools and work with our children and the impact that they have every day. So we started there, and then we built a transition plan that would properly communicate out to all of our students as well as to the entire community, because it's a big change that the district is making, to where we have what we call an Aramark announcement, to where we mail it to every home within the county, to letting them know on one side, hey, that Aramark is here, check out our menus, get them excited for a change, get them excited for what's going on our plates for our students. And on the other side of that mailer is, if you didn't know, we're hiring, just to make sure that we, are extending ourselves as far as possible to attract any new employees, anyone that, once you have students that are outside the school system, maybe they're not getting the message, about, possible open positions or things like that, to where it's double-sided in that way. So we extend that announcement out to everybody. In addition to that, we have a few different training sessions scheduled. So one of the first sessions we have scheduled is for, as soon as we are approved by the board here, hopefully, we schedule like a transition meeting with the employees to talk to them about their benefits, talk to them about their pay, talk to them about their schedules, making sure that we keep everything as whole as possible for those employees. For when we take over July 1, we can hit the ground running. And we try to do that as early as possible so that there aren't any gaps in our benefits for our employees, especially over that summer months, especially as they're transitioning, because transition's hard for them too. So we try to make them as comfortable as possible, as quickly as possible. And a part of that training is making sure that they're comfortable with the menus. A big part of the menus is that we do send out a survey, especially to our high school students and our middle school students, about the menu. What do they want to see? What do they eat outside of school? What do they eat in school? What do they like to eat? And then figuring out and crafting a menu that we present to you as a board and to the district overall, to make sure, like, hey, this is the data that the students told us, which is why you're seeing, an atomic burger on the menu made with sriracha, because students are telling us that they love flavor and they love spice. Making sure that they're, of course, meeting the USDA compliance, but that part gets to the students in the month of May before the school gets out, so that we can adjust and craft where when they come back to school, they have like, oh yeah, I took that survey back in May, and like, this is what we're eating. And then again, training on just USDA compliance. And for us, one of the big things that we are doing is, for the on-site leader in the district, we are including the administration in the interview process. Nobody knows Spotsylvania County like you do. And we don't want to take for granted that, we know food service, so we know everything. We want to make sure that we are partners in, the team on the ground and how we present ourselves and how that team interacts with the community. In addition, we want to be out in the community. One of the big things that we're really proud of is our community service and how we interact with, the communities that we're involved with. In fact, we're doing a Habitat for Humanity project in Philadelphia this upcoming Thursday as part of our Aramark Building Communities Day. So we have that kind of scheduled on the calendar in each of our communities to do some of that give back and do some of that getting ingrained in the community, because we understand that, if we have to get the community comfortable with the decision too. Is that helpful?
That's helpful. I have two more questions. We have an adult special needs program that will often, they're basically getting trained and getting experience and working, and so they've been able to transition into jobs. A lot of times with our food services or in the cafeteria. So can you tell me about their ability to continue to be integrated into jobs with Aramark?
1,000%. So for us, continuing that program would be awesome for us. We partner with districts in many ways. In other states are called like lifestyles programs, to where they are, getting those on-the-job skills while they're in school, or there are adults that are getting those on-the-job skills, whether that be stocking or dishwashing or depending on their skill level, even cooking, to where we do that partnership step by step with them as well, to where if there is that ability, we would first want to make sure that from the district, from the district side, that we are collaborating in the right way, that this is a program that if there are any issues before, or any missteps that happen, that we correct those or kind of on the front end, and then build a program that is sustainable. But that is something that we already do with many of our districts, and we would continue doing.
And my last question is, I understand with our food services before, for vending machines in our schools, that's actually contracted out. I would love for, like our kids to actually be able to, that not to have to happen. But I'd like to understand, because that's the way that it was set up before, my assumption is that that would be something that, again, we would go through Aramark. I don't think that the former contractor, I think they contracted that out to another service. So how in those cases where we have vending machines in our schools, and to restock the vending machines and things like that, how does Aramark handle that so that we can have, properly stocked on an ongoing basis, because that's an issue for our kids that need snacks during the day?
So we do it in a couple different ways. So if there's an existing contract and you guys are happy with the existing contract, we would partner with them and kind of address some of those gaps, right? Whether it be a delivery schedule or a refilling schedule, kind of figuring that piece out. In many districts, though, we take that on as part of our duties, as part of our contract, and then we have a stocking schedule. We fill it with smart snacks to where the vending machine is available during the day. If they're if they're a vending machine meant for after school, we also provide those those treats and those snacks as well. But that is a part of our schedule of duties that we would provide. So we first make sure, check with the contract and make sure that if the district is happy with the current provider, that we readjust it. And if not happy with the current provider, we take it over and address it that way. Because in a lot of ways, those are, when you have a sporting event or you have any like passive sales, especially, that's money that's not going to the district that should be, especially for, things that are after school or even just during the day for the students in the hallway and want, a quick bite.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Mr. Busmo?
So first and foremost, thank you guys for coming out. It's only 8 p.m., so you guys got lucky tonight. Just one main question is, I know we've been with the previous vendor for quite some time. The cafeteria staff have gotten used to their way of operation, their way of doing something. It's going to be it's easy to make a vote. It's going to be more overwhelming for them, the soldiers on the ground, to get used to a whole nother company coming in. Is there like an onboarding process with the current managerial staff there, like with people? Because I know some managers within the school system started off as regular cafeteria staff, cafeteria workers, and then got promoted to the manager of that school. How would that onboarding look like for that staff?
Many of those employees are our employees, the managers that you're talking about. So they will continue to work with the management company, but their checks will still be coming from Spotsylvania County Public Schools.
Okay.
So their benefits will remain the same.
Okay, and for the regular, just the regular cafeteria staff, is there?
Yeah, so our transition process, first and foremost, our human resource director has been in touch with the chief human resources officer of the district, and they are the target is to partner together to make sure that it's a cohesive message for a change, so that it isn't there isn't a separation between Spotsylvania County employees and new Aramark employees. We want to make sure that it's just kind of one team because we're all here to serve students. Secondly, we would have a team come on site to do some of that transition. We do it in small groups to where our human resources director is there, other human resources specialists are there with us as well to walk them through the onboarding, making sure they're filling out their paperwork, I-9s, all those good things, but then also answering questions. We find that doing it in a smaller group is better than a large group because then, sometimes when there are large crowds, people are, not as willing to ask questions. To where when you have a much smaller group, people are willing to ask the questions, and then we do send out a few frequently asked questions piece to where there's that communication out there. Additionally, when we have meetings and as we're going back to school and doing those trainings, we have a full training schedule kind of a line for not only managers, but for the hourly employees as well. And we kind of ended with like, a back-to-school kind of barbecue just for the employees, where our management team cooks for the employees, because they spend the year kind of cooking for everybody else. So it's kind of one of those opportunities where we let us take care of you, but it's one of those opportunities to break bread, to where we're breaking bread, we're getting to know one another, but also, being able to talk and kind of let our hair down a little bit before the school year starts. So that's one of the things that we like to do, especially for the employees. It's an opportunity, again, to connect and to kind of build trust, because we understand that it is a transition for them, and they're going to be a little leery to trust something new and something different. So, it's one of those great opportunities to do that with them.
It's very exciting.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Phelps?
Ms. Gillespie.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether I can ask these questions, Mr. Traer. Is it appropriate for the RFP process to ask what is the price per meal? Is that appropriate?
Yeah, we have a.
I'm sorry, can you
Speak in the
talk into
microphone.
mic? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We have a working price of $1.49 per meal with this proposal.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then my other question, and just tell me if it's appropriate or not. If not, no big deal. What is the cost of any kind of management? Do we know?
Yeah, the management proposal is $310,000. There's an admin, which is also $310,000, roughly 7 cents per meal.
Okay. All right, and something that I hear the kids, and it probably piggybacks on something somebody already said up here, but something I hear a lot from the kids is where they do the milkshakes and stuff like that, or the little smoothies. They like being able to just kind of grab that and take it to class. So I was just wondering, do you guys do stuff like that, like a la carte? Can they purchase an item? Another question, so this is two different things. They want, after they purchase their meal, then they might just want just the entree, or they just want a little bit more green beans. Can they do that, or do they have to purchase a whole meal? So it's two questions, sorry.
So let me start with, I guess, that last part. So, students are able to purchase, kind of anything a la carte, right? They don't have to purchase a whole nother meal.
Okay.
If, in full disclosure, I have a 13-year-old who's eating me out of house and home, and when he wants a second slice of pizza, he doesn't have to purchase a whole meal in this scenario. He just purchases a second slice of pizza or a second burger. He eats like everything. So there's that piece to where, they're not having to purchase a whole other meal to get that, those extra green beans or fruit or anything like that. From the fun stuff, and I call it the fun stuff, like the smoothies and the milkshakes and things like that, our plan does include all of that, right? Because what we know is that, in a lot of ways, the Guy Fieri's and the Bobby Flays are the rock stars of today, where the number one channel for children, ages, 6 to 17 is Food Network. It's something that everybody watches. It's family friendly. You don't have to worry about what's on there, except for your student or your child might want to eat spicier food or try different flavors. Like that becomes like the risk. So to that end, we are incorporating those things. When I mentioned a survey for the middle schoolers and the high schoolers, we can also do a survey that goes to elementary student parents. We don't necessarily survey elementary students, but we can do a similar quick Google survey that goes to the parents about what they want to see on the menu as well. And kind of try to balance some of those fun things with some of the healthier things that we want students to do, as well as exposing them to different items and different foods and different flavors as well. So
Okay.
that is all included in our proposal here.
All right, and I don't know what the stance is anymore on, because I attended a food service. What? Sorry, I forgot to turn my time back on. I went to a food service task force meeting many moons ago, and something that was the area of great concern that day was the dreaded cheese sandwich. So I know this is probably old, and you may not even participate with that anymore, but I just wanted to see what you guys do in the case of the child not having the funds on their account is it like a cap on how many meals they can receive before they don't receive anything at all? I've even heard of in some instances, some people do, like in high school, if they don't have money on their account, then they don't get food. Or in middle school, they'll do like 5 or 10 meals, and then after that, they don't get any more food. Or they'll just get a cheese sandwich.
So in those instances, we defer to whatever the district policy is. We don't have our own policy.
Okay.
Because in a lot of ways, we're in the business of feeding students, right? And understanding that every student situation is different. We try our best to partner with districts to align a policy. And whenever we're aligning policy, we can come up with whatever the alternative meal is if we need one. In many districts that we operate, we don't do any kind of lunch shaming in that way, because the cheese sandwich in a lot of ways is a shaming piece, to where we serve the same meal, and because a lot of ways, feeding students is, in the money on the accounts and things like that, is out of the students' hands. To where we try our best to align with the district on what that policy is. We will do everything we can to support it, whether that be sending out additional free and reduced lunch applications, guiding a district through adding additional schools to the CEP program. If there's a larger issue, we partner and have in our proposal to institute a food pantry, to do backpack programs. Like, we look for every way we can to feed students and be better partners. And so I guess to answer your question, in some, we will align to the district's policy. If the district doesn't have a policy, we will work together on creating one.
So pretty much what I gathered from that is if there is any kind of need that a child may have, your company
Yeah.
tries to figure out how to meet that need.
Yeah, we're not in the business of saying no to students. It's really hard to, when you see a child that's hungry, especially
Right.
especially on Monday after a weekend, or even like a holiday weekend, for breakfast, and to deny or take food away, that's not our place. And we try to do our best to educate our employees on the ground the same way, because it's kind of their moment of truth in a lot of ways when they're, seeing the negative balance. And we try to take them out of that, because let that be a job for us as a collective to collaborate on what that looks like.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you answering my questions.
No, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple things. So I appreciate you guys coming up here and answering questions for us, and your time coming up here. I would ask you, one of you to just give us a 30-second what Aramark is all about, how many employees. And so the reason why I'm going with this is just, it's a huge change for a lot of us here. So, and some of us don't like change, and some are okay with it. So, a little bit, I have heard that, a lot of people don't know about Aramark. So, and I've done my research. I just went online to look at it, but just for the public to know, who else do you serve, in the community, where y'all come from? Are you an American, a company in the United States? Do you actually come from another country? What does that look like? What does Aramark look like?
Right, so Aramark is a publicly traded company based out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We have multiple lines of business across school food service to collegiate hospitality. We do stadiums. We do big events and convention centers. We also do leisure, to where if you ever want to go to Denali in Alaska, we take care of you there too. In the state of Virginia, I see your Hokie hat over there. We do the concessions, the sports and entertainment concessions for Virginia Tech. In student nutrition, we also service Poquoson City Schools as well as Salem City Schools. We also are on the collegiate hospitality side, VCU as well as University of Virginia. If you ever see a truck driving down the highway, driving down the road with a big Aramark and a star on it, a big star on it, we do uniform services. We also do custodial services as well. So we're a multinational but American-based company, looking at food and facilities.
Thank you. So we do have a great career training center here, and which we also have a wonderful chef, but he's retiring, but I'm not going to go there right now, but we do have the hospitality program that's in there. So the question would be is the partnership from within our career training center to Aramark is, do you have experience with it, or is it something where, you know, you would kind of just jump on board with us all in? Because I do know that we do some competitions for food service, and we have a wonderful hospitality room that was just renovated and remodeled. So when you said hospitality, I went, we have a diamond in the rough here, and I don't know if you've been there yet, but so I would highly suggest if anybody has the time to go check it out. But so that would be my follow-up question there as far as a partnership.
So for us, we look for ways to partner. In some districts, from a culinary perspective, we are the ones doing the culinary classes ourselves. You know, on our proposal includes like a chef to where we do culinary clubs at the high school level. You know, we started it as a way for students that, you know, were interested in food and want to talk about food, so we can kind of pick their brains on what goes on the menu. And in some cases, it turned into, for some students, you know, another way to have a picture in the yearbook. But on the other end, it really turned into teaching them how to cook and just, you know, basic things, you know, recipe reading, measuring, and like taking those to the next level. With some districts, we buy all the food for the culinary department to where they can, you know, not have as much of a worry from a cost perspective, especially as the students, you know, in some instances are, you know, or their parents are paying dues for that club. You know, we try to help mitigate costs that way. But any and every way we can, you know, and Do Nutrition, you know, we believe that we are powering potential when it comes to our students, you know, their potential, the potential of our districts to do more for their communities. That's kind of our tagline. That's kind of what we believe in, and what we are looking for, different ways that we can. So if there's an opportunity to partner together, we're all in.
So I'm going to give a little plug here. But so we have students that are going through there and that are looking for jobs. So if you can write those in your notes, that would be fantastic if you could look at that, and that way our students could maybe go to work in our food service from within the school. It was just an idea that just popped in my head right now while you were speaking.
So if I can add, in some instances, we've had, you know, some of those culinary club members or some of those students that were interested in food service come do a day in the life with the food service director, you know, kind of see what goes into it from a student nutrition side. We've also had some of those students come with us to our healthcare facilities that are now future dietitians. If they have, you know, that clinical, what they're into is you know, I want to go be a dietitian, or thank you, clinical interest. We've done the same thing at our collegiate and at our colleges as well. You know, kind of day in the life, do a job shadowing, and kind of figure out if this is the direction they want to go with it, whether it's like business or hospitality management, and going that direction. So we partnered at that level as well, and kind of taking advantage of some of our partners in other lines of business and other sectors, in driving home, you know, kind of a one Aramark for our partners.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your time coming here. I appreciate it.
Ms. Phelps, can I ask one last quick question?
Mr. Boozemel, and
Just really quick about policy, your company's policy regarding pay for staff during school breaks.
So we built a proposal. So when we were going through this RFP process, we had requested some things, and one of those things would be, you know, current employees' wages, current employee days. So we did not receive those from the current provider. So we kind of built a model that, you know, kind of used market data for both days and pay. So when we built the model, that's, you know, kind of what's in there for breaks. Now there are opportunities for employees to work over extended breaks, as you do have a summer feeding program, to where we have that ability to do that. We also built in holidays and vacation days for our employees too. Understanding that, you know, things happen and they family emergencies, things like that, to where if they need some time, they can take it.
That was my question.
Ms. Phelps, I had.
Ms. Cole? Ms. Cole?
She said that was her
That was-
question.
She had the same question I
She had
did.
the same
Oh,
question.
oh, okay.
Yes.
Dr. Daniels?
Thank you again for being here. This contract is just for 1 year. Am I understanding that correctly? Just 1
Correct.
year.
So it's 1 year with the option for 4 renewals. So we would be back to you next year asking
Okay.
for a renewal.
Okay, thank you. So my follow-up is, so as we know, we have 23,000 students that we're serving. And at some point, we need to assess what we're doing. Do we need to improve things? Do we need to get feedback? How are you going to go about getting feedback on what you do? And how will you know there's areas for improvement in this year?
Understood. So, so we do that in a couple different ways. So when I said that we survey the students, we also are going to ask you in the early part of the year to survey us. You know, how's Aramark doing? It's called a global client survey. We send that to all of our clients. We send that to board members. We send that to administrators. We send that to principals. We want like a 360 view about how well we're doing. Additionally, on a monthly basis, we sit down with the district we call it a monthly joint review. We talk about, you know, it starts off with the fluffy stuff, the fun stuff, like, hey, here's all the great things we did over the last month. Here's, you know, student engagement. Here's a sticker survey we did where, you know, the students tried this, you know, new dish, and they got a sticker just for trying it. And then we can kind of show that piece. Then we dive into, you know, open positions, kind of where we are from a staffing perspective. And then we go into that financial piece where we talk about how we're trending toward, on our financials, to where the district is, it's all about transparency. And this is exactly where we are, and it's a month, and it happens on a monthly basis. And then twice a year, we ask to come in before you, and we call that a client business review, where we review the entire business for that trailing 6 months. You know, here's how things are going. Here's some of the things we've done in the community. Here's your trend for meals. Are more students eating? Where they're eating more, and then and then kind of presenting you like a financial outlook as well for the district. Additionally, we are presenting this upcoming fall a client dashboard to where to where administrators can just log in to see how meal sales are doing at a building level, to where if we're at, you know, Chancellor Middle and their you know, meals are through the roof, but Battlefield Middle is, you know, lagging behind, we use that data internally to say, hey, let's talk to the principal, let's figure out what's the difference, you know, what's working, what's not working. But then that would also be at our administrators' fingertips as well, to be able to see that in live time, so they don't have to necessarily wait for the monthly joint review.
Oh, I definitely appreciate that, because, I mean, our students, we have them. They're the best. If they're eating the food, we want to hear from them.
Well, and that's why we try to survey them as early as possible, right? Because we want to feed them food they want to eat. Like understanding that they are going to have to eat their vegetables, and we're going to have to serve vegetables. We have to be USDA compliant. But I like to say that, you know, some people think the box is this big. We think the box is that big. And we make nutritional menus that meet and exceed VDOE expectations, but also are flavorful and the students want to eat. But we also have to meet them at their level too.
And I'll just say this one last piece. Yes, I mean, you brought up the Hokies. Yes, I don't know if anybody knows, but this is decision day for most of our high schoolers. So this is why we, you know, wore our collegiate material. So anyway, so going back to the students, the population. Wait a minute. Let me ask this question. Do you have any other schools in Virginia that you service, that Aramark service?
Yes, Salem City, like in the mountains in Salem, in like Roanoke area. And then Poquoson, which is a peninsula right on the coast.
Okay, thank you. And there is a statute, anti-shaming law that was passed in 2018, so I'm sure you're familiar with that. So yes, we still have to go by the law, the statute.
So, you know, I would say, like, from a progressive standpoint on that shaming piece, Virginia is well ahead, and same with the state of Pennsylvania, well ahead. There are other states that do not have those statutes, and it's, you know, kind of heartbreaking.
I was applauding you for saying that it's up to, you know, the policy of the board. Of course, we follow the statutes, the Virginia law. But we also have, and just going back off the student, there's a diversity of students. We have a diverse population here. And some school districts, their cafeteria may say, you know, they may survey the students because of different, you know, holiday months, whether it's African American History Month, Hispanic Heritage Month. do you have any, what's the other, and I probably missed several, so just to say, but do you have any plans to try to incorporate some of those maybe holidays or months for students? Because, I mean, again, we are a diverse school district, and I just want to, not saying that this is part of what, your RFP or whatever, but I just want to hear, how do you plan on incorporating some of that? If you do you have any plans to do it, and what does that look like?
Yes, so from a corporate level, we partner with and have culturally diverse menus, and we also depending on the time of the year, depending on what the holiday that we're celebrating, we pull some of those chefs in to help design some of those menus. So for African American History Month, we had an African American chef series that we did from African American chefs that work for Aramark, that work in some instances in HBCUs, that also do that present those different menus. And giving those different flavors and tastes. In other districts, we also have done international days, to where if there are members of the community that want to come in and teach us how to cook something, teach our chefs how to cook something, we do that together, and we make sure that it's nutritionally compliant. But also we do that as a sampling if we can, or like make that as part of the main dish and kind of identify where this is from, and give praise to the family that took the time out to teach us how to make something that is culturally significant to them. So we try our best to, meet students and families where they are. And that's why it's so important for us to get it into the community as soon as we can.
Yes, thank you so much for that, and I will definitely hold you to that. Sorry.
Ms. Phelps, I just have a couple follow-ups.
Okay, Ms. Gillespie.
Thank you.
Ms. Gillespie was next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm going to ask another question I don't know if I can ask, so just smack my hand if I can't. How much is your starting salary? Can I ask that, Mr. Trayer?
I don't see why you can't ask that. I will defer to Mr. Cruz.
I was going to say our starting salary was at least $13 an hour when we built it, and we built it based off of the market data. If we have any employees that are above that, our target is to meet them at their level. We're not bringing anybody backwards.
Okay, thank you. And then, so we have things that we do, well, not that we do, but that our current food servicer does. Not saying whether it's good or bad or anything, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they do like a future chef competition. What do you guys give back, like that kind of stuff, like community related, getting down into the schools, stuff like that?
So we actually just, 3 weeks ago, what's that? Well, I'm going to pass it down to Chef Laura.
Hi. Can you hear me? So we are working right now with our marketing team to put together a junior culinary alliance. We currently have a culinary alliance, which is a collaboration of our best chefs throughout our line of business. We work together and collaborate on bringing new recipes, market trends. We test new products together, and then hence increase our cultural diversity in recipes across all of our schools throughout the United States. And we thought it'd be a great idea to turn that into a junior culinary alliance and use some of our chefs in the alliance to kind of be ambassadors of that program and put it into our schools, kind of paying it forward, getting involvement with the community, working with the students. We've done it in a couple of our schools already with great success, a junior chef competition. But we're just going to carry the name over. We have our Culinary Alliance through Aramark Student Nutrition, and we're just going to parlay that into a Junior Culinary Alliance using our chefs within the alliance to build that program and put it into our schools and engage with the students and get them excited about cooking with us and putting some of their recipes on menus in their own schools.
And if I can add to that, so we have done culinary competitions. You had mentioned like Future Chef. What we've tried to do is take what they're seeing on TV, and one of the more popular cooking competitions is Chopped, to where in our Scranton school district in PA, we actually just did like 2 or 3 weeks ago our at the middle school level, their Chopped Junior, to where they got a mystery basket of ingredients, and them and a partner, they signed up to do this competition. And we're probably going to ask you guys to be some of the judges, because it was one of the more fun times that you'll have, is seeing how creative our students can get with, a mystery basket of ingredients and, a pantry that they can kind of cook from. And our chefs and our team on the ground were there to, oversee, but also kind of help it along. But it was one of the more fun times. I guess to the larger community, kind of how we give back. You had mentioned our fees are cents per meal, or and included in that fee is our givebacks, right? To where we are spending some of our money to go into the community, whether it be, I had mentioned backpack programs, whether it be book drives, or in other districts, our partners or your partners, to where we saw a need for, we saw attendance waning, especially in that month of November, where, it starts really, really high, students are excited to come back to school, but then by the time November comes, there's like a dip. To where our partners in General Mills partnered with us, and we did a bike competition, and all students had to do was come to school. And they got their name entered, and we got the superintendent to, just randomly draw a student's name, and they won a bike, and we got the bike delivered just in time for Christmas. We did it again in the spring when there was that dip in March, just before spring break. So we look for different ways to interact in the community, and then we look for different ways to make our partners your partners and get them to do things like that as well.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You guys have answered all of my questions very well, I must say. Thank you.
Ms. Shelley?
Thank you. Well, before I go on, this is for Mr. Abusmal and myself. March was Arab American History Month, and I can teach you how to cook Arabic. So there you go. So who will be the staff here in Spotsylvania? Any of you will be here?
So.
I mean, like the head, like not, I don't mean like work, I mean like
Understood.
the director.
So in our proposal, we included a resident district manager. So Ches right now is the district manager for the state of Virginia. There will be one just for Spotsylvania County. And our target is to provide you with your choice of them, to make sure that the leader that's leading our team is one that represents you, but also is a person that you feel comfortable with, and that is going to be transparent and follow up on all the things that I just promised. But that's also my job too, is to make sure that the things that we promised in our proposal that we're talking about tonight come to life. We have a few great candidates that we want to present to you. We also have candidates for other roles that are ready to come on board, including our human resources director. We included a controller to make sure that from a costing standpoint that we're purchasing the right items, but also making sure that we're meeting to our financial targets. We included a chef. We included a marketing communications person, because some of the things that we heard tonight, we need somebody that is trumpeting some of those great things that are happening in food service and happening in the cafeterias. So we hired a marketing communications person just for that piece as well, to make sure that the message is getting out. So we have those roles, kind of stocked and ready, with a team that's excited to come work in Spotsylvania County. We've seen so much applicant flow. We have people that live in Chicago that want to come move back here. It is insane.
That's good news. Now, the two school divisions that you mentioned that you're here, that you have in Virginia, are very small. So we have 24,000 students here. Do you have any idea on the number of meals that you will be serving per day?
Yes, so understanding that they are, on the smaller side, we also operate as a region. Chicago Public Schools is, the third or fourth largest district in the country. So we are definitely aware of the scale that we're talking about. We in a lot of ways embrace that, and especially and have built a team that has some of those experiences as well. Like in a Trenton, New Jersey, that's a larger school district as well. One of our proposed number ones is from there, to where she understands, feeding in a larger environment, feeding in a culturally diverse environment as well, and what that looks like, and how we be as culturally sensitive but also dynamic as we can.
Okay, but do you have an idea of how many meals and what do you have a plan to increase the number of meals that are already being sold?
Yes, so from a lunch perspective, when we looked at participation, it was depending on the school, because we do have some of the schools that are on the community eligible provision where they are all free. Those students are participating at a much higher rate. So in the 60s, mid 60s, to overall participation at lunch looks like it's right around 13 to 14,000 meals a day. And then on the breakfast side, it's a little lower, maybe closer to like 7,000 or 8,000. But our plan is to grow those meals. That's why we start with the survey of the students. And then when we went to the meeting ahead of time, it was held in the afternoon, to where we didn't see actual service, we were able to see products. And one of our thoughts and kind of how we built our whole proposal was around changing food quality and changing what we're purchasing and changing what's being served, to where we have information from students, better quality food, dynamic menus to drive participation, and then constantly seeking feedback from these students on, does this work, does this not work? Especially in our CEP schools, where if you're a student in one of those schools, you have to eat something, or you have to see something, at least 7 times in order to trust that it's going to be there the next time you like it. Because one of the things that we found out, and we've partnered with Rutgers University, doing like poverty surveys and doing surveys of students that are in those CEP schools, what we learned is that, they're very risk adverse. That might be the only meal they have that day, or maybe, between breakfast and lunch, they have that's it, to where they're going to go with something they trust. And in order for them to trust us, we have to keep presenting it to them and keep surveying them and letting them know that, yes, it's going to be there, keep sampling with them, and then bring it back to them, and kind of market it like, hey, that new, I'll use the Atomic Burger, the new Atomic Burger with the sriracha seasoning, it's, that you sampled last week is on the menu this Wednesday, and kind of drive participation that way, to where they can kind of see it and learn it and trust it, and then trust that we're going to keep bringing those things. So we kind of built a plan around that to keep growing the participation.
Thank you. I've got one more question, but I'm going to ask you before I ask my last question. I know what CEP is. I think all the board members here know what the CEP program is.
Sorry.
Could you tell the public, because you've said it a lot, but I think it's very important for the public to know what the CEP is.
Absolutely. So the CEP stands for Community Eligibility Provision, which allows the board and the district to cluster certain schools together, depending on their individual student percentage, to make all those meals in those buildings free. So depending on the clustering, you can, you get a variable rate of the reimbursement, whether it be the free or the paid. You do have to recertify that every 4 years. I, in a lot of ways, call myself a specialist when it comes to CEP, because I have worked with so many districts that have made that transition either from non-CEP to CEP, or extended and expanded on the clustering of those schools. So when we're talking about CEP, we are talking about students eating for free in those buildings, where you are seeing the need and seeing. And what we saw is that we have opportunities in that participation, and kind of getting those kids to eat more food with us and eat more meals, and expand our after-school program and expand our dinner program as well.
Thank you. I think that cleared it up for everybody. And my last question is, do you have any internal training so that for advancement, so someone who starts just doing lunches, serving lunches, but then they have some initiative and drive, and I think most of our employees do, or your employees will, so that they can advance?
1,000%. So when you're partners with Aramark, our partnership also extends to frontline education programs, because we have employees, to your point, that start working with us because they need a job to do while their kids are in school, and then they learn that they love it, and they learn that they want, and they figure out they want to grow. But the USDA requires, especially for a district of this size, for you to have at least a bachelor's degree at minimum to continue to grow. To where we partner with Arizona State to provide over 20 different degree programs for our employees that they can participate in free of charge for them. They are able to, as long as they're an employee within good standing and working their normal schedules, they can apply to that program, be accepted into that program, and then take classes online to get their college degree. And what we've seen is employees are super excited for that, but it also gives them a pathway to where they can continue to grow their career. We have seen employees, and we have grown employees from the cashier or the server that have grown into being a food service director at a smaller school district, and then coming back to their larger home base to continue to serve, to where we're looking at creating more opportunities for those employees. But that is kind of where we start, and kind of helping our employees get college degrees to where they can meet those professional USDA standards.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Have two questions. I'll go ahead and ask both of them because they're both food related. So if you can, I know those are a lot of meals, but sort of explain how fresh the meals are, versus packaged coming to our kids, and then also how do you address like peanut allergies or different types of food allergies that kids might have, and making sure that those meals are prepared separately, or training on that or what have you.
Understood. So I guess to start with the freshness piece, when we built our menus, we put little identifiers on for like scratch made, especially items that are going to be made on site, because what we know is that when more students want things that are fresh and that are scratched, that aren't canned or pre-made, or made at off-site, to where especially as they get older, they ask way more questions about where's this from, and they want some of the backstory, to where we build and customize menus to allow more scratch-made cooking, which is why we invested so much in training on the front side to make sure we get employees comfortable with making more scratch options. I guess to go with the other side with the allergies, so for us, first and foremost, we partner with our nurses in our buildings to make sure we understand which students have allergies, which students don't. But we also have whole buildings that we operate that if there are nut allergies, or if we don't want to serve peanuts or tree nuts in this district, we will not. We switch, for example, if an option is a peanut butter jelly sandwich, we would switch to like a sunflower butter sandwich, right, or a sun butter, to where if we have a concern for allergies, we make sure that we're compliant that way. Additionally, we put our menus online through a mobile app called NutriSlice that translates menus into over 20 different languages, but it also kind of calls out what the allergen is in the food, to where we can then, if you're a parent and you have someone with that's lactose intolerant, you can kind of it automatically does it for you. Just select the allergen and it crosses out anything that has milk in it, or anything that has soy, or any of the top now 9 allergens. And then for us, we also make sure that we purchase from reputable suppliers, to where we keep what we call a key ingredient list, has all the ingredients, has all the allergens, and that's something that we also share with the nurses as well, especially as we move away from allergens and talk about carb counts for our diabetic students, make sure that they're comfortable with what's being served and the amount of insulin they're giving to our students.
That's it. Anyone else? Okay. So thank you again for being here, and I think look forward to seeing what you guys could do if the vote goes through, and I'm going to call it to a vote right now. So the motion on the floor is to accept Aramark. Mr. Twig, was that you? What's your motion?
Yes, accept Aramark as a one-year contract with 4 single out years. That's it in
Providing approval by VDOE. Okay. We'll call to a vote.
And pending approval by VDOE. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Motion passes 6 and 1 person abstained. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, now we're going to switch gears here, and we're going to go to 5.04, and that is the approval of Spotsylvania Middle School renovation project. Mr. Forrest, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mrs. Phelps, members of the board, Mr. Taylor, and Mr. Gempel. Joining me this evening is Mr. Charles Tilley and Mr. Kylan Shirley with Quinn Evans. We are here this evening to seek the board's approval to move forward with the Spotsylvania Middle School renovation project. On February 23rd, 2023, the rebidding process for Spotsylvania Middle School renovations project concluded with the receipt of one bid from general contractor Taft Construction Incorporated from Culpeper, Virginia. Taft Construction submitted a total bid amount of $47,735,000 and an additive alternate bid of $225,000 for a total amount of $47,960,000. The bid received was reviewed by Quinn Evans Architects and our school procurement representatives and deemed responsive and responsible as defined by the Virginia Code. The amount of the total bid is $9,611,000 below the low bid received on June 22nd, 2022. This reflects a significant amount of scope and phasing adjustments agreed to alter the original bids. With the receipt of the Taft construction bid, we are able to provide an overall estimate of this project of $58,542,000. This amount includes design and redesign of the project, required road work, testing, furniture, utility relocation provisions, and a 2.5% contingency on the construction contract. Funding has been secured by multiple sources, including operations carryover, excess health insurance reserves, state and local contributions, as well as a bond funding provisions as provided in Spotsylvania County Public Schools fiscal year 24 through fiscal year 28 capital improvement plan. And at this time, I will turn it over to Charles and Kylan from Quinn Evans so they can go through the PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Kenny. Good evening. I wanted to share with you the PowerPoint. This is some pieces and parts of what we shared with you last time we were here a couple of meetings ago. But just to remind everyone of the scope of the project, one of the big goals was to expand the capacity in permanent space for students. So that's like the number one goal here. Also to modernize learning environments in that existing building. There's a lot of, it was built in the 60s and very few renovations over the years. And then finally to improve the mechanical electrical systems and all the kind of backbone parts of the building as well as the accessibility. So there's a lot of really core things that we're doing to improve the space for students. The project scope items are on the left-hand side of this slide, and the right-hand are things that could be considered for future. But just to highlight a few of the current project scope, again, we were talking about expanding to 1,200 students, instructional spaces, improving the cafeteria, expanding the cafeteria space and food service areas, especially for 1,200 students. We'll be replacing the gymnasium bleachers, replacing all the mechanical, electrical, plumbing in the renovated areas, adding a sprinkler system throughout the entire building, and then some site improvements that I'll show you here in a second. All new network access management systems and an overall modernization scope of around 116,000 square feet. Some future items, just to hit a few of the highlights: performing arts renovations and the band addition. We've reduced that from the scope, but that could be a future project. Library renovations, main administration and renovations, and some other projects. This is a site diagram and the, hold on a second. The, excuse me just a second. Uh-oh. The orange line around the perimeter is the scope of the work of the renovation. And you see there on the left-hand side, we'll be building a brand new 24 bus loop. The front parking lot drop-off area, that will essentially remain in place. We are going to take one out of the center connections to Courthouse Road out of the project to simplify and to make the Courthouse Road a little bit safer. Over on the far right-hand side, we'll be adding a second entrance to that parking lot off of Courthouse Road so that parent drop-off can have a little more room to enter to the site and separate completely from the buses. And then around the back, if you're familiar with the road that comes along the back side of the building, we're going to be replacing some of the areas of that and making that a little safer connection around the building.
Looking at the interior of the building, this is a floor plan diagram. First floor plan in the bottom right, second floor plan in the top left of the image. The areas in blue represent the areas to be renovated fully, the scope that Charles just described. The areas not highlighted in blue are the areas that do not receive the full scope of renovation. They do receive new sprinkler systems, but the main learning space modernization will be occurring within the blue highlighted areas. You can see it's the majority of the school. The areas omitted, as Charles has already described, are the performing arts, auditorium, and associated band spaces, the main entry and administrative spaces, counseling and clinic as well, the library, and the gymnasium and locker rooms. So we've identified those as future projects, but what you see in blue will be renovated when the project is complete. We have a few renderings of what this will look like, the renovated school. What you see here is the view from Courthouse Road looking at the school. We haven't shown trees in these images just so you can see the building. It does look a little bare, but on the right-hand side of this image is the current main entry, which will remain. And what you see to the left is what's now currently a one-story building, which will receive a second story on it. That is what is enabling us to add so much capacity to the school, is building that'll be the 7th grade wing, that second story there. Similar view here looking back, kind of in the other direction. You see the current main entry off in the distance and the renovated and added, second floor added section here to the left. And then we'll keep moving around the school. You see what will be the approach to the school from where students get off of the buses and then go out to the buses at the end of the day. 2 big entrances and stairs up to the second level to improve circulation through the school. Looking at the inside, this is a current view of the corridors, just give everyone an idea of what it looks like. And then here is rendering, an artist's rendering of what it will look like after the fact. So improvements to the corridors, to the lockers, to the access in and out of classrooms, transparency. In addition to updated classrooms, there will also be a lot of newer types of learning spaces, spaces for collaborative learning, project-based learning, breakout spaces and resource rooms, both open to corridor spaces like this that allow for flexible use by students and staff, as well as enclosed breakout and resource rooms too for a variety of different types of project-based learning. Another main component of increasing the capacity of the school is to enlarge the dining commons and food service. This is an existing courtyard. It will be enclosed to expand the dining commons. Here's a view of what that'll look like. It'll be a nice 2-story space that will provide something the school doesn't have yet, not just expanded dining, but it'll be a nice, large, kind of grand space serving as the school's town commons, if you will, a common space for the school. Jumping to the project schedule, Mr. Forrest described already how we rebid the project February to March. We evaluated the contractor and the proposal from Taft Construction in March and have made the recommendation to accept the bid. If the board votes to approve tonight, notice to proceed to the contractors anticipated in May, which would allow them to start construction June of this year. And we would anticipate construction complete in summer, May, June 2025, allowing for the fully renovated school to open to students in the fall of 2025 school year. And Mr. Forrest also discussed the costs, but here they are for everyone to see. The total bid from Taft Construction was $47,960,000, and then there are other associated project costs not payable to Taft Construction, but required to complete the project, bringing an estimated cost of the project to $58,542,000. And that's what we have. Thank you, and take questions.
I move to approve the award of the contract for Spotsylvania Middle School renovation to Taft Construction, Inc., in the amount of $47,960,000, which includes a base bid of $47,735,000, and additive alternate bid number 1 of $225,000.
A second.
Total estimated project cost $58,542,000.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to approve as presented the contract for Spotsylvania Middle School, and I have a second, motion by Ms. Shelley, a second by Ms. Cole, and I have a discussion by Mr. Abusmo.
So, Mr. Forrest's question would be to you. This renovation, how many students would this expansion allow for?
I'm sorry, it would, it would
The
allow
expansion for how many more students?
300.
300 students.
Yes.
I'm an exiting school board member. My term's soon to come up. It's bittersweet, or sweet right now, though. So my concern, I brought this up, on my way out of the school board is, we're looking at a $50 million project for 300 students. We really have to start, and it's to be completed in 2025. By that time, we'd probably need more space than that. So it's really it's time that the school system, as a school division, we work to draw the line where, okay, it's done, no more renovations, for paying $50 million for 300 students rather than just opening up a school, building a new school from the ground up. So just, again, I'm just saying this because I won't be here next budget season or for future renovations, but I just, I do think that $50 million for 300 students is just a bit excessive. I understand inflation, the rise of construction costs, materials, but I just, we have to be cost efficient. I just don't think $50 million for 300 students really is that, but that's just my 2 cents.
Ms. Gillespie?
Is there any way you might be able to come back to me, Ms. Phelps? I'm taking some notes here.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Daniels?
I just have a couple of questions right now. Thank you so much for the presentation. And I'm mindful of my colleague, Mr. Busmo. I'm just curious, though, just out of curiosity, how much does a new building cost? Like, what is an estimate? A school building. I'm just curious.
It depends on if you're talking about elementary, middle, or high school. There's a lot of factors that go into that, plus the cost of the
middle
land
school.
and the development. A 1,200 student middle school could be almost $100 million, plus the land cost.
Okay.
And that's a variable, that's a very broad statement. So
Right.
I would just say you got to really
Okay.
look at it.
I was just curious, just wondering. So I do have so my question is, the parking. How many additional slots will be added there? Because I understand that parking in the front of the school building is, there's not many spaces. So I'm just curious how many parking spaces will be added?
Well, right now, we are taking out, well, actually, we're approving all of the parking lot on the right-hand side, which is existing parking. And then the parking that's at the front, I believe there are maybe 2 spaces that are coming out of that. But the biggest benefit here is trying to provide a good place for the parents to drop off and pick up, beginning and end of the day. And all of that's going to be taking place off-street in the area to the right.
I mean, personally, because I would have liked to have seen more parking spaces, but they do have that side.
Right.
Larger parking lot.
And that's
that
where
they
most
can
of the students will be coming in when they're being dropped off in the morning or picked up in the afternoon.
Okay. And I want to say, I want to say those are all the questions I have for right now, but I'm sure as I listen to my other board members, I probably will come up with a few, but thank you again for the presentation.
Sure.
I'm finished.
Michele?
Thank you. First, I want to say I absolutely love that cafeteria commons, taking that outdoor space and turning that into a beautiful area. Although, I mean, because it is a way to get outside, but I don't know how often they even use it. So I really love that. It's a good use of space. So thank you for that. Could you bring up that project scope for me, please? So I understand and if I misunderstood my colleague, I apologize. But I don't look at this as just 300 making space for 300 more students. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing, and I'm not talking about everything on here, replace mechanical, electric, plumbing, and renovated areas. Add fire protection systems in all areas. So, and then the bus loop, the access road, all of that is safety. It's safety for our students, so that the school it's old. All of those parts need to be replaced. So, I mean, and a brand-new school would be double the cost or more with the land. So I think this is a good investment, because it's going to be just like what happened with Cortland. It was like we got a brand-new school for half the cost. And that's how I'm looking at this, with added capacity. But the key part is safety with all the upgrades for our students. Because God forbid something happens before the renovations happen. And I'm sad that it has taken an extra 6 months or so to get started. But it is getting started, and I'm appreciative for that. So thank you for bringing this, and I look forward to Quinn Evans getting another award for Spotsylvania Middle, like you did with Cortland. Thank you.
Ms. Gillespie? Oh, sorry, Mr. Busma.
Just 1 second. It'll only take 30 seconds, I promise. Michele, I understand what you were saying. My only thing with what I said is, yes, there's some safety aspects with that, but a lot of it is like new cafeteria area and whatnot. Where I'm coming from is we're having discussions with CIP about what the administration says to keep the lights on. And, we're seeing a $50 million proposal to modernize some areas. I'm in full support of the safety and security aspects of it. It just, when we're having discussions on keeping the lights on and not having that couple $1 million to do that in the budget, and then we're discussing $60 million, that's where I'm coming from with that.
Thank you, Ms. Gillespie.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps. Thank you for your presentation this evening. I appreciate you all being here and all your hard work on it. It looks very pretty. But I agree with Mr. Busmal that we'll already be over capacity in 2025. And frankly, since I've been on this board about almost a year and a half now, it's always just trying to plug holes in the wall and water steady coming through it. We're behind the ball. We're playing catch up. It's not. I want to get to a point where we're proactive instead of reactive. 3 years from now, we're going to be having the same conversation, but it's going to be, we need another school. We need 3 more schools. Yeah, so we have to think about the growth that's coming. I mean, the Cropper study came, and the Cropper study showed us what's coming. And our numbers are actually a little higher than what Cropper had originally thought. So it's a little scary to me, the growth that's coming in here. The, the AC that's going into the building, will our people be, our maintenance department, will they be able to maintain this state-of-the-art air conditioning system that's coming in, or will you train them on it?
Yes, ma'am. We believe that our technicians will be able to keep up with the technology and will receive the training that they need to stay on top of the management of the HVAC system.
Does that include our controls that are in our maintenance department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, who is it, Train, that's coming in for that?
Train, no, it's a BAC. I'm sorry, I'm yielding to Mr. Hockaday on that, but a BAC building.
Okay. So, who's going to train them on how to use this new AC?
That's a part of the contract, construction contract. So the contractor who installs the system will be, as a part of the contract, training the Spotsylvania team on operating, and it's probably built mostly like systems they're already operating as far as a control standpoint. So they'll be familiar with, pieces and parts of it. But it'll be a new system for the building.
Okay. Like I said, I think it looks really pretty. I think it's crazy that we've kicked the can down the road so long. This should have actually been done years ago with the bond money. But needs to be done. I see a lot of, in my opinion, in these pictures, I see what seems to be a lot of wasted space. I think Cortland has a lot of wasted space too. And I'm just concerned, my biggest concern is the growth. That in 3 years, by the time you're done building it, reconstructing it, that we're already going to be over capacity. And so we've paid, 58, which it could possibly even go up, $58 million for something that now we're stuck again and we're going to have to build something else again. It's just never ending. That's all I have. Sorry, it wasn't butterflies. So
Thank you. Mr. Twig?
I just would like to thank all of you folks up here for providing due diligence, professional expertise, and helping us get this thing re-kick-started over the last 6 to 9 months. I particularly am grateful for that and appreciate the design, and let's get after it. But again, appreciate you guys being here. Thanks.
Ms. Skoll?
Yes, thank you for I'd love to see the rendering of the drawings. I've been waiting for that. My kids went to Spotsy Middle, they went to Cortland High School, so I am looking forward to this renovation. I know that it is of no consequence to you why you are not building a whole new school. That's not part of your job. So I appreciate the work that you've done, and wish it would have been brought forward much sooner last year so that this construction would have already been started, and we would have had a great full summer of work being done, so that we could have finished before May of 2025. So thank you. I'm looking forward to this. I am heartbroken that the projects have been delayed. This project has been delayed so long that prices went up so that we had to take some significant portions of the project out. I will be looking forward to, not first moving to something else versus pulling these things back in, because I think our kids deserve a fuller project for the middle school, including the athletic fields and performing arts spaces and everything. So I'm looking forward to going ahead and voting so that you can go ahead and get started with this and move forward as soon as possible so that we don't delay this anymore.
You done? Okay. So, can we move back to the slides with the rendering of the outdoor? Well, there's the picture, and then there's, I think, the phase 1 picture. Okay, no, keep going back. Okay, I'm going to start with that one. Let's start with that one, right there. So, we talk about safety, and I'm going to get right to the point. I'm concerned that the safety from looking at this rendering right here is not addressed. In a way of one of my mind, being in the school safety audit meetings and some training, professional development, I do know that there's like ways to mitigate, right, or keep the kids safe. And some of them, like down in Williamsburg, they have big boulders, right, so you can't access from the bus loop close enough to the school anymore without ravines of boulders, but, tree lining and such like that for the safety to deter the bad people, because there are some bad people out there. So when I look at this, I'm going, what does that look like, right? And so we talk about safety, and that's the first thing that came to my mind when I saw this slide. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit, what exactly is going on in this picture as far as keeping our kids safe from the outside, looking at this picture?
I think I understand your question. Part of what our approach to safety is a visibility approach on one hand, so that administrators and people that are sort of, the supervision of this area that, is happening at the beginning of school with the principals and teachers that are standing around as students are arriving from the bus and that kind of thing can kind of see and be seen. If you notice, the stairwells have a lot of glass in them to allow visibility in and out of see who's coming and going through those spaces. The lower level there has the brick on it, that's classrooms, and we've punctuated that with some windows that, we want to have natural light in the classrooms. So that's really about the quality of the space. The students learn better in well-lit, natural light classrooms. And so along the bottom there is a little bit more of a solid surface, if you will. And so we've done some things. Really, it's about the transparency and the visibility of seeing who's coming and supervising that.
Can we go to the next slide that was rendering the drawings for the entire project with the roads and
This one right here?
the new bus loop that you had pointed out?
This one?
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. So while I'm looking at this, I see the new bus loop. And if you know the area out there, it is extremely close to the road, right? So you have the bus loop over here, right up against the road here. So further away from the existing, or from what looks to be the building. So why I bring that up is I'm looking at it from being out there, as far as the kids being safe from the bus loop, from the bad people, from the perimeters, right? So I know there's some fencing over there already that is a part of the property line. However, I would like to have seen a little bit more safety features from the outside, keeping the bad guys from coming in. And that's just for me looking at the pictures and knowing the landscape out there and how close to the road it is, right? I also had another question, and these are just my concerns going forward. I also do know the plans that are coming down, and this is a mighty big project, and it was through bond money that was prior bond that was never, I shouldn't say that never, but we did expend some funds already to do some, I guess, pre-planning for this, and I understand that. I also do know that the building, the 300 students, from looking at the data that's brought to us, like y'all sitting up here, that are brought to us, that we're going to hit our max out there by the time 2025 gets here. So while you have the headaches of, moving the kids around, shuffling the kids and staff and such, but we're going to get there. So, on the flip side of it is we may have to look at what it looks like, building new buildings. It's probably about $120 million. I've looked at them, I've kept up with them. And so brings me back to, I hear it, inflation, right? So we all see that because this has gone above and beyond from the first time that I even heard of this project, renovation project coming up, right? And so from the inflation, from the powers that be above, it's not our fault, it's not your fault. It's the people that are above us, maybe, who knows? Could be politicians, people in higher places, right? But this is what the common folks here in Spotsylvania have to deal with, right? Is to look at the projects to see what's going to benefit our students going forward. And it is an older building, and I do agree with that. I also do know that I'd like to get some information going forward somehow on the, if we looked at the $1.8 million for the road improvements on there. So I know my time's up. So why I say that is because at the end of the day, this looks great. It's going to help us update our facilities. However, there is going to be some growing pains here, and as a board, we may have to make some decisions, shifting some areas around. Because 300 students in 2 years, we're going to be right back at I think one of school board members had said it. So it's a huge concern. It is needed out there. It's been talked about for many years. I'm grateful that we're at this place. I'm not happy that we have not done anything so far. And, or we did the minimum that was required so far, and I was a part of it. So I'm here to be a part of the future going on, and I appreciate your time. And with that, we'll do one more pass around. Dr. Daniels?
Thank you, Ms. Phelps, for doing the pass around, because it definitely is an important conversation. You said, well, let me go to the slide, view of existing courtyard, and I just want to understand what I'm looking at. So I see this courtyard here, and it says, the next page is view of expanded cafeteria and commons. So are we closing this courtyard off and just making it bigger, wider?
We're building a structure over top of it.
Oh.
And so it will be an enclosed space.
Okay.
And the cafeteria that, to the right, you see that, those brick columns there to the right, that will go into the cafeteria that exists now. So all of that seating can kind of flow out into this big space in the middle. Does that make sense?
So I'm just, okay, because it's just two different renderings, and I'm trying to figure out how did you do that? Of course, you're an architect, but, so this middle space, you just closed it completely out and just combined it into a larger space. That's what it looks like, I'm
Right.
assuming, yeah. But I do appreciate that. I'm sure the students will. But you said something earlier, students learn better in lighted buildings. I appreciate that, because that, I'm reminded of, there's research behind that. So I do appreciate you highlighting it. I also appreciate the windows, because I know when I first moved here 10 years ago, I, just in Virginia in general, some of the buildings didn't have windows, some school buildings. And I was a little saddened by that, because I'm like, our kids need light. That's how, we learn better. Our brains function a little bit better in that when we're in that capacity. So I do appreciate the lighting. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and I do appreciate the renderings. I think our students will be happy with it. And again, my children, I appreciate Cortland. I took my son back to look at Cortland, because he graduated from there. And so when this is done, hopefully he's around, hopefully, I don't, between 25 and 20, when will this be completed again?
25.
25. Okay, so, and I'll most likely bring him back there too. And I asked my questions last time regarding the nursing area and the clinic, and I think you had said that's not on the schedule. But that is an area that I hope that we can find funding for, because as I understand, that area really needs to be renovated or updated, because it's fairly old. You're not doing anything in that area, right?
That is staying as it is right now, yes.
Okay, okay. But thank you so much. I do appreciate the renderings. That's all I have, Ms. Phelps.
Ms. Shelley?
I have no more questions. They've done a great job.
Ms. Gillespie?
So this is 2 phases? Is that what I'm seeing here? Because it says project scope, current project scope includes list, and then areas to be considered for future improvements with a list. So is this 2025 would just be the current scope for the project?
Everything on the left-hand side that says current project scope is what's in the contract with this contractor right now. Everything on the right are things that could be added as a future project at some point in time, yes.
Okay, so I went to Spotsy Middle School myself. So walked across the road to go to the track and used the really old locker rooms, and they are way outdated. They are pretty bad. The front entrance, the library, it's all really, really old. So all I'm seeing here is pretty much just enough to keep the building safe and in compliance. Is that pretty much what I'm seeing on the left-hand side?
Well, there's actually probably, and I'm not sure off the top of my head, 20,000 new square feet. We're adding a second floor to that, the single floor side that's on the, I guess it's the 6th grade wing, or on the left side of the building. So we're adding a second floor to that. So there's a lot of brand new space there, enclosing the courtyard by the cafeteria, expanding all of that. So there's quite a bit of new space in this, but also there's a lot of renovation as well. There's just some areas that we highlighted that, like the gymnasium and the auditorium, that won't be outfitted with everything else.
And the main entrance, the gymnasium, I did band while I was there too, so I was in the band room, and that is, that's an interesting room to say the least. The athletic fields, not that I'm a fan of that, but outdoor classroom space. So all these things will be for later conversations. And so I'm sure the prices of things are not going to go down. So you're looking at about $60 million now. And then it just, when I'm making decisions up here, I look at it as I'm not making decisions always for just right now in the moment, because the public school division is going to continue. It's going to grow. It's going to become greater. And I have to make my decisions based off of that. And for the next person that's sitting in my seat, somebody's going to be sitting here eventually, that's going to have to be dealing with the decisions that I've made, just like I'm having to deal with the decisions that were made before me. And what I'm looking at here in full transparency, not only to the ones in this room, but to the ones watching at home, I feel like if I vote for this, I feel like I'm handcuffing the board to have to do a second phase of this project after 2025. And the scope's going to have to change because we're already going to be over capacity. So not only are we not creating enough space in this proposal to get us through the next 3 years, but we're also not doing some major parts of the building, like the gymnasium or the locker room or the main entrance, your nursing station, your library, re-roofing it. I mean, that's the same thing that happened with Cortland. The roof was not put in on the renovation. And look at Cortland now. It's leaking like a sieve. You know, it's just crazy to me. So I will not be supporting this. I'm sorry. Thank you for your time and your effort, though. Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll call to vote now.
Actually, this was a second pass, right? I had something to say.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
You didn't know.
I will be voting on this, and I think it will be, tragic if this doesn't pass. It is absolutely our responsibility to vote on the funding, which we did last year, for this scope that was reduced because we did not support more money going towards the project, whether it be from carryover funds or negotiate with the Board of Supervisors to put more money so that we could add these other sections, and we knew this full well. This was our responsibility. It's not your responsibility to bring something to us that did not include a scope that we decided on based on the cost. And Spotsylvania, if this doesn't get moved forward, it would absolutely be this board's fault that we're not doing the work. And this is a Spotsylvania Middle School getting renovated is absolutely a safety issue for the 1,200 kids that will be using that building. It's not just 300 extra kids every year upon year moving forward. And if we have to, and when we have to bring back the parts that we didn't include because we didn't fund this project at a high enough amount, then we do that, and we support that. But that's our responsibility to vote on this so that our kids will be able to be in a safe building by 2025 at least, because we didn't do the work before then. That's our responsibility.
Thank you. So I'm going to follow it up right now. The huge concern here is the safety, the benefits of the safety of our students. And so if this is going to catapult our school division to keep our kids safe, i.e. whether it's the air conditioning, whether it's, you know, freeing up the space, and also their academic success, right? Because at the end of the day, that's why we're here. So those are the two major drivers, and we have to begin somewhere, right? Is it a lot of money? Absolutely. Is inflation going up? Yes, we all feel it, yes. But times change, right? But our kids need us to make the decision for them to be in a safe learning environment. So what does that look like? Well, I mean, I do it at my house. I don't do it at my house, but, you know, I have my husband or the family fixes stuff when it's broken at our house. Does it cost us some funding from our paychecks? Absolutely. That's how it goes. Otherwise, it just crumbles and falls. Do I want Spotsylvania County Middle School, Spotsy Middle School to crumble and fall? Absolutely not. And what can I do? Well, I can support this project going forward. And know that there's going to, and just so the public knows that, you know, we're making these hefty decisions with our tax dollars right now. Whether it's bond money or local money, state money, wherever it comes from, it's still our money, our tax dollars, right, at work. But rest assured, this decision is for what we can vision for a couple years out. But going forward, I remember a couple of years ago, I don't know, maybe it was 4 years ago now, that, we had that Cortland renovation done, right? And we had to do a redistricting on some of our schools, our high schools, right? And it was painful, and it was change. But we did it. We had to do it. And it wasn't the school, my peers up here on the board. It wasn't because of us, right? Maybe the forecasting, the outlook, maybe somebody in higher places at the county, maybe elected officials there. They didn't look at the planning, or whatever the case is. It doesn't matter. We're here right now. So going forward, we're going to be here right now in another 2 or 3 years out. Data says that we have 300 seats. Data says that that school is going to be over capacity in another 3 years. So just so the public knows that going forward, we're going to have to make some major decisions, right? Life changes for families. So I think this gives us a little breathing room to start really forecasting and looking out. And with the superintendent and the team here, and Mr. Forrest, and the architects, and the relationships that you all have, and our data and our makeup here, that we could work together and really look at this and forecast, and what does that look like, the right side, putting through the right column on the sheet that you just pulled up, so on the areas to be considered. So I think this kind of catapults us there. I don't like that we waited so long and the other bond money, but that's neither here nor there. But just so the public knows, and everyone else here, the reality is that we're going to have to make some tough decisions going forward where people may be uncomfortable. But that's par for the course. So thank you so much for being up here, and I appreciate it. So we're going to just move it along and call it to a vote. April. Motion passes 6-1. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Phelps, can we have a recess?
Okay, we're going to go into recess for 5 minutes, so everybody can stretch. Continue on to the 5.05, approval of purchase of replacement firewall. Mr. Zakari?
Sorry. Our current firewall that protects the entire division from threats and bad actors on the internet is reaching the end-of-life support from the manufacturer. We need to replace our existing solution with next-generation technology. This will provide enhanced threat detection and protection while allowing us to increase internet bandwidth in the future without the need to replace or upgrade the firewall at that time. The purchase of this device will be made from Atronica using an existing cooperative contract. Staff recommends that the school board authorize the purchase of the replacement firewalls.
I move to authorize the purchase of new firewalls.
A second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Abusmal to approve the purchase of the new firewall, and a second by Ms. Gillespie. Do I have any discussion, Dr. Daniels? Dr. Daniels?
I don't have anything, Ms. Phelps. Thank you.
Ms. Shelley?
Thank you for bringing that to us. I have no questions.
Ms. Cole? Mr. Twigg?
Just thanks for following up and staying on top of all this.
Mr. Abusmal? No question. Ms. Gillespie?
Thank you for doing this and bringing this to our attention and just staying on top of everything. We greatly appreciate your help.
I do have a question.
Sure.
And I know because the kids ask all the time, why can't we get on the internet in school? Why can't, do you have a new firewall, or are we ever going to be able to get to a place where we can get on the internet and the I guess social media platforms, or or their games or their music, right? And some of the schools have not the bandwidth or the capacity, or maybe there's firewalls, right? That's what they were saying. You have firewalls up there and security, and now I hear there's firewalls coming up, so that's why I bring it up, just to see. There are some schools here in the county who are sporadic in being able to access music or the internet in their classrooms, am I right, or in their school buildings?
No, they should all be able to access the internet. Now, if you're referring to their phones and things like that, we don't allow phones to connect to the internet through our network currently. But their computers and the devices that we provide, they should all be able to connect to the internet. There are things that the filter will keep out or not allow, some streaming videos and things like that, Netflix and stuff. We don't allow that through. So that may be what they're referring to.
Is that a firewall? Is that what a
No,
firewall is?
that would actually be our internet filter.
Okay.
Our web filter.
Okay.
That prevents
So
those.
can you explain to me what a firewall is then precisely?
Sure. The firewall does prevent the data transmission, or it monitors the data transmission of things from the internet that are trying to come into the network, along with things that we are sending out through our network, to other places.
And how long does that usually last, like lifespan? Is it?
It's sort of along the lines of where we do things pretty much every 5 years. The technology, between the changes of technology, and this is something that runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So just the life expectancy of your life hours. You want to obviously replace things like that before they break. In this case, the vendor no longer is going to be supporting the model and things that we have. So there would be no security updates. There would be no, if it were to physically break, the maintenance contract wouldn't cover parts and things of that nature. So by refreshing it now, we'll have another at least 5 years of being able to get those security updates along with sort of the maintenance coverage that goes along with the device.
Thank you for separating that and explaining it, because I hear the kids, and then I hear the teachers, and then I come, and I didn't really know what a firewall was, but, and I'm glad that we're being proactive on it, and, looking at that and so I appreciate you coming here and listening to my, I know, my out-of-the-world questions, but that's because kids come to my house and they're around me and they ask me these questions, so I say, I'm going to bring it here.
Right.
and
Happy to
ask.
answer them.
All right, well, thank you
Ms.
so much.
Phelps.
So we're going to,
Ms. Phelps, I have a
Dr.
question.
Daniels?
Yes, it just came to me, because I remember something a while ago that I had requests, but with this new firewall, I'm just trying to figure out, does that impact or affect email, when people send emails, like when we get those spam?
No, spam and
emails?
things similar to what I believe it was on Friday sort of came through. When they're spoofing email addresses, where you have somebody's name, but it's not their actual email address that comes, there's really not a whole lot we can do to prevent that, except sort of educate folks to make sure you're looking at sort of all those parts. You know, when you see that it has my name, but it's at a gmail.com, that's actually not coming from me. So really, that's just the education part that we do both for our students and our faculty and staff. When we are made aware, we try to do things to prevent and give people a heads up, sort of similar to the email I sent to everybody on the board when I saw that all 7 of you actually received an email that had a spoof name with a different email address. And it's really just to make you aware to pay attention to that. And I will say that there were board members that actually forwarded it to me, which is what alerted me to it. So it's good that we're catching those things, because that's one of the most common sort of phishing tactics out there right now.
Okay, so the firewall, those are two
Yeah.
separate.
Yes.
Really. So let me ask a follow-up question regarding the email addresses. Is there any way, and you may remember this question, so is there any way, and I don't know if I just think it's needed, but other divisions do this. For instance, if we were, as 7 of us on this school, instead of sending individual emails to each board member, is there a way that we can have one email address that automatically sends it out to everybody? I know the Board of Supervisors does this. I know, some other schools up north does it, down south. So I'm just curious, is that something that we can do as a board?
Do you
as
mean
a
to
division?
create an email group that just
Yeah, like a
includes
group.
all 7 people?
Yeah, like a group.
Yeah, we can create groups. We do that for our schools and things of that nature of our staff for internal emails.
Okay, I was just wondering, is that an additional step, or is that something that we need to?
Yeah, it would be an additional step that we would have to do, yes, in order to
Would it be
generate
difficult
that.
to do?
No more so than anything else, no.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering, because I remember asking that a while ago, and I wasn't sure if we could do that or not. I can't remember what the response was, but, I don't know if that's something board members want to investigate and look farther into, but it just seems like it'd make it easier for us to receive, I won't say easier, but more efficient for people to type email address, just type one email address, and those emails are just go to all board members, so that way we can know, they know that we're all getting the emails. That's just a side note, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's call it to a vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Sakari.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move right along to 6.0, revenue update from Mr. Taylor and Mr. Shruska.
Yes, Ms. Phelps, board members, so the revenue update really is a segue into the budget work session, and is also, and it frames the recommended action for this evening, because what we're looking at is a situation where Richmond has advanced something that is colloquially referred to as the skinny budget, House Bill 1400. The governor had asked for 4 amendments to that bill. The amendments have all been passed by the General Assembly. The bill has not been signed by the governor, so there is no state budget right now. And the best projection that we have is that that likely won't change before June. Before the primaries in June, so before at least the middle of June. So we need a provisional approval or preliminary approval from the board of a budget, a plan of finance, which is what a budget is, so that we can move forward with contracts, teacher contracts, and other engagement of staff, so we can look forward to a successful upcoming school year. Now, we do have on the other side of it some remarkably good news in relation to money from the county. We didn't get everything we asked for, but we certainly got a lot. I wanted Mr. Shrestha to give the board the breakdown of where we are on the revenue side with what we know of the state's skinny budget so far. Well, you know, from the Region 3 meetings and from other sources that I've been in touch with, there's kind of a division of opinion, a division of hope, if you will, about might we get any more money from the state later on, you know, in this process. And frankly, that is an unknown. What we do know is that the skinny budget includes a correction or a reduction that was based on I think it was a sales tax revenue tool error that they had. The Richmond fixed the $3 million error of that sort that applied to the current fiscal year that we're just getting to the end of, but they have not come up with a solution for the same error for the ensuing, the FY 2024 fiscal year, and so that is a reduction for us in anticipated revenue in relation to the governor's proposed budget, and that needs to be worked into our plans. And so, Mr. Shrestha, I just want to highlight, we do need and do ask for action by the board this evening. We do recommend a provisional action on the budget so that we can come back once Richmond gets its budget worked out and have a further approval by this board that may, we hope, be looking for how shall we spend additional money that they decide to give us, that they may decide to give us, but given that the politics of the moment in Richmond seems to be talking more about tax reductions than it is talking about investments in public education, and I'll leave that right there and turn it over to Mr. Shrestha and ask him to run us through the updated revenue outlook.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Prashant Shrestha. Grateful to be here today with my colleague, Ms. Kushtra, and we will go over the current budget revenue situation, followed by a review and a recommendation from administration on balancing the budget. It is simply a starting point for the board to begin review and deliberation prior to your approval of the budget tonight. As Mr. Taylor mentioned, two major things have occurred since we last met. One, the local tax rate has been set, and on April 11th, the County Board of Supervisors approved an increase of .032 cents to the tax rate, which added $10.8 million to the revenue for public education. You can see that here in the summation of these lines. This is kind of a breakout of this. In addition, we have a skinny budget from Virginia, and that still leaves undetermined this amount here. Fortunately, the Board of Supervisors did approve the budget authority. However, without further guidance from Richmond, we would ask, as Mr. Taylor said, for a provisional budget to be approved tonight, and at a later time, maybe in July, hopefully, we can discuss what to do with this possible addition or reduction to the budget. As review, the events that add up to this $10 million include additions from the local government, and they are listed here, which, as you know, include a 5% salary increase, a one-time retention payment for employees, and some funding for the DOS recommendations that you have already reviewed. So since 2001, fortunately, what has come from the local government is actually the largest contribution in more than 2 decades. Unfortunately, it is not the complete solution for the $21.85 million gap that was approved by the school board. As I mentioned earlier, the county board approved that funding in what's called categorical lines. So that means that those items would need to be spent in these areas that were approved by the county board in order for us to be able to write up the accounting part of this, of these dollars so that they reflect the accurate instructional and other state-approved categories. So now let's transition into what the local transfer looks like. The local transfer includes a debt transfer of $1.21 million, a one-time reduction of $150,000 that was one-time funds given to the school division to conduct a salary study, a one-time addition for the one-time retention payment that's reflected here, and new ongoing dollars that is for the hiring and recruiting of highly qualified staff, which includes the 5% increase for staff and possibly other compensation items, as you will discuss tonight. So what does that do to the $21.85 million gap? Well, this is the what I call my kind of tally sheet. We started with this gap here. We take the state reduction into account so we don't accidentally fund that. And we add the new dollars, so you don't see the debt service here because that was already included in the proposed budget for these items as they are listed here, which brings our gap to $16.36 million. After we apply the increases that were provided by the local government, what remains is $5.8 million of state dollars, okay, to be applied to the needs related to keeping the lights on, as we have discussed, the needs related to state mandated positions like SOQ positions, and other critical needs that have been discussed by the school board, for example, psychologists, nursing staff, so on and so forth. So what I will provide you now, and what you should have on your dais, is a presentation that includes everything that was approved by the school board and a preliminary recommendation as a starting point tonight for us to begin the process of balancing the budget. I know this is hard to read on the small screens, but hopefully you should be able to.
Prashant, before we go forward, please, so this is the pivot point, if you will, from the revenue update to the budget discussion. And before we make that transition, I wanted to have an opportunity to make sure that it's the revenue situation is clear. Are there any questions on the revenue side of things?
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Does anyone have any questions on the revenue side of things?
I have a clarification question.
Okay, Ms. Shelley.
Thank you. And I could be wrong, wouldn't be the first time. But I found in a budget, the 2009 approved Spotsylvania County budget, that there was actually an increased transfer that did not include one-time money, that was actually more. at $10,712,420, $10,712,422. So I appreciate that we're saying this is the highest, and this is amazing because since I've been on the board, it's definitely the highest. But I just want us to be careful about saying it's the highest in 2 decades or the century or whatever. And like I said, wouldn't be the first time I'm wrong, but this is from the 2009 Spotsylvania County budget book. So just wanted to check that out. And then with this revenue, what was that one-time money that they're
Well, that
giving
was
us?
the DOS study cost, $150,000 that is not recurring again? Is that what you're asking about?
There was a one-time addition of 1.28. What is that one-time addition for?
Okay, that is the local government agreed to match the 1% retention payment that was included in the governor's proposed budget.
Okay, that's that
That's what that is.
$500 per
Right,
that
right,
week. All right, I just wanted, I wasn't clear on where
Right.
that was, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate the note about 2009. We actually asked the county staff to validate a table of data going back to 2001, and that was where we got the observation that was stated, because based on the numbers that they validated for us, this is the most money that we've gotten in a local transfer since at least 2001.
Recurring.
Is that correct?
I think
Yeah.
that's the key there.
It's recurring.
'Cause my number was recurring, and I think it's a little bit more than what this one, but that doesn't matter. I'm just thrilled that we got more than
I think
what
we
we've
all
had
are.
before. So,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Shushka, Mr. Taylor. Anyone else? Dr. Daniels?
I can ask it now, ask the question now. In terms of the revenue, I know we got, received funds from local government, the DOS study, where it says to be determined, I'm not sure what that means. Is that,
Which slide are you looking at?
looking at the revenue, current revenue outlook? Yeah, where it says, I'm not sure what to be determined, and then whatever that to be determined is, how did we come up with the 325? I'm just curious about that.
So originally, my understanding was that the DOS study primarily focused on the employee portion in their analysis related to teachers. And that was the lion's share of their work and presentation with the board. And so as it relates to teachers, I know your question is about the non-teacher portion. The recommendation, given the amount of money available, and we'll discuss that in a minute in the proposal, would be to look at the problem in a systematic way. And what we know is that employees prior, that have been here 2014 and prior, have not received at least one step. So that would be the recommended solution for the teachers. For the non-teachers, we propose, or we will propose, and that's a slide that's upcoming, would be to work with the HR department on a host of changes needed contractually in terms of classification and possible steps for professional staff. And so the thought there would be that we would approve the funds, but then those changes would come to the board as part of your all's review and having those approved. Some examples would be moving, for example, registrars to 12-month, upgrading trainers in the transportation department to reflect the amount of work that it really takes to run those operations in addition to a host of other things. The thing is that there's not going to be enough money to do all of those things, so those things would need to be prioritized, reviewed by the board, and implemented systematically.
Thank you for that, because it did give me pause, because I see 325, and I'm saying to myself, well, how did we even come up with 325, and we're not sure how we're going to distribute those funds into what categories, and I do appreciate you explaining it to us. So at some point, that information would come to the board, and we will, I guess, vote on it. Because, I mean, it seems like I appreciate the DOS study, meaning that I'm happy that the teachers are getting their raised their one step. But I think the non-teacher scale, I was just kind of a little bit paused on that because I wasn't sure how we were going to distribute those funds to that. Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Schuster.
Ms. Cole?
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything, Ms. Phelps.
Well, thank you. So we're going to go into the next portion would be the 7.01, opening comments for Mr. Taylor. Dory, did you include that already? And we're concluded with that part.
I think anything now would just be repetitive, Ms. Phelps, and let's proceed.
Okay, so we're going on to the 7.02 board priorities and budget next steps, and budget adoption.
Well, we do need to, can we proceed through the rest of the slides to present the recommendation? I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I was, okay. That's what I was referencing. Okay, let's go back to that.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So now we will be moving to the expenditure side of the House, meaning how do we manage the $16 million gap with the available $5.8 million? So you hopefully will recognize these sections from the budget matrix, and by that I mean this document that was discussed during the budget process. And I should also say the budget matrix is also available online for anybody at home. Everything in the budget process is documented here on the website under 2024 budget information. The questions are all documented here, and under documents, you can see all of the working documents that have been part of the budget process. This first section is the keep the lights on section of the budget matrix. This box here represents everything that was approved by the school board as part of the approved budget that was subsequently presented to the county board. The first line is the savings achieved from doing position control and base budget reviews, the projected utility increase that has been discussed as part of our meetings, the increases needed for materials, supplies, and equipment related to maintenance and transportation, the increase in cost for our joint fleet services. This is a service that is rendered in partnership with the county government, the funding needed for the GPS coordinator. This is the person that really operationalizes the Here Comes My Bus app that was that process was started during COVID, and a variety of security and safety needs that were identified that made it to your desk as the school board and approved by you. The way to read this is kind of the keep or eliminate section, and so the first line would be to keep the savings that was identified, and as you can see here, there is no impact to the gap because we're keeping it, and the gap remains at $16.4 million. The second line is the utilities line, and we would basically remove that increase, hoping that there would be sufficient capacity across the division to cover the electric, fuel, oil, gas increases. And so that generates a $3.5 million savings in the budget. And here, under the cumulative section, you see the amount of the gap reduced to $12.8 million. So for those of you in the audience and the school board, I just want to make sure I take a few seconds to explain how to read this. I know it's a lot of information on one page, but this is essentially the tally sheet. For maintenance, here we're reducing it in half to help balance the budget. And again, you see the cumulative amount of the gap reducing. The goal is to reduce this amount to zero, and then we have a balanced budget. No change to joint fleet. We would eliminate the GPS coordinator and find a solution by another means. And then we would reduce a small portion of the safety and security. I think we were
Only the
delaying
uniforms.
the uniforms.
Were taken out, so the bleed kits, the updating the red go kits, and all that all stays.
Correct. And again, I want to stress that this is a preliminary starting point for the purpose of balancing the budget. In the second section, I won't spend that much time as I did in the first section, but you can see here reducing the 23 paras in elementary schools. A small change, reducing the instructional specialist from 4 to 2. Reducing the amount of SPED staffing to 2. So where you see 2, where there's a staffing amount, you see the number of staff that we're including. No change to this line, which is the special education teachers. A small change to the number of paras that were, not a small change, as a half to the special education paras. We keep the Gateway and Courthouse Academy teachers. Division-wide supports would be reduced by half. Originally, there was 4, reducing it to 2. This is the impact of the gap, and now we're at about $9 million. And we keep conversion, I should say, of the 77 paraeducators that were discussed during the budget process. What this is taking money from contractual support. We create positions, take that same money, and bring those positions in-house to basically generate a net neutral cost. But from an operational perspective, what will happen here is that we'll be able to attract and retain more highly qualified employees. Continuing on the compliance section, reducing the speech pathologist by half. No change to English learners that were proposed. No change to the Spotsy Study Hall 0.5 position. No change to the IT field tech. And then reverting back to kind of what has been the status quo for textbooks, which is we will address this as part of available funds at the end of the year. No change to, reducing the school allocation increase, and no change to the professional learning amount. And by this page, the gap is reduced to $5.5 million. Here is probably a highly important section for you all. And here, are the amounts that were approved by the school board for the various workforce investments to attract and retain a high-quality workforce. Now, please note that the county board, in some cases, approved a lesser amount for some of these because they were just matching the amount that was required locally. But the total cost of a 5% is anticipated at $12.9 million. The total cost for the retention, one-time retention payment is 2.2 if the school board opts to keep what was approved, which is a $500 payment for contracted employees and $250 for non-contracted employees. This is the section that was 2BD that Dr. Daniels asked about earlier. What school administration is proposing is to essentially implement some of the DOS recommendations that relate to the restructuring and reclassifications, and that amount would be then determined as part of an ongoing process that will be presented to the board during the year. For the teachers, however, the proposal would be to immediately implement an additional step on top of what will be happening here. So the 5% for teachers would include a 4% plus a step. A step means minimally an additional 1.25 on top of the 4, and then an additional step depending on where those employees are in their respective scales. This item for restructuring and reclassifying positions has been removed, and the cost for the employee and the employer related to health care increases that was discussed during the budget has been removed in this scenario. At this point, the gap is $2.7 million.
And summarizing that slide in a single statement is that I think it represents holding to the school board's commitment to do everything that we possibly can for our people. That's really what keeping those investments is about.
And in our last section, we grouped together several things, some of which have already been discussed. The career and tech paras, reducing in half the amount of positions proposed for additional school support, maintaining whole the secondary counseling specialist, keeping intact the John J. Wright staffing that was proposed. Now, I know that some of this was adjusted as part of the mid-year cycle here, and you see it here because we need to account for it. Since this happened between the proposal and the adoption, we need to account it so that it's recurring in the budget going forward. Keeping intact the stipends for low-incidence teachers in special education, and a slight reduction to the number of health and wellness nursing staff. I know that you're very familiar with all of these needs because they have been something that you all have been discussing for, in some cases, several budget seasons. And in the last slide, reducing the amount of custodians from 5 to 3, maintaining the operational increase for the school board operating budget, maintaining the 3 additional payroll staff that would be needed as part of the business systems modernization for the enterprise resource planning system, maintaining 1 of the positions for grant writing, and then the elimination of the benefits, chatbot, and literacy tools that were discussed as part of the budget process. At this point, the gap is reduced to $1.85 million. And so with this gap, school administration looked at where outside of the approved budget can we make some reductions to balance the budget. And that takes us to this last slide. With 1.86 remaining in the gap, school administration is proposing to reduce 6 non-SOQ related vacant positions in the budget. This is part of the 25.5 that was reported and discussed in the early part of the budget process. Increase the print shop revenue by increasing the fees to generate an additional $200,000 in revenue, and freeze essentially 15 vacant positions to be determined this summer, identifying them and essentially freezing them in the budget, not eliminating them, but just purposely not hiring them is another way of saying that, to generate a savings of $1.1 million. This tentatively balances the budget. Again, this is a preliminary proposal, and it leaves this many total adopted positions, 3,602.51. So I'll stop here, and I will ask you, Ms. Chair, how would you like to proceed in terms of this proposal or making any changes to it?
So, are we going to continue on with the CIP and as we go, would you like to do that separately?
Okay, yep, we can do that.
Okay, yeah.
So
I'd
I'll
like to
finish the
continue.
presentation and we'll do, okay.
Thank you.
So what we just discussed is the school operating budget. And this is the main budget where we do school operations. In addition to that, we have to adopt a CIP plan as part of the budget plan. So what you see here is the 5-year plan that was reviewed by the school board. We have made changes to the budget in partnership with county administration, essentially using cash to fund some of the projects. It has zero impact to the amount of projects or the funding available to do the projects identified and approved by the budget as part of this process. And these amounts reflect the plan that was reviewed by the school board. What this slide shows is the overall, all-inclusive fund summary that includes the school operating budget, food service, the capital plan, and fleet. These are different funds. That's why they're shown in different lines. These funds together make up what's considered the school operating budget and includes programs such as the governor's school, the operating fund, the main operating fund, adult learning, and the detention center. If you remember from the budget process, originally this number was $461 million. So what's the reduced amount here is what is reflected in the reductions we have taken as part of the adopted budget or the draft adopted budget. Also, I should mention a very important note. The draft proposed budget includes in a holdback line the $4.2 million in state funding to be appropriated at a later date. So, which makes this a provisional or preliminary adoption for the purpose of us as school administration being able to move forward with issuing of contracts and the primary work that needs to happen in the next coming months. The reason for this is the county board approved this budget authority. However, without assurance from the state that we're actually going to get this check in the mail, I can't in good faith advise you to appropriate this money. So I would recommend that we do that at a later time. It could also mean that we reduce this amount at a later time. We just don't know what's going to happen with that amount. But it is included in your budget, and it is in a safe, separate line in the budget, so it cannot be spent in any way whatsoever, and it is controlled systematically. So that is included in the whole amount. I am removing it from the budget matrix so we don't actually spend it. Does that make sense? So we don't accidentally spend it. Are there any questions about that? Okay. Oh, and that's it. That's the presentation. And so, once the school board determines what you would like to adopt in the budget, I would just respectfully request, if there are major changes, a little bit of time to just double check, kind of similar to what they do on the county side, where they take a little recess, and then we can provide you with a final resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Shruska.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Mr. Taylor, I appreciate the time, and I thank your staff too, because they put a lot of time into this. So in order to get the discussion going forward, do I hear a motion to approve the recommendation by the superintendent and the school business officer?
I have questions,
I'll make a
How about
motion to approve the recommendation for the, let me read it properly here. Where's it at?
As presented?
To adopt the, what? I'd like to make a motion to approve the FY24 school board budget as presented.
I'll second that motion.
Point of order, Ms. Phelps.
Okay, I'm gonna, let me explain something. So this is provisional, so in the motion has to, it needs to.
Can I restate it, Ms. Phelps? I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution by the school board of the County of Spotsylvania, the provisional fiscal year FY24 budget as recommended by the superintendent and the chief of business officer.
And I'll still second that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's the proper wording right now. So do we have a discussion so we could just start moving on?
Just
Dr.
a
Daniels?
point of clarification on that motion. So are we trying to approve the budget tonight? And I'm only asking because on the calendar, it just says a possible adoption tonight but we can adopt it in May, like, adopt it in May. So I'm just curious, are we looking to adopt tonight?
Okay, so Mr. Shrefska and Mr. Taylor were talking about the provisionally, because we don't know what the state is going to bring us. So in order to start giving out contracts and to keep the gears moving in the finance, we're coming up on the end of the year, and we don't know until sometime in June what it's actually going to look like from the state. So we have to move forward. Am I correct, Mr. Taylor, in saying that, or would you like to elaborate on it?
Yes, ma'am. Well, first of all, I think that it would be potentially strategically very advantageous for us to move forward, particularly given this uncertainty. And so having the blessing here and the opportunity is with the extra money approved by the local governing body to support doing our very best for our staff. And I'm aware that some of the localities around us, while they have talked about and would like to do better, they are, in having to wait for the state budget action in order to adjust some of what they can do for people. So I think there is an attraction opportunity, a contracting opportunity for us if we can move forward with a provisional approval as quickly as possible. And in the context, the competitive context we're in with the shortage and hiring situation, then sooner, I do believe, is better. But that's just a suggestion.
Thank you for the clarification. I just wanted to
Michelle?
get clarification.
It's just, we haven't even discussed it, and we already voted on it. I mean, or you've already made a motion. This is not how budget work session works. But anyway, I have some changes that I think will, so we can maybe get back those 23 paras. First of all, I've mentioned it before, I'm going to mention it again. There are 2 items that have been added to the budget this past year that are not on this budget matrix anywhere. We added an FTE, a chief of staff position. It's not in here anywhere. We need to cut that, or we need to add this $175,000 that it cost back into the budget, because it's not there. And we don't need a chief of staff, someone who's not an educator. Second, the private security for central office, the 9 to 5, and I know those aren't the actual hours. I'm not talking about in this room. I'm talking about in central office. That's almost $90,000 a year. We don't need that. That's another savings. Then we go on, and another 50 grand in increase in legal fees. We are now paying an attorney way more than we've ever paid an attorney, plus we have an HR attorney. We're spending way too much in legal fees. We need to cut that. That's not on the matrix, that's in the budget book. We do not need the 3 payroll or bi-monthly people to be for our bi-monthly pay. That is $270,000 for that's not helping our students. Put it in the future. If our staff wants it, then we do it in the future. It's not necessary. $270,000, not necessary. Grant writer, an assistant mid-year, that's $120 grand. We don't need either of those. And I know the assistant, I think, or something is still in the budget. We don't need that. The food expense, y'all put it as budget, as board services or something. Y'all, it's $8,400 for food. We do not need to spend $8,400 for food. In the good old days, with Renee Daniels, she got donations and people, organizations or restaurants sponsored lunches, dinners for the school board, and our staff who have to be here all day long. Why is somebody not doing that anymore? We don't need to spend $8,400. In the budget book, there's $33,500 for public information. We don't need that either. Our public information people are quitting. And they moved print shop to finance, so I don't understand why that is increasing. That's another $33,500. Then I'm going to go, and I hate doing this, but if we go to the page that has the other needs, so page 13, I don't even know if we're going to be able to hire custodians. But if we just don't hire 5 more custodians, that's $267,000 or an additional $160,000. As I mentioned, the $8,400 for food, we don't need that. The 3 payroll staff, that's $267,000. The grant writer, that's $115,700. And this benefits chat box and health literacy tool, sorry, that's $275,000. We do not need an app for benefits. Sorry. We need to talk about kids. We need things that are going to support our students. And those 23 paras that were cut is what we need. And then this is the last thing that I have in mind, and I honestly hate doing it. But it's $500,000. And I believe that for $150 a year, our 5% stipends, athletic stipends, I think our coaches would be okay with not getting $150 so that our classrooms can have para-educators. Because we need to get those 23 paras back. And those are my recommendations.
Ms. Phelps.
Okay, Ms. Cole?
Okay, it would be helpful, it would have been helpful to understand what, where these changes that we're seeing in this presentation came from, who informed these cuts, and what the thought process or goal was for, sort of some of the, what seems somewhat random. I know that we have to make a lot of sacrifices regardless. But it would be helpful to understand, who informed this look at what needs to be changed, so that I could understand, what was their thought process of what they were trying to accomplish with this. Mr. Taylor, do you have, what were you trying to accomplish? Was this yours?
Well, it certainly wasn't just mine. This was a finance team and cabinet discussions and multiple different interactions to get to here. And it was informed by a variety of different factors.
Okay.
Not the least of which is, in some cases, how many folks in different specialized positions that are needed do we honestly believe or hope that we can hire in a very competitive market. And so some of the reduction, some of the staffing reductions were really driven, I think, honestly, in substantially by the notion of how many of these various positions will we actually be able to hire. And there was also consideration for any feasibility of deferring operationalizing positions with the last phase of ESSER, but those funds were already committed to different things. So those priorities were already, I think, substantially set. Mr. Shrestha may have some better color commentary on that. We also did have the feedback from the surveying that HR did about the transition to twice monthly pay and the attractiveness for the utility of that in attracting particularly new and young employees and career switchers. And it was more than it was a majority of respondents in especially relatively new employees that are interested in that different pay schedule. So there were a variety of factors involved, and it was a multi-layered discussion with the budget, the finance staff, and with the cabinet. There was also, it was very much informed by the priorities articulated by the Board of Supervisors about wanting to spend funds to do the most for our people. And there was also the concern that we simply are going to need to do the best we can for them, both in terms of compensation, health insurance, controlling health insurance cost, optimizing their cash flow, and trying to maintain the best possible work culture for them. Mr. Shrestha?
Actually,
anything to add?
I don't have anything to add, sir.
Okay. Thank you for that answers my question. I'd like to say that, you know, looking at this, my approach to determining where I think changes make the most sense as a board member and for the division, my goal looking at it was pretty simple, to focus on where we need to meet compliance, because that's a big deal in regards to being able to meet the needs or ratios that meet the needs of our students. We have compliance goals for a reason, and, you know, we at least need to try to I think the compliance goals are minimal, and we aren't even doing that. So my goal was compliance. How can we make sure that we're doing as much with the compliance areas as we can? And then the next one was keeping the bodies of, or keeping educators that we already have in the classroom, because as we see, whenever, you know, it's hard for us to hire when we have people leaving. We have elementary paras, as Ms. Shelley said, 23 elementary paras already in place because of ESSER funds. So what we're needing to do is to make sure that we can keep them in place with funding from our budget. I believe, and this is a question, that the SPED paras as well are already in place. So I don't want to be firing or terminating any positions where we already have a person in the position. We need to make sure we fund as many of those positions as possible and keep that staff in place. So my goal was to make sure that we keep staff in place and for our students, which is the other goal, is to fund the things that directly meet the needs of our students and their education as much as possible first. So I hope you will follow through with me. Some of the changes that I have are similar to what Ms. Shelley said. I will try to be brief with those and then add the other areas. So first off, I'll just go ahead and state that the page 13, the other needs, I basically looked at you already had not included the benefits chat box. So I feel like, while again, it's a sacrifice in anything what we change, but I don't think we should be sacrificing people who already are in positions. So all of those areas on page 13, other needs, I feel we can get rid of, just as Ms. Shelley said, that's $493,450. Then if we go to page 11, again, which Ms. Shelley said, the stipends. I think it's more important to keep a whole educator in the classroom versus the incentive for our coaches and academic people for the stipends. You know, when we have that kind of extra money, then we'll come back to being able to award them that additional money. So that's $467,000. Then if we go to page 12, the additional school support positions, you've already cut them in half. And these, as my understanding from previous meetings, were I think the 8 were 6 psychiatrists and 2 sociologists, social workers, I'm sorry. And to my understanding, and maybe Ms. O'Quinn, you can answer this question. How many vacancies do we currently have of psychiatrists? Do we have additional vacancies because of recent resignations? We had vacancies, and do we have additional vacancies because of recent resignations? I don't know whomever can answer that question. Ms. Langridge? We have 4 resign? Okay. How hard or difficult is it to hire into, and did we already have vacancies? Thank you.
I believe we did have a .5 vacancy, and then we had filled that position, but we've recently received resignations, so we'll be looking to fill those positions. But part of the reason we're receiving resignations is because our psychologists are significantly overworked trying to account for the number of testing and opportunities that they have to have. And so we're actively working to fill those positions. We've been actively recruiting, and we've also been creative with utilizing psychologist interns that are eligible to do all of the work. And so I think we're hopeful to be able to fill the positions if we have them.
Okay, and so adding an additional 4 positions would just make it that much more difficult to actually hire enough. Are we competitive as far as pay for psychiatrists? I mean, like, if someone had the decision to come to Spotsy and do this work versus go to another school division or private practice, would we be attractive?
The same as we are with teachers. I mean, we fight the other divisions just the same way, but the scales are similar to what other divisions see. We do compete with outside vendors who are hiring school psychologists to then turn around and sell them to us. So that is something that we fight, but we also offer retirement benefits and things that those contractors do not. So it's just about really getting to the right people. The same as we do with teachers.
You think we could, would you say we could sacrifice these 4 positions for now, considering we already have to hire 4 to replace what we've lost, and then come back around and maybe put it in the budget next year?
I think you certainly have to weigh a lot of difficult decisions, and so I couldn't say that. I can just speak to the fact that we are in need of school psychologists, which is why they are still in the budget, especially given the workload that they're currently facing.
Okay, thank you for your answers. I would, because of the situation that we're in, that we're losing people, and we have to hire people into those positions now, I would I would be willing to take these 4 positions out of this budget at this time, which is another, and it's not to say that we don't need psychologists, like Ms. Langridge said, but we already have the work to hire in where we're losing people. I mean, I think there's some work that we need to do to be able to stop losing people that we currently have first, before adding FTEs. And this was something that came up last year, that the concern was we had vacancies, and yet we're adding additional FTEs on top of that to make the job even harder to meet the FTE needs that we have. So I would say that we sacrifice those 4 positions that would create additional 4 vacancies so that we could keep positions that we already have people there. And that would be another $356,000. I am confused a little bit because, just like Ms. Shelley said in regards to the chief of staff position, I thought that the excuse as to why that was not in this budget as an additional thing to be funded, or additional FTE, because it was not we used a multiple vacancies to cover those costs. So my understanding was that they went ahead and hired a John J. Wright assistant principal, which I am happy about. Was a little bit confused because that's not what I asked for, but they hired that position because so that it would cover vacancies that we already have, so that, similar to the chief of staff position, that this assistant principal position would not now need to be in this budget because that covered some of those vacancies. So I had actually that this would be taken out and added another $124,600 because I feel as though that was already assumed by vacancies as to why we were able to hire them mid-year, hire that person mid-year already. So with those changes, I sort of go back, and what I did was I added up all of those items, and which came to $1,441.50, which would cover all 23 of the elementary para positions, and then would also allow us to bring back in, I think, 4 of the sped para positions where we had reduced it from 30 to 15 to add back in another 4 of those positions. So that's my recommendations. I feel like we need to have a goal and not just randomly sort of add things. I do feel add or cut, and I think it is a worthy goal to make sure that we keep who we have, and that we make sure that anything that we add to this budget to fund is first a direct, meets a direct need of our students, and our students need educators in the classroom before we need grant writers. I mean, we've been doing without them. Before we need a change to the pay system. I feel like that is not necessary. I feel like the return on that investment and being able to hire people that is not significant enough with the low pay that we have in being competitive. They're not going to look at the pay and say, oh yeah, but we get paid bi-weekly rather than monthly, so, that'll be a reason for me to choose this job versus a job that pays, significantly more. So with that, I've explained what my rationale is, and my goal is that we keep as many people that we currently have and get rid of some of the other, some of it is fluff, but some of it is just essential, I do believe, and it's a sacrifice. Real quick, the last thing that I want to say, and I recognize my time and then I will stop, but I am very concerned about the funds not being allocated to our literacy program. And I'm concerned too, but I do recognize that, we are making sacrifices. But I want to say this piece because we absolutely, as Mr. Shrestha said, we absolutely have to make sure that any excess funds at the end of the year get allocated so that we can meet these literacy needs. I know the Literacy Act has been expanded to go up to 8th grade. This funding we have in the budget now only covers up to 3rd grade materials, and we're not going to, and they've taken that out. With this extension, we now have to cover Tier 1, 2, and 3 training materials. Currently, we have virtually 0 materials to support the implementation of this program and be compliant. Mind you, our instructional team responsible for leading these efforts have given up budgeting for this money for 4 years. Our materials are 5 years outdated. Now, I understand from having done a tour of our elementary staff completing the training on Tier 1 that our instructional admin waited on purpose so that we wouldn't have to waste money because the state had not yet approved the materials to support the curriculum. However, if this instruction does not get allocation until July 1 of 2024, we will be behind on materials and staff will not be able to implement the state-required literacy program in the fall of 2024. If you cut these funds this year, it's going to cost millions next year to be able to meet the materials need to implement in the fall of 2024, which is a state requirement. I feel that it is irresponsible to not fund the materials required to deliver basic literacy training to our, materials to our students and training for them to read at the most pivotal points of learning how to read from K to third, as well as improving their reading skills through 8th grade. It's amazing to me that Mr. Taylor would blatantly would lie about where the Virginia students fall on reading. I'm almost finished. To claim that we are dead last in the nation when our kids. Okay, I understand, Ms. Phelps. Can you let me finish? I just have one sentence left to read.
Without character assassination of
It's not
people.
character.
Let's keep it to the budget.
Just let me finish.
Okay, keep it
It's
to the budget,
amazing
please.
that we would mischaracterize where students fall on reading to claim that we're dead last in the nation when our kids are. But then not to support literacy in the budget, then we're not going to support literacy in the budget.
Okay, let's go. Point of information, Mr. Twig, go ahead. Mr. Twig. Point of information, Mr. Twig. Mr. Twig. Okay, what was that, Mr. Twig?
Can we continue with discussion, please?
Ms.
Thank you, Madam
Phelps.
Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bousma?
I'm sorry, Ms. Phelps.
Mr. Bousma, what?
I had called earlier.
So would
but-
he.
Okay,
Okay.
you want to just
So,
go down the line?
you know what, Mr. Bousma, we'll let Dr. Daniels go, and then we'll swing back this way. Is that okay? Okay, good.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps. I
Okay,
appreciate
Dr.
that.
Daniel.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go through my portion, and hopefully I can get this out fairly quickly. But when I looked at the budget, I tried to look at our strategic plan, because I think that is important when we are looking at the budget to see how we're meeting that strategic plan. But however, I'm also aware that we have priorities right now that we need to set. And that takes us as a board working through this session together and trying and figure out what we can fund and what we can't fund. Of course, we want to fund everything that's on this in this budget, but unfortunately, we have to make some tough decisions. So I'm just going to go through this, and I mean, I'm going to ask questions through this process only because I need to get an understanding, because everything in the budget, of course, we need, right? But unfortunately, we don't have a plethora of resources available to fund everything. I do agree with my colleagues in terms of making sure we could fund the compliance issues, making sure that we're in compliance. So I don't agree with not funding any of these items. So I'm going to go through the ones that I think we can hold off and maybe get some additional funding to those areas, to the classroom. Because as I look at our strategic plan, one of them says, one of the plans says, we inspire and empower each student to develop essential skills. Where in order for them to develop these essential skills, we do need teachers in the classrooms, we do need pairs in the classrooms to support those teachers. So that's why, and again, that's why I'm going to support this part. And then as I go through this, I will just work with me. I'll just go through and eliminate, ask questions and see if we can find funding to fund the pair position or those other positions that are in special ed. Okay, my question for you, Mr. Strester, the modernization. When I think about that, because again, one of our strategic plan, I understand we have to have students, we have to have teachers, we have to have teachers to teach the students. I get all of that. But I also understand as a business, we also need to continue to make sure we update it with the equipment. We just made some votes earlier. We voted to fund some additional a firewall that takes time and it takes innovation. So what I'm going to ask you, the modernization, the business system modernization, if we do not do that today, what impact will that have on our school division? Because I'm understanding that when we're talking about modernization, we're trying to improve things. So what does that mean for us because currently we funded it right here. we funded it in this budget, right? It has a zero impact, so that means we,
So, Dr. Daniels, you're referring to the $267,000?
yes.
So that line is for 3 payroll staff in order to build out bi-monthly pay in the current system. The overall and overarching modernization initiative in reference to our technology systems that support our HR and financial systems has several layers to it. And those have to do with upgrades and infrastructure and hardware. But this line is particularly related to the 3 payroll staff. So I think if I understand your question, if we don't do the bi-monthly pay, then these 3 additional staff are essentially not needed. But what is needed are the infrastructure side of the Munis upgrade. And by that I mean the servers needed and the upgrade needed in the system to be able to do critical functions like issue W-2s this coming January. What is also, I won't say needed, but critical are things like implementing a time and attendance system, a more modern and robust system in the HR department, and in addition, looking at more robust recruitment systems. I think I would have to defer to HR and more commentary on that. So there's like the systems, like the computer side of it and the hardware, but this line in and of itself is really just referencing 3 additional staff in order to be able to implement.
So could you hold off on the staff at all?
As Ms. Landry said earlier, I mean, that's really for the board to decide.
Right, but is that going to, so the system, is the system already in place, the updated system in place already?
Yes, the ERP system is
So these 3
in
people
place.
will also help with some of the workload?
They're needed if we move towards a bi-monthly pay system, because what happens is you go into 24 cycles of payments as opposed to 12.
Okay, so right now,
It's additional staff needed to implement that part.
okay, so right now we're going to fund that, so we can eliminate that if we don't want the.
The consequence would just be we would remain at 12 payrolls a year, which is
Okay.
the status quo. That's what's happening now.
Okay, thank you. So I would, okay, so that's one. My
Okay.
other question relates to the one-time retention payment. So our staff, we're giving them a salary increase. Contracted staff. But we're also giving them $500 per contracted employees and then $250 for non-contracted hourly employees. What does that look like if we just did the per non-contracted employee stipend? Because it doesn't seem like they're getting an increase from the state, right? Am I correct in that?
Your question is, are non-contracted employees getting an increase from the state?
So yes, will they get an increase? Because
They're
according to
not
this,
part
they
of the
won't.
5%, no.
Okay, so, but we're also giving our contracted employees $500 in addition to the state increase as well, for
Yes.
retention purposes.
Correct.
Okay, and so if we were to, that's about $2 million.
Correct.
So if we were to eliminate because we want to keep all our employees.
We do. I would be remiss, Dr.
Okay.
Daniels, to not remind you respectfully that the county board did give the school board money for this. So at the very least, it would have to be done to the.
Don't worry
extent-
about it, I forgot about that, thank you
Okay.
for the reminder.
But I say that respectfully.
Yes,
I'm not
yes.
trying to
Yes,
say,
no, thank
okay.
you. Thank you for the reminder. The JJW assistant principal that we have currently, and that position has already been filled, so I'm just curious why, because that's another $124,000 we can,
So I didn't add this position as part of the proposed budget, so it's not included in the system, so to speak. So because it happened during that middle period, I need to include it in the system as a technical procedure so that it is ongoing in the new year.
Okay, so
But the
right,
position has already been hired. That's correct.
so we can remove it, so that's another 124,000 that we can remove from here since it's already from a bank.
No, I need to include it for 2024. It's included in 2023.
Okay,
So if we remove it out of here, it would have to be funded in another way.
well, we voted on that to be funded in a different way, which was part of the
Yes, in 20.
banked position.
Yes, and this follows through on that vote.
Okay, so we have that, okay. And in terms of there was one other question, one last question I would ask here. Which we definitely need the SPED staffing. Again, I want to fund every one of these positions, so I'm hoping that we take that in consideration as we are moving, because I do agree with some of the items that Ms. Shelley and Ms. Cole had already brought up. The grant writer position. We currently have a grant position that was filled maybe 2 years ago or a year ago. Is that position filled or is it still vacant?
I don't think that position no longer exists. That position has been reclassified in instruction.
Do we know why that was reclassified to somewhere else? Did we vote on that?
Yes.
Okay. So if we reclassified it, why are we now hiring for it? If we've
This would be a
already-
new position, Dr. Daniels.
Right, but I'm just wondering, because I was under the assumption that we still had that position available, but I'm hearing that we don't.
And that's the problem. We don't have that position, and I think that one of the impressions of the organization is that we're foregoing grant money by not having anyone to do that work. So it should be, if it's a successful grant writer can bring in, as you know, far more money than they cost.
Thank you. So I'll say one last thing about that. I know there were some conversations regarding the grant position. I am for the grant position because grant writers can bring money to this division. I've gone through several districts, not even in the state of Virginia, outside of the state of Virginia, that have gotten money from the but Department of Education. They wrote grants, and some of those dollars were $3 million to $6 million. And they advertised it and said, "Hoo-hoo, we got a grant, way to go." So that is why I'm advocating for a grant position, because if this division is not getting the money that it needs to fund these positions, we need to hire a grant writer to help us get the funding. And I know it can be done. So I was going to say, anyone that says we don't need a grant writer, that, to me, that's not true, because I know what a grant writer can do for this division. And this is not the first time I've heard this in the past. Someone came up to the podium, in 2020 when I was elected, and said, we're leaving money on the table because we need a grant writer to write these positions, write us a grant. So I'm going to support the grant writer. So I hope it stays in this budget. And I think I'm done. Oh, one other question. Sorry. Textbooks, AP textbooks. I know it says, we're not funding it this year, but I'm thinking about AP testing. And I don't know what this is going to look like. But if our kids are taking AP testing, and they have old books, what does that look like? I mean, maybe this is next year, maybe this is next year testing, I'm not sure. But if someone can explain that to me, because I don't want them to have old material, and they're taking an AP test.
Dr. Daniels, they are accessing those materials online as well, in their newest form.
So we wouldn't need the AP, is this just textbooks, or what am I looking at?
That was
This
just
is
for
like hard copy, so we're just ordering like a few hard copies for some of our students, and some have access online. Well, that's good to know that there are some access online? Because I don't want our students studying old
And
materials to
That
pass
and
the AP
supplemental
exam.
materials, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think, and I agree with the stipends. I can forego the stipend for the academic athletic stipends for the kids because I think kids are they need the support. I'm sorry, healthcare fund cost, is that something that we're funding as a school division ourselves? So if we don't fund it here, does that go on to the employee? Do they now have to, their cost, healthcare cost is increasing?
No, ma'am. What's the recommendation that was presented by administration would be to remove the employer increase and the employee increase. So the $2 million was removed in the original scenario presented tonight. So there would be no impact to both the employer and the employee. Now, what that does mean is that the current health budget is all in around $41 million, and the expenses currently exceed that and have been for several years. So if the division reaches a point where our expenses are so great that we may go into a negative as a division, at that point, we would use the $15 million that the county holds in the health reserve. So that's what this is saying. It's just deferring. It's the same decision as the prior year.
Thank you, Mrs. Chester, for the presentation, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Robbie, Mr. Buswell?
So the last thing Dr. Daniels actually hit on about the $2 million was something that caught my attention, just to make sure that the health insurance costs on the teachers aren't, or our staff isn't increasing. So I'm in agreement with that we need the 23 paras, elementary school paras. I just had a quick question. If we look at on page 9, the sped paras of it was 30, and it was going to cost us 1.6, and then we're doing 15. And then right under it, the last item is converting the para educators to full-time, and those are the 77 positions. Are the 77 positions, are they all vacant para positions? I mean, are they all filled?
No, sir. Those would be new positions that are currently being serviced through contractors. And so this would be the creation of 77 new positions. The idea would be to bring those positions in-house, so they would be essentially new positions. But we would not use contractors to provide this service currently.
So we're adding 77 new sped paraeducator positions?
Yes.
How about the 15?
The
sped
15 would
paras?
also be new.
So it'd
but
be on top of the
23
77?
Right. But the 23 that is above, those are existing positions, and those would be reduced in the scenario proposed earlier tonight.
So if there's 77 new para positions that we're adding, and then we're adding another 15, and Mr. Schuster, excuse my ignorance, I might be missing something, but that would bring 92 new para positions. Is it possible from the 92 positions, the para positions, to use that funding to use it for the 23 elementary school?
They're really two different things. So the 77 positions are current staff, they're hourly support staff, but over the years, because we haven't been able to be competitive, we've had to contract those out to outside vendors. So it's really cost neutral for us to create our own FTE positions, contracted positions that we can then fill. So those are existing positions. The 15 new para positions are directly tied to the new classroom instruction positions. So for each special ed low incidence program, we're required to have paras to support that program. So when we're looking at 15 low incidence programs, those paras directly support those new classrooms.
Okay. I'm going to pass my questions for right now, Ms. Phelps. I'm still studying budget.
Ms. Gillespie? Mr. Tway?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps. Thank you for this presentation. I know you guys put a lot of work into everything that you do. All of our staff always works very hard, and I'm very thankful. I'm sorry, Ms. Langridge, but that didn't ring all the way through for me. So why would we take away 23 paras to then add in 77? I understand the contractor, and I understand those pieces. I was just wondering why we can't, like what Mr. Abusmal was saying, I don't understand getting rid of people that already work here to then create new positions.
Sure. So the 23 para positions are currently positions that support general education or interventions. They don't support special education, and so that's where they're looked at differently.
Okay.
So those 23 positions are currently in elementary, secondary. They might be able to answer better than me, but they're supporting our general education students.
Mhm.
So the special education positions are to support our most impacted and low incidence classrooms, such as our autism or intellectual disabilities classrooms.
Right. So I understand that one is for SPED and one's for general education. I understand the contractors trying to bring it in-house. What I don't understand, I guess this is where, Prashant, you would come in, where it's, are you understanding what I'm saying?
Ms.
Prashant?
Gillespie, if I may, I think what you're saying is, so there's the position, right, the FTE, this imaginary person in a spreadsheet, and there's the actual person. So I think what you and Mr. Abusmal are talking about is, if we reduce the 23 paras that are part of elementary education, like those positions go away, but the people in those positions, we can still facilitate helping those actual people move to existing para positions, whether it be one of these positions or other vacancies. So we can certainly do that, is my understanding, and we can work with instruction and HR to make that happen. So the net impact to the actual person, I'm just pointing to my colleague here, is that person still has a job, but it may be a different job. It may
So
not
you'd just
be
be
one of the
reclassifying them?
Right, yeah, so they may move to, this may be a para position, so this position is not there anymore, but this position is now vacant, so we would just move Ms. Landridge in this imaginary situation to this position. So we can do that. I think that's what you guys are asking.
So is there not a need for elementary paras as much as?
No, there absolutely is.
I'm saying as much as there is SPED. I know there's a need. There's
There-
always a need for a para.
Oh, yes. They're both very important. They're completely different jobs. One is, yes,
Oh, so it's compliance
yes.
driven.
This one is
Okay.
compliance driven.
That's what I needed.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
They have different jobs and different goals and different mandates related to the positions, you know.
Okay, all right. I know we need a grant writer, because I think we should be proactive, not reactive. And, so I do agree with that. My question, will maintenance and transportation be able to operate with half? What does the category cover? I know it says materials, supplies, et cetera, but.
This is the line that was originally 1.5 million. Maintenance and transportation, material supplies and equipment.
Mhm.
This is really to cover the inflationary increase that has been occurring all throughout the division for materials and supplies, specifically related in the areas of transportation and maintenance. So we projected the total increase, the amount needed at 1.9. So if we decrease it by half, it will help, but it would be kind of where the situation where we are today.
So when I go through the bill list, I see that all kinds of things come out of the maintenance. You
Mhm.
know, it's, you have utilities, gas, all kinds of stuff. So is that going to be different? Is that now going to be separated and not taken out of the maintenance?
No, they're
category?
the same same supplies and that sort of stuff. This is just to account for the fact that the cost for those items have gone up. So the cost for, just like something we all can relate with is like the cost of lumber. The cost of lumber has drastically changed since 5 years ago. So because the cost for those supplies have gone up, the budget, needs to go up so they have sufficient money to buy those supplies. Cleaning supplies, for example, those things have gone up too.
So this is just an increase on top of what?
Inflationary.
Okay, so these numbers aren't the.
They're not for new items, they're to buy the support for existing operations, but just that the costs have gone up.
Okay, and let's see. So you already answered that one. I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the chief of staff position has already been absorbed into this year's budget. Is that correct? Is that why we're not seeing it on here?
We did include it as part of the proposed budget as an ongoing position.
Okay, so that's why we're not seeing it on here. Let's see. And I think the 5% stipends are for academic and athletic staff,
Correct,
right? So it's not just for the coaches, it's for academics as well.
correct.
All right. What is the difference between secondary counselor specialist and John J. Wright counselor? Because there's a significant gap in pay. Just wondering what the.
Right, the secondary counselor is this very specified job to provide support in the secondary level, at the division-wide level. The John J. Wright position would just be working in that building for that program, similar to a counselor being assigned to a school. But let me just look at my colleagues and make sure I'm answering that correctly. Right, so the secondary position will support the school board office, and in the first year also support STs,
If I might, Ms. Gillespie, we have an elementary counseling specialist currently at the school board office. This would be adding a secondary, someone to work with our high school counselors on graduation requirements, things of that
Okay.
nature.
All right, thank you.
supervisory position, I should also say.
Okay. All right, so that's the gap.
Yep, that's
Gotcha.
right.
So I shared this last year. I would like to see our books and our curriculum be brought into the budget and not continue to depend on carryover to fund the books and the curriculum. So I agree with Ms. Cole on that. I've been preaching that choir for a while. What are additional school support positions? Oh, okay.
Psychologists and social workers.
But you already have psychologists on here somewhere else.
We do, one group is related to compliance and one group is related to moving towards best practices.
So which one's for best practices? The
The
additional?
ones on the bottom. The ones on the top that are in the compliance section are related to meeting compliance needs, or SOQ.
Okay, so that's not compliance, is what you're telling me. Okay. All right. And, so I know we were sent an email not long ago regarding the numbers for the central admin compared to other divisions. Do you guys happen to, I know I'm asking a lot, but happen to know those offhand? Because from what I gathered, we're pretty skinny up here. We're not as fluffy as everybody thinks we are.
I can pull that up, just give me 1 second.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for doing that.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Ms. Gillespie, but you brought that up. I was working, Mr. Shrestha, you were on that email chain about the comparison to Stafford, and it was found out that the the extra positions, extra line item of 60-something positions was their managers, was their cafeteria managers. So that number on Stafford's, do you remember they had 60, it was 67 positions that we didn't have, so it made it look like we were a lot more scarce.
Yes,
That was their cafeteria managers. They were put in that line item, just FYI.
Yes, if I could have the floor computer. When I did the calculations for this slide and presented to you at the pre-budget work session, the number for Stafford was higher because there were about 67 positions in here. Later, I came to find out that those positions were related to nutritional positions. In the system, they were just, or in the data file, they were labeled as supervisors, managers, and directors. So at that time, I was not aware that they were nutritional staff. So hence, once I became aware of that, thanks to the work of a diligent citizen, and the research with my staff, we made the correction and sent an email to the entire board, making that correction. Yes. Did I answer your question? Okay. It affects these numbers right here in terms of central office.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if we could pull that up for the community to be able to actually see for themselves that it's really not as top-heavy as some may think.
Right, the
So-
result is still that it's pretty slim. I mean.
Right.
It only impacted, the correction impacted these numbers, but when you compare, it's still the same message. If
Right.
that's what you're saying, I agree.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that. And I just wanted to piggyback on something that, my last thing, that one of my fellow board members was talking about, our legal fees going up. We've had a lot of, let's just say, complaints from some members of the community, from members of our board in particular, that's caused our legal fees to go up by manufacturing lawsuits. They wouldn't be off the charts if everybody would just stop playing politics. So unfortunately, that's what we got to go through here. Everybody's playing politics, and in turn, legal fees go up. So that means taxpayer dollars pay for that. So everybody wonders why. That's why. So that's it from me, Ms. Phelps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Busma. Mr. Twig?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, with all of these ideas, several good ones on cost adjustments and revenue reacquisition or acquisition, I guess, do we want to consider withdrawing or tabling a motion tonight and holding a special meeting? We want to push through this. What are everybody's thoughts?
I'd
Thank you.
make a substitute motion. Yeah, I thought we were.
Oh, no, I'm
we were
not
still
saying
discussing.
that this is the last straw. I'm just presenting an idea for people to think about.
Mr. Twig, if I could, Ms. Phelps, could I address his concern?
Sure.
So the staff had stated that in order to kind of move forward with contracts and keeping the wheels turning, that they wanted to just go ahead and do this now. They
Good
want to do
point. I forgot
something
about that.
now, and then if things change or something comes back with the state that's different, then that's when we would come back and readdress. Thank you, Ms. Phelps.
Thank you for clarifying.
Ms. Cole?
Yeah, I have a question. We received an email last week in regards to so we lost our Director of Mental Health and Wellness, resigned earlier in this year, and we hired, at our last meeting, a new Director of Mental Health and Wellness, and we received an email from the person who was offered the job, that he had received a call saying that that while he was extended the offer, that position of Director of Mental Health and Wellness may not be funded in the 2024 budget. I hadn't raised it till before, but I want to be sure, because I don't see that position is removed from this budget. I want to be sure that position is not in jeopardy. I mean, I cannot fathom not having a Director of Mental Health and Wellness, and my understanding is that job description is there. They are over our counseling department. They manage, sort of placement of our international students, because that's a counseling thing. I mean, it's mental health and wellness for our students. They manage the psychologists and all of this. But I just want someone to, because this was, I was miffed to hear that was even intimated to someone who had just been offered a job when the board had not even voted on a budget, and nowhere in our budget discussion ever was there any talk of getting rid of that position, ever. I know that there's a secondary counselor position in the budget that we are asking for new, but that, to my understanding, how it was explained to us, was a position to provide additional support to the Director of Mental Health and Wellness so that they could do more in regards to the specific job responsibilities that they were doing, because they were spread thin. And to the point about, we have a thin central admin, that person would actually have support. So I want reassurance.
Certainly. There is no feature in the proposed budget that's before you tonight that has any effect on that position.
So that offer is still, or that position, the person that we've extended, they will have a job come the new school year, 2024.
That position is in the budget.
Okay, thank you. What I'm saying is.
Position is in the budget.
So the Director of Mental Health is in the budget.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't have any issue with that person not continuing on for the 2024 school year. I don't want any games or anything in regards to that position.
Okay, games?
I don't want any games. I want him to tell me straight. I don't want him to be saying it in a way that is,
Okay.
not
right.
clear. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna,
Thank you.
we're gonna move on right now.
Okay, do we have a second round for this, too? Since we had second
Okay,
rounds for the others, Ms. Phelps? I'm just
Shelley,
asking.
I will address myself right now, and then don't wait, just keep your calm a
Put your
little
hand
bit.
down,
Just
that's
keep your
fine.
calm.
You can keep your hand
Okay,
down.
just relax.
Talk to the
And
hand.
we'll go on, okay?
Okay, I will and you will.
Thank you. Just settle down. Okay, I know it's late. So, right now, we're looking at the, so my concerns here is, and I heard a lot of stuff everybody was talking about up here, but if there was a way, and I started looking at it, pulling out from what's here right now, because up here, this is what I'm going off of, the documentation. And by the way, thank you so much for bringing this forward the way it is. because I support this right now, but I did hear a lot of some ideas or some suggestions up here, so I'm just going to bear with me while I go through this a little bit. But, so this is what I'm going to go off of right now, because I'm not in the weeds inside the office. You all are, admin, staff, finances, and so I'm going to go on from here. So, the concern here, I think, is the elementary paras, right? And so, to come out for the elementary paras, if I'm not mistaken, if you could follow me here on this, the, to get 12.5 paras, which I just halved it, right, the 12.5 paras was 667,500. Am I correct? Okay. So that was my starting point, because I heard some mention up here about the paras, and they're very important. So going further on down to try to free up or bring in some of those paras into this budget, I looked at the 89,000, on page 10, the IT field technology position, the 89,000. Let me go to the next page, page 12. There's 124,600. That is a secondary counseling specialist on there. Exactly, did you answer that question earlier? Who?
Yes, that's an additional position that would be working in the central office, and in the first year, they would be supporting the SCTC program, but it would be an additional program to support secondary, and it would be a supervisory position.
Okay, so if we can just take that off, just,
Sure.
you know, to maybe come up with what that looks like. And then the secondary counseling specialist was one for 124. The 356 additional school support positions, if we can take that out.
Could you repeat that again, Ms. Phelps?
The 356 for the 4 positions, additional school support positions. What does that, what does, I had the total up here. Let me see.
We're on scenario 6, right?
Where's my paper? 3, so it would be the 356.
Oh, shoot, I'm working on the wrong one.
Ms. Phelps, could you just let us know what page you're on, please?
I'm on page 12,
Thank you.
356.
So that would bring us down to about $97,000 in the gap with those changes.
Okay, so that would be for 12 and a half paras
Mm-hmm.
in there. So what if we brought it down 11 paras in there?
Okay, I made the change. Yep, that brings us down to about 17,800. That's pretty much a balanced budget.
Okay, so do you have that
Yes, I recorded it.
all recorded? Okay. So that's where I'm going to go with that. So that would address the, my concerns for having the elementary paras to at least fill those positions in there at the elementary school level, because I know they're very important, especially at that level for me, when you walk into the classrooms and such, and that's really where a lot of the beginning learning takes place. So that's where I would go with that to come to balance the budget in that way. So who else was it?
Ms. Phelps, can
So
you?
what if we took the
Ms. Phelps, I just want clarification. Can you repeat what you, what was the first one that you asked Mr. Stresser to move or add?
Okay, let me go back. So the IT field technology position, page 10, one position, 89,000. $89,000. $356 for the additional school support positions. That one's page 12. Mm-hmm. 124,600 for the secondary counseling specialist. Right.
No, the counseling is just one position.
No, the counseling's 1, 4, 5, that would be 6 right there. Well, that's the IT position.
Oh, okay.
89,000. The additional school support positions, 356. The 124,600 secondary counseling specialist. And if we were to, if we were to take at least one of those full-time custodials down, would that that would make up for the 17,000 roughly?
Yes. Did you change it? Yep, okay.
Okay. So then that would leave two.
That's a balanced budget.
Two full-time.
And adds 11 paras.
Right, and that would be 11 parents. Okay. Did you get that, Mr. Boozwell?
I mean, truthfully, I'd be
Custodian goes down to 2.
I'd be okay with getting rid of practically, I mean, we can keep the grant writer in there, but I'd be okay getting rid of all the positions on page 13, from custodial staff to school board operational budget to business system modernization. Can't?
Please speak into the mic so everyone can hear you.
Me? Miss?
Mr. Boozman,
That's
you are
the
speaking
new
into
budget
the
modernization. I have it, Ms. Shelley. That's the new budget, the modernization program.
To do by month, to pay twice a
Yeah.
month rather than once. I mean, yeah, like I said, we would clear up a good amount, a good chunk of money if we just hold off on that for right now. If we get rid of the custodial staff, if we get rid of the operational school board budget of $8,400, if we get rid of the modernization for this year, and we can add one grant writer position if we're going to, if it's going to bring us more money. I mean, we can add the grant, keep the grant writer position, Ms. Phelps, to go on with what you requested. We can go ahead and get rid of the IT position, but then if we got rid of the custodial staff, at least we can have some more support on page 12. I'm all over the place, Mr. Stress. I hope you're keeping up, because I'm not even keeping up with myself at this point.
I got you. That's pretty similar to, I think, what Ms. Shelley proposed.
So-
I reckon where this is going is to add more than 11 paras?
Yes.
Okay.
Because, I mean, at this point, it's all about retention, and I feel that our teachers don't only need to be supported financially, they also need to be supported in the classroom. And I think the way to do that is to put paras, as many paras in the classrooms as possible. So that's where I'm going with that. I guess I'm so lost right now. Yes, I'm finished.
So I would like to withdraw my motion to approve this as presented, and I'd like to make a motion to approve it with the following changes. Taking out IT field technology positions. Taking out the additional school support positions. taking out the secondary counseling specialist. And taking out one of the additional custodial FTE.
Would you be adding anything?
And I'm sorry, and adding the 11 paras. I apologize. That was the whole point of that.
So that was what you present, okay.
Yes.
Okay,
I just wanted to put it in a motion.
okay.
Do I have a second?
I'll second for the sake of discussion, or no?
No.
And I also have.
May I just have a minute just to make sure that,
Sure.
And since there's,
We're going to give him a minute.
yeah, but I mean, at this point, if there's a motion, is it possible to get it on the screen so we can follow along? Is
yes,
that
we
what-
can certainly do that.
Okay, because I'd rather that. Oh, that.
Okay, number 9's ready to go. Okay, this is called scenario number 9. And I'll just go through it line by line so it's clear what we're doing. In the first section, I'll highlight the lines as such. This remains the same. And by same, to be clear, I mean what was proposed by administration earlier tonight. So utilities is decreased, that remains the same. Maintenance inflation at half. Joint fleet remains the same. The GPS coordinator is removed. And safety and security, we just remove uniform. So that section remains as is. The paras move to 11, as you can see here, from 23. Everything else in the screen remains the same. Instructional specialists, SPED staffing, SPED teachers, SPED paras. And just as an illustration, this is what Ms. Landridge was saying. Ideally, for every SPED teacher we add here, there's a corresponding SPED para here. Okay? I'm just going back to a previous question, but hopefully that helps. Gateway and Courthouse Academy remains the same. The support positions remains the same with the reduction to 2. No change to converting paraeducators. No change to speech pathologists, which remains at 5. 6 English language learners. A half position for Spotsy Middle School. The field tech is removed, highlighted here in yellow. Textbooks for AP, literacy, English and science removed. School-based allocation that was proposed removed. And central training remains at 10,000 increase. No change to state and federal programs. No change to the adjusted compensation proposal from today. And just to be clear, the stipends are staying in this scenario. And then no change to the career and tech. The additional support positions that are not related to mandated get removed. The secondary counseling gets removed. No change to John J. Wright. No change to low incidence teacher stipends. Health and wellness nursing staff remains at 3. Custodian reduces by an additional 1, so a total of 2 in this scenario. The school board operational budget remains. The 3 payroll staff remain. Grant writer, you said that stays, right? And the chatbot and literacy tools are removed. So what that does, in addition to these reductions proposed earlier, which is freezing 15 positions, additional print shop revenue, and the 6 positions eliminated, it brings our balance to 35,000.
Ms. Gillespie,
To
actually,
the positive, I should say.
so instead of making amendments, am I still able to do a substitute motion? Because you're, okay. So I respect and wholeheartedly love what you're trying to do to get the paras. I stand on that we need all 23 paras back in the budget. So if we go back, I'd like to make a substitute motion in which we are getting rid of all division full-time custodial FTE positions that are being requested, which you would take out the 3. We would, sorry,
Okay, I will make that change on the screen.
I write my notes everywhere.
There it is.
Okay, so on page 13, we would be getting rid of 13.1, which is the full-time custodial FTE positions. We would be getting rid of 13.2, which is the school board operational budget of $8,400. We would be holding off on the modernization this year. As much as I don't want to do that, I think
Okay.
the teachers are more concerned about getting paid rather than how many times a month they're getting paid. So I'm okay holding off on that. We can keep the 1 grant writer position.
Okay.
And the rest would stay the same on page 13, right? Because we're not getting the benefit chatbot that's being taken out already.
already removed,
So
yes,
if you
sir.
go back to, Ms. Phelps asked for the IT position to be taken out. So we would take that out for $89,000.
Yes, that's already out.
Okay, and what would we be at then? If we're having all 23 positions? I want all 23 paras, and we can continue cutting. Again, as much as I don't want to do this, I'm personally more okay, respectfully to our coaches and the stipends they'll be receiving, I'm more okay with cutting that, because like this budget has to be focused about in classroom instruction time that our students are missing out on. So we're going to have to make sacrifices, and that's going to be one of the sacrifices. So if we have to cut into that stipend of $467,000,
So with the proposals you made, Mr. Abusmal, we can bring back the paras to 19, and the balance becomes 9,000.
is that keeping the stipends? If we remove the stipends, I mean, like, I do want to prioritize the 23 paras over the stipends.
May I make a suggestion?
Absolutely, you may.
If we increase the frozen positions to, I don't know, 8, let's try 16. Let me bring the paras back to 23. That's what I'm doing here on the screen. And I'm scrolling back down. You can see the balance is negative 148, so I will increase the frozen positions.
So, I mean, if we don't want to eat into the stipends, if we take out 1 additional school support position or 2 school support positions on page 12, and we would just have 2 instead of 4, would that balance us out?
Those are already all taken out. But we could propose freezing 18 positions, meaning we're not going to cut them from the budget, but we're purposely not going to hire 18 teachers in the coming year to balance the budget.
So the additional school support positions, that's already taken out currently?
Yes, sir.
With the counseling specialist?
Yes, sir.
Miss-
Oof.
Mr. Boozmo,
Yes, ma'am.
just a clarification, we also have sped pairs there as well. Is there any way you can increase that number as well, to maybe adding 3 or 4 more positions there? Because they also, special education, considering.
What page is that, Dr. Daniels?
That's still on page 9. Because, at least, can we add something there as well? I would support adding additional special education pairs.
Because we
there as
did cut that in half.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we eat into the athletic stipend to add some more sped paras,
Would you guys like to get rid of the stipend?
can we see what that would look like?
Sure. So I will now go here into the 5% stipend. I will eliminate that. And that creates 469. Now, did you still want to
many
increase the
sped
number
pairs?
of frozen positions, or should I revert back to the 15 where we were?
So the reason we're doing this is try to see if we can.
Mr. Boozemel?
Yes, I'm so.
Was that 469? Could that maybe add in some special education paras?
Yes,
Is that what you
that
said?
that would be the
Okay.
transfer of the stipends for, on page 11, it's like 467, I believe, and then transfer that money over so we may retain or add some special education paras on
Okay,
page
so
9.
So on this line here, so let me make it 19, so this number matches this number. And we would be now 30,000 to the good, which is, that's essentially a balanced budget. And what it eliminates here is the 5% increase to academic and athletic stipends, but it brings back 23, 24, 26 paras. Would you like me to go through this list one more time?
Please.
Okay. All right, so this is Ms. Gillespie's motion, slightly adjusted by Mr. Abusmo. No change in this section. Your changes are now highlighted in yellow. In this section, we're bringing back the 23 paras. This is as is in terms of what was presented. The field, oh, you're correct. Right here. Line 42. Sorry, thank you. The sped paras now match the number of special education teachers, and that's where we want to be ideally, minimally, I should say. Ideally, it would be 30. Then we are reducing this field tech position. Eliminating the athletic and academic stipends. Eliminating the additional school support positions. These are not related to SOQs. These are just related to moving towards best practices, eliminating the secondary counseling specialist. And eliminating all of the additional custodial positions. And that's it, right? And that's it. In addition to what was proposed earlier tonight, which is cutting 6 positions, this is a elimination from the budget, increasing the print shop revenue, and freezing 15 positions permanently until the next fiscal year. And that leaves the budget at a positive of 30,400.
So just the reason I like this scenario is we're getting the raises, healthcare is not going up for our staff, our teachers are receiving the support they need in the classroom, and we're being able to bring in sped paras, like have 19 positions. I personally think it's not the best case scenario, but I still think it's a winning scenario overall. So I'd remind my board members that I do have a substitute motion on the floor and nobody's yet to second it. I haven't
I'll
taken
second
it
it
personally. Just
for
saying.
discussion.
Okay.
I have discussion, Ms. Phelps.
Go ahead, Ms. Gillespie.
So this is discussion on your motion, your substitute motion, correct? Okay.
The one on the board.
Yes. So my only concerns with that is that so we would like to eventually have more people apply and retain people, and the only way to really do that is to do the business systems modernization. That was a retention tool and a hiring tool, right? That was what the purpose of that was?
It's to go to bi-monthly pay.
Right, is that a retention tool or a hiring tool? Was that the purpose of, Ms. Shelley, well, you're not talking to yourself, if I can hear you.
Ms. Gillespie, please go on.
So was that a hiring tool or a retention tool? Is that what that was? Can anybody answer that for me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So That was the whole purpose of that. So then you have the school board operational budget. That's $8,400. So they're just letting everyone up here know that there would be no more professional development, no trips. I'm game, I'm for it, no more trips, no more nothing. We don't have to have any professional development. That includes VSBA, by the way. And also, if anything up here breaks, that comes out of our budget. So if the mics start going out, anything, the screens, if anything happens in here, that's that $8,400. That's the only pot of money we have to pull from to fix things in here. So cameras start going out. I mean, it's not a very big budget to begin with, but that just concerns me that we won't have any money at all to fix anything in this room, at all. You know, when we did this, the electronic voting system, that came out of that. So we had to pay for the voting system with those funds. Thank you for your commentary, Ms. Cole. I appreciate it.
Okay, Ms. Cole, let Ms. Gillespie speak. Go ahead, Ms. Gillespie.
I don't know, those are my concerns with that. Mr. Boozmal was taking those two items out. The
Ms.
business
Phelps.
systems modernization, because that is a retention and a hiring tool that our administration and staff and cabinet came up with. And then the school board operational budget. Those were my only concerns with what you presented here. I would like to have more paras than what we have, and I'd like to pay people more than what we're able to do, but I just, so if you were to take out for me, if you were to take out the business systems modernization, the school board operational budget, I would, and whatever that comes to with paras or whatever, then I'll support it. But with those two things, I don't know if I can support that, because it feels like we're moving backwards if we're doing that, because the whole point of the business systems modernization was to start moving forward and be innovative and kind of keep up with the other divisions around us, because the other divisions around us are also doing biweekly. When they did, you know, a sort of survey, that's kind of what they found, was that people would, especially younger people, would prefer to be paid biweekly. And that's what we're really attracting nowadays, is the younger generations are now coming in and they prefer to be paid biweekly. Bi-monthly, I'm sorry. Bi-monthly. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired, Mr. Twig. So what does that look like, Mr. Prashant? If you were to take the the systems modernization. Sorry, I'm probably looking like a raccoon up here at this point. I'm getting tired. Business systems modernization, if you were to put that back in, and the school board operational budget, if you were to put that back in, and then you adjust accordingly with the paras, probably preferably the elementary paras than the sped paras. If you were to do that, how many paras would we have?
So that's $245,000. So,
And then if you were to adjust the paras according to,
I think about 5 paras. Probably 17. So we'd have to go down to 17 paras.
17 paras. Does that,
But it keeps the 19 in sped.
so we would be able to still keep the 19 in sped, and then we'd have 17 elementary paras
Yes, ma'am.
if we were to add those two things back in. Okay. I don't know, that
Was
was.
it Ms. Gillespie? I'm so sorry. Did you add? I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
How many of the FTE positions did you add for the business system modernization? All three back?
All three of them.
Could it be accomplished with less than three? There's no way.
It's a lot of work, a lot of testing, and lots of additional work to make sure it works. So it will be, the team is already stretched with thin, with all the account they need to accomplish. So it would make more, it would hinder us in real implementation time if we cut down the.
So another question would be for, it's going to cost us $267. I realize we have a smaller payroll staff here. Would it be cheaper to contract out a company to help us with the implementation of bi-monthly?
No, from my research, contracting out the service would aid in tax reporting, but the work that needs to be done on the front end, the processing still needs to occur. At least that's my understanding, and that was my research. So the bulk of the work still needs to occur. Once the file is processed to a vendor, they process the file. And what that does, it does help with things like tax reporting and other types of reporting on the other side. But in my experience, the benefit with contracting out a payroll program and in reading the literature, it's very beneficial in smaller companies, maybe companies that have 1,000 employees or 500 employees. But once you get into a mid-sized to a large employer, I should say, I'm not sure that the literature supports like eliminating positions to gain efficiencies through contracting.
Okay.
But that's just, I will say, that's just my knowledge and experience.
So going up to 18 pairs, what would that leave us at?
Um, 22,000? We can make that happen, so.
So with the 18.
We'll be at about 22,000.
So I have a question
can
for
make
you.
that work.
I'm so sorry, but so I know I took out the IT position. I also know we have a tremendous, Mrs. Sagari, you can just nod your head yes or no. We have a tremendous amount of technology coming in, and they probably do need help. So freezing a couple extra positions to add that position back on, what would that look like, Mrs. Shrestha?
Okay.
So we can at least have that support, because I know.
So putting that position in, that puts us at 83,000. Yeah, and we can just move to freezing 16 positions instead of 15. That balances the budget.
And how much money would we have?
8,000. And the bottom line?
Yes, we would-
8,000. But in this scenario, we would be freezing 16 positions instead of 15, meaning we wouldn't hire 16 teachers. It's just one more than what was proposed at the beginning of the night.
I'm okay with keeping it that way.
Ms. Cole?
So, to Ms. Gillespie's discussion in regards to the going to biweekly pay. And I just want to say this because, you know, so it's a matter of, it is more important to terminate, we went down to 17, so what's that? 7 positions, or where were we at, 23, 6 positions. So it's more important to terminate 6 positions in the classroom with our elementary school students, supporting our teachers. It's more important to eliminate those where, we already have people in those positions supporting our kids. It is, you feel as though going to biweekly pay, not increasing anybody's pay, just paying them twice a month rather than once a month, and the 3 people support that is needed to be able to implement that change in process, that is going to, you've been, in a sense, sold just because people said they would like that, or, higher than 50% said, that would be cool. That alone would retain our people. That alone would be the thing that would make someone say, I want to come work with Spotsy. To go to biweekly pay. I just want to make it clear that the decision that you're making to cut 6 positions of real people, real pay, and real support that we have in our classrooms, to go to make a process change. I just, you're going to do what you want to do, but I'm just saying that the way that you talk about it as, modernization, we're just going to biweekly pay. That's all that is. There is not anything that has shown that is, it's a nice to have, but there's not anything that has shown that that's going to increase our retention or allow us to hire one additional person and be competitive. But we do have people already in those positions working with our kids. We know that for certain. So I'm just trying to explain it in a way that maybe you can understand a bit more how, maybe you're
budget. Let's stick to the budget. Let's stick to the
I am
numbers.
talking about the budget.
Okay.
Can you let me finish? You cannot tell me what to say.
It sounds like you're character assassinating.
I didn't
just
say
because of
anything
board
about
member.
Ms. Gillespie.
Can we just go back to the budget?
Can you just let me finish? I don't character assassinate
Okay.
Ms. Phelps.
It seems
Okay?
like that
I'm
way.
talking about the thought process and the logic with which she is thinking.
So she's not,
let
so
me
that's,
finish.
it's
So
not her, excuse me.
Right. So I'm talking
Excuse
about
me,
the logic with which she.
Point of order, excuse me,
Well, you
because
interrupted
she has
me.
her own
Don't
thought
you say at the
process,
beginning of the
okay?
meeting to not interrupt
That's
people.
right, but when you.
And I didn't interrupt her, I didn't interrupt you, I didn't interrupt her, and I did not character assassinate anyone.
So we won't be
I am
recognized. We'll go back
explaining,
to the budget
I
right
am
now.
explaining the importance of.
You're
And
not
I wasn't
recognized.
character assassinating.
You're not recognized.
And
There you go. You're not recognized. Okay, we're going to move on if we're not going to go to the budget. Mr. Bushnell?
Had lots of opportunities. May I, please?
Okay, Mr. Bushnell has one more thing. Yep.
Just my really quick thing. I understand where both members are coming from, and I think it would. Ms. Gillespie, I understand what you're saying. if we can add, we don't know whether it's going to help us or not, right? But we're in a pretty desperate need where we need to try different initiatives to see what works and what doesn't work. There's 3 different factors that are playing into being able to recruit and retain in this budget. The first factor is salary. We're touching on that. I'm glad. Second is support in the classroom. We're doing that with the paras. At first, we had 0 paras, and then we had 11 paras, and then we had 23, and now we're to 18. That's fine, right? We're compromising. We're working as a team. And then the third factor, what Ms. Gillespie thought would be beneficial to add another factor, another layer of this retaining, recruiting, would be the bi-monthly pay. We don't know if it's going to work or not, but we're in a situation where we won't know unless we try, and we're in a situation where we're pretty desperate to try and so we can recruit more. So I feel like this would be I think we should be in agreement that this is a compromise where we're all touching on 3 factors in this budget to try to keep the teachers in the classroom and bring more teachers to Spotsylvania County. That's just my 2 cents. I see the different factors that are in play here. Again, it's the 3 factors of salary. We're touching on that. Third one is support in the classroom. We're adding the 18 paras just for the elementary school and the other paras with the SPED department and other categories. And then Ms. Gillespie, your factor that you would like, which I accepted when you brought it up into my motion, would be the bi-monthly pay. I think it's better safe than sorry. We're in a situation where we need more staff than less staff. So I'm willing to try what may seem ridiculous to some. I'm willing to try and see if it works for us.
Okay,
So
it's Ms. Shelley's
that's
turn.
it.
Thank you, Mr. Bousma. Ms. Shelley, go ahead.
Ms. Gillespie, you mentioned that our
Everybody's
competitors.
going off to you today.
I have a question. Ms. Gillespie, you mentioned that our competitors do bi-monthly pay. Can you reiterate, which competitors have been bi-monthly?
Which what has been my
Which
monthly?
of our competitors, because you stated that our competitors, we're competing with people who have bi-monthly pay. Can you tell me who has bi-monthly pay that we compete with?
I frankly, I'm going to be very honest with you, I don't remember what the chart said, but we were given a presentation on it.
Okay, I don't remember that presentation, but I can tell you firsthand that our biggest competitor, Stafford County Public Schools, does not do bi-monthly pay.
Okay.
I know that firsthand.
Okay.
So
That's good.
and somebody's not going to come to Spotsylvania for bi-month because they get paid twice a month when they're going to get more someplace else. They're not going to come to Spotsylvania for getting paid twice a month when they're going to have more para support in another locality. Somebody is not going to come to Spotsylvania for that. People are not. I mean, if people were leaving because they weren't paid twice a month, that is not something that's going to keep people here. Or they would have already gone because of that. I'm going to guess that no one has said, I'm leaving Spotsylvania because I'm not being paid twice a month. Just a guess. That's not a recruiting tool, and that's not a retention tool. We did a survey, and the survey was not, are you going to leave Spotsylvania because you're not paid twice a month? That was not one of the questions. People are already here, and they're getting paid once a month. So that wasn't a recruiting tool either. So I see it as we need to support our kids. And that money, that's over $250,000 that is being spent, and it's not on our kids. And our staff doesn't need it. They're not used to it. It's not something they would be missing if we could wait one more year even, when maybe we'll have a better budget year. But that to me is just, it's taking it away from kids. That's my opinion. So that needs to go away. And that's my opinion. And then the $8,400 is not it's additional. That's not adding more money for professional learning. That is in the budget book that says food for us. So I don't like the stuff that people say. The electronic voting was never approved by the school board to get this stuff. This was never approved. Somebody took it upon themselves. Oh, and I'm being interrupted, just so people are aware, because they can't see. But I have some questions about what's actually in the budget book, because there's things that are in the budget book that are not on this matrix. So, executive administration has gone up $445,959. Can we cut that a little bit? Even $100,000. That'll pay for a couple of paras. We have the supervisors line. I don't think we're hiring more supervisors. And that line went up over $355,000. So can that line go down a little bit? And I'm asking these questions, and I'm hoping I will get some answers. Again, public information went up $33,500. Not a lot of money, but they've lost people. They're no longer do the print shop, so I don't understand why that is going up. Technology and supplies, I know, you perked up. That is increasing by almost $1 million. And I'm wondering if that could be in the CIP. But technology supplies has increased almost $1 million. And is that whole thing needed? So those are some questions that could possibly save us money, and then maybe you could keep your 3 people. Are these things that could happen? And then, so do we have answers?
So the first one was in regards to executive administrative services. So that's 2 positions that are moving in that area because they were classified incorrectly. It's basically the clerk and assistant clerk. The next one was.
But one quick. A clerk and assistant clerk, that's not $445,000.
Which line? Oh, and there's also the chief of staff being added.
Chief
there.
of staff is executive administration? Oh, again, an increase that we don't need. That was added to the budget without a proper vote. How about the supervisors? That went up $355,873.
Do you remember what page that was in the budget book?
Let me see if I wrote it down. It was line 11-3500, but I know there's a lot of lines 11-3500. It increased by 69%.
Yeah, I think that's related to the supervisors that are part of the proposed budget. Yep, and reclassifications. So it's a combination of what would, like, in the original proposed budget, in this line, there were supervisors that were proposed.
So that's part of that 9, okay. And then,
For IT was the other one. I think that was related to unawarded grants. Mhm. So
That's okay.
those are unawarded grants. For example, there could be E-rate or other grants that are unawarded.
okay, so the revenue part of it would be in a different place.
Yeah, it's not
That makes
related.
sense. Okay. That's why, I mean, I went through the budget, and when I saw things like that. And then, Mr. Taylor, when you were the county administrator, you considered that there was waste in the budget. Do you still believe that there is waste in this school's budget?
Okay.
I'm asking, I'm one of his
Well,
supervisors.
that's-
I can
that's a
ask
bit
him a question.
subjective. That's a bit
Mr.
subjective.
Taylor,
Can we, is there dollars
I'm asking
attached
him
to
a
that
very
in the budget?
legitimate question.
We're going over the matrix, it's 12:20 in the morning. So
And that's
can
your
we
fault.
move on? Okay.
Mr. Taylor.
Well, first of all, we did find $4.3 million.
That's scrubbing of the
so
budget
forth.
that we do every
And
year.
there is, so, it's one of the reasons for the position control position that is requested in the budget, or was requested in the budget, was anticipating that position control in the future would avoid repetition of the issue of the 25 and a half positions that were carried along for a while.
But we're going to
There
carry
is
along
also-
15 more
right,
positions?
Right, we're looking at, I think, next, the potential to look at both maintenance and fleet operations. So the short answer, Ms. Shelley, is I don't know. And I don't know what I don't know. I think there is still money left to find in our budget, and we need to be strategic and thoughtful about how we search for it.
And that's why you proposed eliminating libraries.
Okay, that's not what is on the
No, I
screen.
know.
Madam Chair,
Okay,
point
and I
of
have one
information.
more, and I
It's
have
not
one
in our
more thing.
handout in our
So
presentation.
one
Point
more
of
thing, because we
information.
did
Just
have
typing
some
up
concerns with the Board of
emotions.
Supervisors, and we've discussed, that's part of the concern we've had over the years, is because we're not funded. I just want to make the public aware that in 2017 was Mr. Taylor's first budget that he had proposed with an increase for the schools of $74,000. And, well, 74,600. The schools requested
Okay, point of
$12.5
information.
million.
I have a question, point of information right now. So,
interrupting me.
does this have to do with the presentation
Yes, it
that we're
does.
working on? Because
Yes, it does,
it
because it
doesn't seem
shows-
like,
you're gonna let me answer?
I'm
You asked me a
asking you-
question, I'm ready to
I'm
answer.
asking you, and I'm going to continue on, because you're not going to be recognized
Well,
if
you
we're going
asked
to
me
go
a
on a
question, and
tangent.
you need me
If
to
we're going to
answer.
go on a tangent with would-be has-beens, we're right here on this budget for our kids in our school division right now, what's in front of us. So if we're not going to continue down that path, you can always send it in an email and let your feelings be known that way. But right now, we're into serious business on here, right now, up on the screen, and everybody's here at 12:20 in the morning. So that's what we're doing right now.
Well, Mr.
Okay?
Phelps, that
Madam
was your
Chair, another
fault for,
point of information. Let's
putting all
pursue
the
the
stuff on
chart
on the agenda.
At hand, please.
Okay.
So I do
Okay,
have
Mr.
one more
Twig.
thing
What
about
was that?
about
We
the
have a point of
budget.
information with
Point
Mr.
of
Twig.
information, we've got to pursue the chart that's on the wall.
That's not information.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with past tense and projections and attempting to incriminate our
Thank you.
own.
It's
Thank you,
facts.
Mr. Twig.
It's
Thank you,
facts.
Mr. Twig. We're
There's
gonna
no
go.
incrimination
Okay, you're not
when
going to be
it's facts.
recognized. We're going to continue
So I
on.
do
We
have
can take a
one more
recess if
question
you'd like.
that the
We'd
budget
like
being
to
so
take a recess.
disrespectful, Ms.
We'll take a
Phelps.
recess.
Please,
Why
let's
are
go.
you in the middle of a motion?
Board members.
Because
Somebody
we're
said
going
something.
on.
You
Recess.
interrupt us all the time.
We're moving on right
Out
now.
of disrespect.
Right, okay.
So
We're going to
one
move
more
on
thing.
right now.
What she's saying.
One more thing about
Mr.
the
Twig to
legal
character
fees.
assassinate.
Fees, thank you. The
Okay.
legal fees, I did
Thank you for
want to
settling
mention
down.
that $50,000, again, someone said it was to manufacture lawsuits. Well, I want the public to know that our attorney that is left does not handle all the lawsuits that have come against members of this board. That is paid for by our insurance, not him. So that was in misinformation. And also, the insurance is also paying to defend a felony charge as well.
Okay,
Just so the public is
We're
aware.
not going to go back into it. I read it at the beginning of the meeting, and you will not be recognized if we're going to go on personal attacks
I'm not
with
making personal attacks.
insinuations and
I'm
accusations.
talking about the insurance
okay?
company.
So we're going to go, we're
It's
going to
the
move
insurance.
forward.
It's a
You're not
fact
recognized, your
that
time
the
is over,
insurance
we're moving
company is
over
paying-
forward. Okay, does anybody else like to
Ms.
share?
Phelps, I
Because
have
Ms. Gillespie would like to share right now.
It's me.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding fully that when we lower the 23 elementary paras, if we lower that to 18, we are not firing or ending employment with anybody, correct? That those are being absorbed into our system. Is that what I gathered, or no? We're firing those individuals? So we would be moving them into vacancies of other positions. We're not firing them. Okay. Okay. So because I don't want to fire anybody. I just wanted to make that clear. I don't want anyone to be fired. I don't want to get rid of anybody. I want to attain more positions, attain more people. I want people to come here. And if I'm not mistaken, I was looking back at my notes. I think it was Henrico that did it with the bi-monthly pay, and it was very successful, is very successful there. It was very popular. And Miss Shelley, would you please stop?
Okay, please stop. Ms. Shelley, please stop. I know
I was
it's late.
answering a question.
Ms. Gillespie, okay, you have the floor. Continue on, or are you finished?
I don't know. I would like to honestly just call this to a vote. And so we're voting on Mr. Boothmall's motion.
Ms. Phelps,
Yes,
I'm
we have
sorry.
Mr. Boothmall's motion on the floor, and this is for Mr. Boothmall's motion, this discussion. So go ahead, Dr. Daniels.
What was his, could he repeat his motion again?
His motion, go ahead.
That's a very good question, Dr. Daniels.
Would you like Mr. Shrestha to run through
Mr.
it?
Shrestha, this was many, many conversations ago, my motion.
It's April's
It
motion
was, I'll try,
so-
Mr. Shrestha, correct me if I'm wrong. With Ms. Gillespie's edits, it would have 18 elementary para educators. On page 9, the first line item, we would have, would we have 17? How many? We would have the full 19 sped. Wait, we already have, or out of the
19
15, we'd
sped
be adding
paras.
we'd be adding 4 sped paras, an extra 4 sped paras. We would be cutting on page, no, actually, we are keeping the IT position for 89,000.
Correct.
So page 10 remains the same. You go down to page 11, we'd be getting rid of the 5% stipends for academic and athletic stipends.
Yes.
And then moving on to page 12, we would be getting rid of the additional school support positions in the secondary counseling specialist position. That's 5 positions we'd be getting rid of. Moving on to page 13, we'd be getting rid of all the new custodial staff, which is 3 positions. We would be, Mr. Strauss, this is where all the conversation went down.
Yes, that's correct. Everything
So
you
this is
said
where
is
you need to
correct.
take over.
No, and then we keep the 3 payroll staff, and that's the end.
And it would leave us with how much?
Oh, yeah, and the school budget, this one. And this one remains the same. So we're, I guess, leaving those in is the motion, or taking them out?
Which would leave us at how much?
And then we're increasing the 15 vacant position, freezing to 16, and the bottom line is $8,000.
Ms. Phelps, I want to continue with my conversation. Thank you for the,
Okay, Dr. Daniels, you can go.
for the motion that you put forth. I do have a couple of questions. I'll try to be really quick. First one, Ms. Gillespie, you answered my question earlier, at least Ms. Baleko answered my question earlier, so we will not be getting rid of the pairs if we have 18. The other few numbers, they are still going to remain in the division. We may just move them elsewhere. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that, because I know we had pairs, and I thought they were ESSER positions, and then we're converting them into full-time or trying to keep them by using this budget here. So I do appreciate that, but I am elated to hear that we are not getting rid of any pairs, that they're just going to, at least the ones here in elementary. Am I correct?
The pairs that we're talking about here, the 23 and now 19, if the employee wants to fill a different vacancy, they would have the opportunity to do that. I can't say whether they want to stay in their position or not, but certainly they would have that opportunity.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clarified for the public that we were going to try to do that. And then number two, in terms of the, it's getting late here. In terms of, I don't even remember what I was going to say. It was going to be something about the budget, I'm sorry, the modernization, but I'll leave that alone because it sounds like my board colleagues would like to leave that there. Oh, I know what I was going to ask. Thank you. It's just late right now. So in the past, we did a survey, and I want to just clarify the survey from the school community. And I'm not sure what that percentage was, but it sounded like, as I'm trying to recall, that it was over 50% of the employees wanted bi-monthly pay. Am I correct when I say that? Or is that? So we did a survey, and it sounded like they wanted bi-monthly pay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know there are other school divisions that may be doing just monthly, and I'm not sure, maybe it's a recruitment tool. I have no idea, but I certainly would like to get paid twice a month if I was in that situation. But that's just me. But again, if you surveyed the staff and they said that this is something that they wanted, I can only, I haven't looked at the raw data in a sense, but I'm assuming that
Right.
based on what you said, that they
And
wanted.
The survey focused on relatively new employees in their first few years. We were not able, the ideal survey would have been to ask people who didn't come to work here, would you have come to work if we had offered this feature? But there was no way to make that survey work. We did see that Henrico, for example, was a large division that made this same change several years ago, and that it appears to have been successful for them, notably successful for them.
And so,
And
thank
so
you.
we're trying to compete,
Okay.
particularly for young employees and career switchers who
Thank
are.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Either way, it is the budget that we're going to be voting on tonight. And, yeah, thank you.
Can I call the question?
Mr. Twing, you're done, Dr. Daniels?
I'd like to call the question.
I do have some comments myself, I know. It's getting late and I got sidetracked here. But on Mr. Boozmel's motion that he had, that's going to keep in the operational support staff, am I correct? It's going to take it out? So all of those on page 13. Right. So it's going to take out everything. It's going to take out the surveys that came back from the employees that told us?
No. We have the 3 positions for the payroll.
Okay, Mr. Taylor.
Right, those,
It's going to be taking out additional school support positions and secondary counseling specialist.
I put back the payroll, the 3 payroll positions.
Just to clarify, what exactly are we doing?
Am I doing?
Can you explain, I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on, I apologize. Dr. Daniels wants to know exactly what we're doing on Mr.
You-
Abu's mill motion because we're
Oh,
calling to a
okay.
question.
Right, run through the
So
list
can you
one
just
more
run
time.
through the list one more time for?
Oh, I don't need to hear the list again. I thought we had made a change recently, but I will say, I would hope that we support the paras, whatever that looks like in this piece here, because I think we do need our educational paras.
So Dr. Daniels, just the paras that are in my motion are 18 elementary paras and add an additional 4 special education paras, where it's 15 is now 19. So we were able to squeeze in 4 extra paras under the SPED category and add 18 for just elementary. We weren't able to get to 23 with this current scenario, but we were able to keep it at 18, 5 less.
And would you take out?
I took out, so in total,
Stipends.
I took out the athletic stipends. And by the way, if we get the money back from the state, I would really like that to be the first thing addressed, because our athletic team and
Can-
those stipends
can we go
really-
back to what
Sorry,
you took
okay,
out?
yes, ma'am. So I took out the stipends was the biggest thing that was removed, and then we removed the custodial staff, and then, what else, Mr. Strauss, help me out here, man.
The support positions, the secondary counseling specialist.
On page 12, yes, additional school support
The
positions.
custodians, and I think that, and then we increased the number of frozen positions from 15 to 16.
Yes.
And that's the motion that's on the floor?
Yes,
With
ma'am.
Ms. Shelley? I mean, with Ms. Gillespie?
And I'm sorry, does that, and that it also includes, you added in the bi-monthly pay, and that also includes leaving in the
$8,400, yes, ma'am.
$8,400 for the.
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
We
that
included
stays.
3 positions to support bi-monthly pay.
Okay.
I just want to clarify once again, just to make sure that the public is aware. I'm supporting the special ed paras and the elementary school paras, so my support is for that position, because we have kids in the classroom, and we need teachers and paras, of course, to support those teachers. If we can hold off on I support the modernization in terms of what we need to do as a district to move forward, to be innovative. But at the same time, we are serving a needed population right now. And so I still would support adding those paras back in there. I know, Mr. Boozmo, you said you added the 4 additional for the SPED, but I would still support the elementary, because I just feel like we can do some more cutting here somewhere in this budget. If you want to, that's just.
So Dr. Daniels, the reason I'd personally at this point, since it is getting late, keep it as is. This is still provisional, and we are hopefully expecting more money from the state. Mr. Stressa, you guys can correct me. We are still hoping to come back and be able to add some when the money comes in. Yes or no?
We don't know, but.
But if they give us the money, we're going
Sure,
to be able
yes.
to. So I think
Right.
that
July.
we can prioritize the remaining pair positions and the stipends for the athletics. That's my go about it. I rest my case.
Can we call the question?
Madam Chair, can we get the screen up, please?
Motion passes 4-3.
Okay, so.
Okay.
scenario nine.
So, lastly, I have a motion to, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Okay, thank you.
Point of order, I think we
Wait,
have
take
to
a vote.
approve the resolution.
Yeah, we need to type up the resolution. We need like 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Okay, I'll rescind my
5 minutes?
motion.
Okay. Just kidding.
I
Go
rescind
ahead.
my motion.
We were just excited. It's only about 12:45. Okay.
Okay, so we're going into recess. All right, that's a second. So we're now at recess.
We're in recess for 5 minutes. So, do you have a motion to, for this resolution?
I motion to pass this resolution.
You want to read?
Yeah. I'll
I
read it.
second
Thank
to
you.
pass that resolution.
A resolution by the School Board of the County of Spotsylvania to adopt the provisional fiscal year FY24 budget.
Thank you. Everyone has the resolution up here, so I don't know that we have to go through and read it, but we can call it to a vote. And for the record, Ms. Shelley and Ms. Cole left, removed themselves about 12:48. So, just for the record, so it reflects. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the resolution by the School Board of the County of Spotsylvania to adopt the provisional fiscal year FY 2024 budget.
Ms. Phelps, would you mind just reading the full amounts on the resolution, just for the record?
Can you read them?
That would be the best, or at least minimally the
Okay,
amounts. on
I'll
the-
go ahead and,
On the resolved.
Just, Prashant, read what you need.
I'll go ahead and read the whole thing, just for the record. So, the resolution by the School Board of the County of Spotsylvania to adopt the provisional fiscal year FY 2024 budget. Whereas the School Board of the County of Spotsylvania, hereinafter School Board, is charged by Section 22.1-89 of the Code of Virginia with the management and control of funds made available for Spotsylvania County Public Schools. And whereas the school board has exercised due diligence in setting budget goals at its pre-budget work session on November 7th, 2022, and reviewing the proposed budget submitted by the superintendent on January 24, 2023. And whereas the school board received the superintendent's proposed budget on January 24, 2023, and received comments on the superintendent's proposed budget from the citizens of Spotsylvania County on February 6, 2023, at a duly advertised public hearing. And whereas the school board revised the superintendent's proposed budget and approved the school board's budget on February 15, 2023, and submitted and presented its approved budget to the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors on February 28, 2023, in the amount deemed necessary for support of its public schools for the fiscal year 2024, FY 2024, and whereas on April 11, 2023, the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors approved that the local tax supported expenditures of the school division's overall budget of 669,925 for all funds, shall not exceed 149,563,524 of local funds. Therefore, be it resolved that the school board on this 24th day of April 2023 adopts the Spotsylvania County Public Schools budget and the Capital Improvement Plan, CIP, for fiscal year FY 2024 in the amount of $442,669,925 for school operations in all funds, effective July 1, 2023. And be it resolved further that the school board adopts the Spotsylvania County Public Schools operating fund budget for FY 2024 in the amount of $378,534,545, which includes 2482,565 for the Governor's School Fund, 1,000, 1248913 for the Juvenile Detention Center Fund, 2,000, 1518887 for the Regional Adult Education Fund, 4,000, and 373284180 for the Operating Fund, 5,000. And be it resolved further that the school board adopts the Spotsylvania County Public Schools Food Service Fund, 3,000 budget for FY 2024 in the amount of $14153,044, and be it resolved further that the school board adopts the Spotsylvania County Public Schools Capital Projects Fund 6,000 budget for FY 2024 in the amount of $46,538,360. And be it resolved further that the school board adopts the Spotsylvania County Public Schools Joint Fleet Maintenance Fund 7,000 budget for FY 2024 in the amount of $3,443,976. And be it resolved further that the school board adopts all compensation scales, hourly rates, athletic and academic stipends, and health insurance rates for FY 2024. And be it resolved, finally, that the school board authorizes the superintendent or his authorized designee to take all necessary actions to give this resolution effect. And that would be it. So that's the resolution we just voted on. Everyone, we voted on it. It's on the board.
Madam Chair, could I just correct the date of the approval of the budget to April 25th? It is after midnight.
Okay, that'll be fine. For the record, April 25th. Yes, it is 1:03 a.m. Dr. Daniels?
I have a question, though. It says something about academic stipends.
We started voting. We need a vote. Oh, sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay, for the record, the date has been changed to April 25th, April 25th, 2023. Okay, for the record, because there's two school board members that are not here, so I just want to make sure that that's for the record. Okay, there you go. So, and the motion passes 4-1. Okay. Time for adjournment.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Got a vote? Anonymous,
Aye.
5. Good night. Meeting's adjourned.